This is Audible.
Welcome to Best Audiobook. Subscribing and leaving a comment helps this channel more than you know, so please feel free to offer suggestion for future audiobooks or to just say hi. Thank you for listening. We hope you have an excellent.
Tall, Dark, and Bossy. Written by A.M. Hargrove. Narrated by Sarah Sampino and Gregory Salinas. Chapter 1. Stacy. "Ooh, I'll take one of those," I said to the waiter bearing a tray laden with yummy-looking appetizers. My best friend, English, and her sexy husband, Tristan, had renewed their wedding vows and were celebrating with a reception. They'd originally gotten married in Vegas, so didn't have a bona fide wedding reception the first time. They were making up for it with a bang tonight. The party was being held at Tristan's family home, which was nothing short of a mansion. Everything was extraordinary. The courtyard, where the reception was held, looked like something out of a fairy tale. Tiny white lights adorned every possible tree and twinkled everywhere. The scent of lush flowers permeated the air. It was glorious. "You certainly have some fancy friends," David said, as he did a visual inspection of the place. I chuckled. "Tell me. English sure married up, even though she wasn't exactly poor to begin with." David was my current boyfriend. We were both attorneys and had met at the courthouse. We'd been dating for a few months now, and things were going pretty well. Or at least, that was the image we projected. Deep down, I didn't feel the spark I should have. In truth, there wasn't very much chemistry between us at all. I'd been asking myself lately why I was even dating him. He tapped my arm and said, "I'm going to get us another round of champagne. I'll be right back." I was left standing, alone, until Tristan's brother, Stanton, strolled up. "Looks like the party is a success," he said. "Yes, it's spectacular." I was never one to be short on words, but this man was such a stunner he left me speechless. I'd always thought Tristan was gorgeous, but Stanton left him in the dust. There was certainly a resemblance, but Stanton had that little something extra that made my ovaries do one hell of a party dance. Tall, dark, and deadly, his startling blue eyes held more than a hint of mystery that had me curious to know more. Why couldn't David do that to me? From across the courtyard, I glimpsed David walking toward us, holding 2 glasses of champagne. Disappointment instantly blanketed me. I questioned those feelings. I should be happy, not sad. "By the way, you look exquisite tonight," Stanton said before sauntering off. Exquisite? No one had ever used that word to describe me before. I was especially surprised because Stanton had seemed more standoffish and broodier than to dole out compliments like that. David handed me the glass and asked, "That was Tristan's brother you were talking with, right?" "Yeah, it was." "He seems a bit arrogant to me." "I don't really know him that well. Maybe he's shy." The truth was, I'd only met him last night for the first time at the family dinner, and nearly swallowed my tongue when we were introduced. The man emanated sex, and all sorts of naughty things had popped into my head. I didn't think he was shy. It was more like he couldn't be bothered with things that held no interest for him. Maybe a party and making small talk was a part of that. Whatever the case, the man certainly had a way with my reproductive organs. I imagined he had women by the dozens, chasing after him, tossing their underwear at him. "What's that grin all about?" David asked. "What grin?" "You were grinning." "I was? Probably because I was thinking about how lucky my best friend is." He shrugged and downed the rest of his champagne. "Hey, you should go easy on that. It'll hit you before you know it." He scoffed. "Champagne is just fluff. I can handle it." "Fine. But don't say I didn't warn you when your head's exploding tomorrow. Besides, you know how I feel about getting drunk, especially tonight. Men could be so stubborn. Easton, English's 7-year-old daughter, ran up to me and grabbed my hand. Aunt Stacy Bear, let's dance. Yeah, let's go bust some moves. We pranced onto the dance floor and goofed off like two fools. We did the bunny hop and skipped around, then made a train and coerced everyone to follow us. We were finally pooped after 5 songs, and I said, I need something to drink. Me too. Let's get some Smurf cocktails. I had something stronger in mind, but I could handle 1 Smurf. We traipsed over to one of the bars, and I let Easton do the ordering. She carried a wand wrapped in flowers and told the bartender to sprinkle fairy dust and put extra cherries in our drinks. I almost gagged at the sickly sweet concoction, but managed to choke it down. Aren't these delicious, Aunt Stacy? Yes, they are. Do you want to get another one? I'm fine for now. I better go find David. Easton frowned. Are you gonna marry him? Her tone held a hint of disapproval. Well, I don't know. Do you kissy face with him? Easton, why do you ask that? 'Cause I wanna know. Then she leaned closer and asked, Have you seen his weenus yet? Good thing my Smurf cocktail was gone, or I would have spit it out all over my dress. Easton! I can't believe you'd ask me that. Why not? Mommy sees daddies. That's because they're married. She crossed her arms and said, You don't got to be married to see someone's weenus. Who told you that? The kids at school. They say grown-ups show each other their weenuses all the time. Let me tell you, young lady, don't you ever do that. Never show. I know. Mommy says never to show my pirates to anyone. That's right. And not all grown-ups go around doing that. The kids at school are wrong, so don't listen to them. Okay. Now go and play. I think other kids might be dancing. She looked out on the dance floor and saw her aunt, so she ran out to join her. English walked up and asked what we'd been talking about. Weenuses. Say what? Your daughter wanted to know if I'd seen David's weenus yet. English opened her mouth, but nothing came out. What are you two doing at home? I playfully nudged her side. We're not running around naked with Tristan's weenus dangling in the wind, if that's what you mean. Then we both cracked up. The idea of it was too hilarious. Your daughter comes up with the craziest things. She's obsessed with the idea of weenuses. She stares at Jameson's when I change his diaper. Jameson was their 6-month-old son. I snapped my fingers. That's why. I never thought of that. Curiosity, I suppose. Seeing one for the first time has to be intriguing when you're her age. English nudged my arm. Some things never change. My brows arched. I suppose not. And I have a huge bone to pick with you. Why did you not tell me Tristan's brother was so hot? Which one? They both are. True. But Stanton is a complete breath stealer. I get tongue-tied around the man. I fanned my face. Stace, you're a taken woman. Watch out. Her voice held a warning. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't appreciate a hottie when I see one. She gazed around and then said, He's a stunner, all right, but definitely has issues from the accident. English told me he'd been driving with his father in the car when they were in a wreck. Tragically, his father didn't survive. I leaned in and whispered, Maybe he needs someone to console him. She gawked at me. I thought you and David were close. My hand swished through the air. I was just joking. Right. Tread lightly with that one, my friend. He goes through women like nobody's business and can be a total dick about it. David walked up, juggling 3 glasses of champagne, ending our Stanton talk.
"Here you go, ladies. Bubbly for the beauties."
Aw, that's sweet. I grabbed 2, handing one to English. Then I watched David down his in one gulp. English did too, and then turned a curious gaze toward me. I shrugged, as I'd never seen him behave like this. He usually was careful with his alcohol consumption around me. I poked him playfully. Hey, don't forget, we have to drive home tonight, I reminded him.
"No, we don't. I've arranged for transportation."
That's a relief. With the way you're chugging the bubbles, we might need a wheelbarrow to get you out of here. I chuckled, a bit uncomfortably. His eyes narrowed, only a tiny bit, but enough that I caught it. It was plenty to make me uneasy, though. I decided a change of subject would do us some good. How about we dance?
"Sure."
He grabbed my glass, of which I had not taken a sip, downed the entire contents, and then pulled me onto the dance floor. It may not have been evident to most people, but I knew he was intoxicated. Want to tell me what's going on with you? I've never seen you drink this much, I asked.
"It's only champagne. And besides, we're celebrating, aren't we?"
Well, yeah, but I'd rather not see you drunk. You know how strongly I feel about that. He laughed.
"I'm not even close."
David, you've been downing champagne like water. It's definitely had an effect on you, and not the good kind.
Aw, come on, babe. Don't be a party pooper. Have fun with me."
He suddenly threw me into a dip that shook me to my foundation. David wasn't tipsy. He was smashed. Normally, he was reserved and would never do something like this. The fact that I almost landed on my ass, and the only reason I didn't was my fingers clenched onto his arms for dear life, saved me. Okay, Fred Astaire, time to sit down.
"Why?"
He pouted, exactly like Easton had when I told her not to listen to the kids at school. Because I don't want to land on my bottom while dancing with you. I led him toward a chair, but he dragged his feet the entire way there. As we walked, I glanced up to see Stanton eyeing us with an arched brow. I guess we made a good impression on him. But why should I care? I had David, my twinkle-toed boyfriend. Except something about Stanton made me shiver, and David never did that to me. Ever.
"I always had you figured for a party girl, and here you are, a huge disappointment."
A huge sigh left me. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It was useless to have a serious discussion with an inebriated person. This would have to wait until tomorrow.
Chapter 2. Stanton. During dinner the night before, I'd pulled Tristan aside to give him hell for not telling me his wife had such a hot friend. "She's dating someone, as if you didn't notice," he'd answered sourly. "Duh." I'd aimed a finger at him and said, "But you were holding out on me. You've known about her for how long? And was she dating that dud for all that time? Besides, she deserves someone better than him." Tristan laughed. "Someone better? I suppose you mean yourself." I shrugged. I could show her what a good time is all about. His eyes had darkened as he drilled a finger into my chest. "Keep your hands off her, Stanton. She's English's best friend, and if you do anything to her—" "Such as?" "You know damn well what I mean. You have enough women chasing you down for your one-and-dones that you don't need to mess with Stacy." I'd held both hands up. He'd been right. Getting involved with her for a night of hot sex would only complicate things, and my life was complicated enough as it was. "Okay, bro, don't worry. I won't touch your little friend." "She's my wife's friend, and I'm holding you to that." I'd got the warning in his tone loud and clear. Tonight, though, at the reception, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. I picked out the ideal place to stand, tucked next to one of the hedges, and watched her. When I dissected her features, none of them were what could be called extraordinary. Deep auburn hair framed her oval face, which was topped off with hazel eyes. She had an average nose, but when pieces of the Stacy puzzle came together, she was stunning. I finally concluded it was her mouth that hooked me. It wasn't that her lips were particularly plump, but they were perfectly formed, and when she smiled, they revealed a set of impeccable teeth. I found myself smiling along each time. Her height was also striking. Not as tall as English, she was still at least 5'9", and like English, she didn't have a pretentious bone in her body.
Uncle Stanton, what are you doing in the bushes?
My little niece Easton had discovered my secret spot. I'm not in the bushes. I'm next to them.
Are you peeing?
What? No. Why would you ask me that?
I've seen Mommy's brother Uncle Beckley pee in the bushes, but he didn't know I was there.
Easton, were you spying on them? Her head swung back and forth.
Nope, I promise. I ran outside to play when I was at Boppy and Mimi's, and that's when I saw him. But I never told no one except you.
Boppy and Mimi were Easton's grandparents. Good girl. No one likes a tattletale, I said.
I know. Mommy says that too. Do you want to dance with me?
I honestly didn't because my knee wasn't in the greatest shape yet. God only knew when that would happen. I'd been in that damn car accident and had broken my leg in several places, which resulted in multiple surgeries. I glanced down at her as she held her little wand, and I didn't have it in me to say no. Only if you promise to go easy on me.
Okay, I promise.
She offered me her tiny hand and off we went. We danced to several songs, but she liked it the best when I twirled her around. When we finished, we went to the bar to get a drink. She asked for a Cosmo, no alcohol, of course, and I ordered a scotch on the rocks.
Does that taste like a Cosmo?
She asked, pointing to my amber-filled glass. No.
Can I try it?
I don't think that's a good idea. Besides, you would hate it. She wrinkled up her nose.
Then why do you drink it?
Because I like it.
Oh.
Then something caught her eye and she ran off with,
I gotta go.
Someone came up on my other side and said,
She's adorable, isn't she?
I turned to find myself gazing into large hazel eyes. She certainly is, and knows it. Can I get you a drink?
No. I need some water for my date.
I caught an eye roll along with her salty reply. I didn't respond, but only stared. I'd seen them a little bit ago, and the man had over-imbibed. The bartender took her order, and I finally said, You got yourself a real winner there. My tone oozed sarcasm, but I couldn't help it. She deserved better than that loser.
I suppose you never really know someone.
Her voice trailed off as the bartender handed her the large glass of water. Then she walked off. I wasn't sure how to take her statement. Did it matter, though? I told my brother I'd stay away from her, and a promise was a promise. But that promise didn't include eyeing her. I watched as she sashayed back to the table where said boyfriend sat. The guy was totally hammered. He could barely hold his head up. She tried to help him stand, and he did, but wobbled on his feet, then staggered to the nearest hedge and threw up. Thank God she hadn't been in the path of that catastrophe. I quickly went over to get him out of here. We'd hired extra people who could drive him home. You all right over here? I was pretty sure he had no idea what was going on and that Stacy needed help. Better now, I think. It sounded more like butter no widink. I wasn't asking him. The question had been directed at his horrified date. How about I arrange for a driver to take you home? I thought he'd jump at the chance. No, I'm okay. He staggered toward the direction of the table where they'd been sitting. That set Stacy into motion.
David, you ought to leave. You've had entirely too much to drink, and it's time you went home to sleep it off. Stanton can arrange for transportation, and that's the best idea.
He wobbled around. No, I'm gonna stay. Dance more.
With whom? I'm not dancing with you.
She crossed her arms and stood her ground. He swayed on his feet and stared at her open-mouthed. "You won't?" Those were the only 2 words I understood completely.
Of course not. You nearly dropped me the last time,
she said. "We should probably discuss this somewhere else," I suggested.
I agree,
Stacy said. We headed toward the house, but Doofus didn't follow.
Good Lord, he's out of his mind drunk.
I can force it if you want, I told her. She chewed on her lower lip for a second.
No, I refuse to cause a scene. This is my best friend's wedding celebration, and I'm not going to be the one who ruins this special day.
We both turned to see David slumped in a chair. Well, it looks as though he's not going to do any dancing tonight, I commented.
Yeah, but now how am I going to get him into the car?
She asked. Do you have his house keys?
They're probably in his pocket.
I'll leave that to you, but let's go and find out. We went to the table where he sat. Luckily, it was in the back of the courtyard where the lights were very dim. She stuck her hand inside his coat pocket and pulled out his keys. Holding them up, she said,
It's this one.
Hang tight. I'll take care of things. I found 2 security men and brought them over. They helped, or maybe dragged is more apt, and nearly passed out David to the car. I gave them orders to drive him home, have someone follow in his car, and see to it he got inside safely. Problem solved. It was accomplished without much fuss, and no one, not even Tristan, mentioned it.
I seriously don't know how to thank you,
Stacy said. I did, but didn't tell her what was on my mind. Let me get you a drink. She sat while I fetched her a glass of wine. When I came back, she thrummed her fingers on the table. I handed her the glass, and she said,
Thank you. I seem to be doing a lot of that.
A lot of what?
Thanking you. You saved me from an embarrassing situation.
She massaged her forehead. Don't worry about it. That guy is a real piece of work. Are all your boyfriends like him? If so, you need to choose better men. She reared back.
No, as a matter of fact,
she bristled.
He's never acted like that around me before. Not that it's any of your business.
I scooted my chair in closer. Have you 2 been together very long?
And why do you want to know that?
Ooh, the lady was a spitfire. Call it curiosity.
Maybe you should put that curiosity to the test with someone else.
My brows raised, and then I chuckled. Maybe so, but here I am sitting here next to you. She pinned me with her gaze, and even in the dim light, I felt her piercing stare. Then she relented.
A few months.
In my book, that's long enough to figure out whether someone is an idiot. Why do you go out with him anyway?
Your book? I supposed you're an expert then.
This woman was on fire. A laugh boomed out of me. Not quite, though I can attest to being experienced.
I can only imagine,
she said sourly.
The truth is, I'm shocked. He's never shown me this side before. I warned him about the champagne, but he kept guzzling it like water.
I leaned in close. He must be very inexperienced. Why would you date such a loser like him? Don't tell me you're that desperate. She sucked in air.
Desperate? You have a lot of nerve.
Not really. I'm just observant.
Let me tell you something, mister. Your observational skills suck.
She was pissed now. Oh, come on. The guy was a real dud. I tried to have a conversation with him, and it was like talking to a rock. It appears you need help with the opposite sex. The furrows between her brows told me my insult had hit the mark. She glared as she shook her head slowly.
And I gather you also are aware of my inner thoughts?
No, but I'd like to be.
Damn, has anyone ever told you how exasperating you are?
I waggled my brows and answered. Plenty of times.
What about annoying?
Yep, that too. She puffed out a long breath.
I suppose insulting is on your list as well.
Curiosity nagged me. Can I ask why you're still sitting here if you feel that way about me? I asked.
Yes, she snapped, because I'm too damn tired to move.
Okay, then. After a few moments of silence, I said, All snarky comments aside, are you really that pissed off with the guy? He is a bit of a douche, but he made a mistake.
That's not quite true for someone who was raised with an alcoholic parent. I get having too much every now and again, but he knew how important today was, not only for me, but for English and Tristan. For him to get so trashed shows he has zero respect for me, nor does he give a damn about my feelings. I even warned him several times about the champagne, which he chose to ignore.
That was a tough argument, and I couldn't defend the guy's actions. When I thought of it, I had never done that to a date, and I'd made my share of drunken mistakes. Sorry. She gave me a hard stare as though she waited for the sarcasm to come. Only this time I was 100% honest. I supposed she figured that out because she said,
So am I. And I thought he was a good guy, but this is one of those unforgivable sins.
Does he know this? I asked, only because if it had never been discussed, then she was going to blindside him.
Yes, he does. Not that it matters to you. We talked at length several times about how I hated to see a man stumbling drunk at a nice event. Don't get me wrong, it's not a great thing for a woman either. He knew how strongly I felt about it. So yeah, this is bad all around.
Easton ran up to the table and said,
Aunt Stacy, are you sad? Sad? No, I'm happy. Why? Because you don't look happy. Where's that man you were with? You mean David? Yeah, the one that doesn't talk to me much. What do you mean he doesn't talk to you much?
Easton pulled her shoulders up high.
I don't know. He doesn't really say much when I talk to him.
Stacy pursed her lips, which made me want to kiss them more than anything. Then she mumbled something to herself and said louder,
David had to go home because he wasn't feeling well. Did he drink too many Cosmos like you did that time at Mommy's?
I hid my grin behind my hand.
Well, not really. And how do you remember that? 'Cause you were funny and fell down. Okay, Blabbermouth. What else is happening around here? Uncle Landry said he's taking me riding on the horses tomorrow, and Aunt Ravina is coming too. Do you want to come? You can have a spend the night party with me. I can show you the horse poop pile then.
Stacy bit her lip, trying to hide her laugh.
Tell you what, I might do that sometime, but probably not tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna go find Aunt Ravina to see if she wants to make a dancing train.
And off she went. Stacy turned to me and asked,
Horse poop pile? Where does she come up with this stuff? Why would I want to see that?
Only she can answer that. She's really something. But tell me more about that time you fell down. I circled my finger toward her. One of her hands slashed through the air.
I was having a moment.
Do go on.
No, because you'll find something to latch onto and I'll never hear the end of it.
But I want to hear about it. If you're so against over-imbibing, what set you off to drink so much? She was silent, but then said,
It was when my former fiancé broke it off with me. I'm not fond of that moment, but at least it wasn't at a wedding reception.
Excuses, excuses.
Maybe, but there's more to the story than that.
Then she made a quick subject change.
Your sister spoils her.
I nodded. I'd never seen Ravina act like that with anyone or anything in my life. Those two had taken to each other like fish to water. I'll drop the falling down after the Cosmos bit for now. But yeah, Ravina adores her. She's already talking about taking her abroad.
Oh boy, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I laughed. Right. Don't shoot the messenger.
Just so you know, I won't breathe a word.
My eyes penetrated her, and for the first time in my life, a woman stole my breath. For a moment I thought about kissing her, but when I heard English's voice, I leaned back in my chair.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
I glanced at Stacy, but she wore the expression of someone who was caught with her hand in the cookie jar, and I had no idea why.
Chapter 3. Stacy. Something clogged my throat, and when I tried to speak, I sounded like one of the toads croaking nearby. Guilt invaded me as she'd told me to stay away from this man I was sitting with. English patted my back and asked, "Are you okay?" After I cleared my throat, I answered, "Fine. Just fine." A little too loud. Then she glanced at the table and asked, "Where's David?" "Yeah, about him. He was overserved and had to leave." She laughed until she saw my expression. "Oh, shit. That bad, huh? Only if you call stumbling around and throwing up in the bushes bad, then yeah." She pulled out a chair and sat down next to me. "I'm so sorry. Tristan and I were just talking earlier about how he was your pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Yeah, that pot of gold turned out to be a staggering drunk." "Gosh, Stacy, had he ever done that before?" English asked. "Never. That's why I'm so shocked. And what really pisses me off is he knows how that's a hard no for me." She reached over and hugged me. "I'm here for you." "No, you're not, you big goofball. You're leaving on your belated honeymoon tomorrow." "Oh, yeah. Well, I'll be here for you when we get back." "I know. But Stanton took care of things, thank God." I gave her the rundown on how he handled David. "Thanks for doing that," she said to him.
"It was nothing, really. The security team handled it."
Tristan came up to the table then, and I sensed a sort of friction between the brothers at first, but things seemed to ease after English explained what happened with David. "Your brother came to the rescue of a totally hammered guest," I said.
"Thanks, bro, for handling that."
Stanton only shrugged.
"Sorry, Stacy, for that too,"
Tristan said.
"I thought David was a better guy than that."
So did I.
"We all make mistakes, though. Don't go too hard on him,"
Tristan added. Tristan didn't know anything about my past, so I didn't blame him for saying that. However, David would not get a second chance with me because he was completely aware and understood how behavior such as that affected me. I had made that clear on more than one occasion. English nudged her husband, but I intervened. "It's okay. You can tell him. He'll understand better if you do." "Fine, but not here and now. That's a discussion for later on," she said. "You two need to go dance and have fun. This is your night." English gave me a piercing look. "You sure you're okay?" "I'm fine. Honestly." They walked off hand in hand. Only Tristan glanced over his shoulder at his brother as they moved away. "What was that all about?" I asked. Stanton chuckled.
"My little brother warned me to steer clear of you."
"Me? Why?" I had no idea Tristan held me in such low esteem. Did he think I had the cooties?
"He didn't want me tarnishing your reputation."
The comment totally threw me. Tarnishing my reputation?
"Yeah. He isn't very impressed with mine. My reputation, that is."
I see. He rubbed his scruff-covered jaw, and Lord help me, I wanted to hop on the man's lap and kiss him, even if he was a jerk. And that was my problem. I always ended up with the jerk. But ogling Stanton, it was difficult not to want the man. If he only knew what was running through my gutter-littered mind, he wouldn't be so concerned about his reputation.
"I don't think you do. Tristan has always been the better man out of the two of us. He invariably took the high road, especially where women were concerned. I can't make that same claim."
In other words, you're saying you're a man-whore? His brows rose, and then he broke out into a booming laugh.
"And you're not one to hold back on words. I wonder how David will react tomorrow.
Not too good, I'm sure, I told him. He won't like what I tell him.
And what will that be?
I leaned forward, placing my elbows on the table. I'm going to tell him we're through. Stanton was shocked.
Really? No second chance at all?
None. And you probably think I'm being a hard ass, but my father was a terrible alcoholic. He did all sorts of awful things to my family. I refuse to put up with that, and David knew about it. Stanton gave me a piercing stare.
You've over-imbibed before, right?
There was zero hint of amusement in his expression. Of course I have. You already know of that one time. I'm not excusing my behavior, but I would never do that at a special event.
Since you're guilty of it too, then why not give him another chance?
How could I explain this without sounding like a prude? 1, I did it at my friend's house and not at her wedding reception. But there's also another entirely different reason. Did you ever see your father beat and berate your mother?
No. My father adored my mother and did anything she asked of him. Don't get me wrong. She was no angel, and not the mother anyone would want. But that's a story for another time.
From as long as I can remember, my father was a vicious drunk. My mom landed in the hospital more than I care to recall. David was aware of how I felt, and knew how awful it was for me. Today was an important day for me. I watched him pound that champagne and warned him not once, but several times to slow down. Only he chose to ignore me. Getting a little tipsy is one thing, but getting drunk to the point of throwing up is unacceptable. David is a 33-year-old man and should have known better, especially considering my feelings on the subject.
Stacy, you sound like a woman who knows what she wants.
I laughed at that. I barely knew anything, especially when it came to men. At one time, I thought I did. That was until my former fiancé cheated on me, and I was oblivious to that fact. He tried to stiff me for the house we bought, as the mortgage was in my name. He'd known all along we wouldn't be getting married, and I was too blind to see through his shenanigans. David had done me a huge favor by seeing to it that said ex was held responsible for his part of the mortgage. Of course, I ended up selling the house, because neither of us wanted it after all. A rueful laugh pushed past my lips. Hardly. I only know what I don't want, and that's a drunk for a boyfriend.
How about we go and dance? I'm a bit lacking in that since I broke my leg, but I can still do a few moves.
He grinned, and it was so sexy I couldn't refuse. Are you going to be an asshole to me out there? David nearly dropped me once tonight, and I don't care for a repeat.
I promise to be on my best behavior.
No more snarky comments? I asked.
None. I swear.
His hands went up in the air, conceding. Okay, but I'm not exactly Twinkle Toes myself.
Then we'll make a great duo.
He held out his hand, and I took it, as we headed to bust some moves. When we got there, the song ended, and the band began playing a slower one. His eyes met mine, and I melted into his arms.
Glad we don't have to do anything fancy, Twinkle Toes.
Laughing, I said, Me too, or else your toes would be bruised.
Pretty sure I could handle it.
We swayed to the rhythm of the music, and the man's arms were heavenly. But hold on. What was happening here? A couple of hours ago, I thought David and I were a thing, and now I was fantasizing about this flaming specimen who was dancing with me. And said Hottie had been a jerk earlier with his comments. This must be because I was feeling sorry for myself. My best friend had found the most spectacular love of her life, and I'd ended up with the puking drunk. Good Lord, I sure knew how to pick 'em. I remember when we were roommates in college, and her boyfriend back then was the biggest loser. I was the one who had the true catch. And now look at me. I'd gone steadily downhill since then. Not anymore. From this moment on, I was no longer going to settle for anything but the very best. I didn't care if that meant I'd end up single for life. Look at Tristan's sister, Ravina. She seemed perfectly happy being single. Why couldn't I? I could find a boy toy or two and get my thrills, but I was not going to sink my heart into anything. Only my lady bits, as they needed attention every now and again. And to be honest, David wasn't exactly a lover extraordinaire. In fact, the first few times we'd slept together were cringeworthy. He'd plucked at me like he was picking blueberries from a bush. I pretty much had to do everything, and then he'd gotten offended. It was a disastrous scenario.
Why so quiet?
Stanton asked. I was only thinking.
Want to share?
No. I felt my face heat. Oh Lord, I hope he couldn't see. That would make it seem I'd been thinking about him, which was only partially true. I could never share with him what a terrible lover David was.
That bad, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Then let's talk about something good. Would you agree to go to dinner with me one night?
Chapter 4. Stanton. Stacy's eyes bugged out at my question, and I almost expected them to roll right on out. It was something I'd wanted to ask, but wasn't sure if she was ready, especially since she'd been exposed to the bosshole side of me. It was easy to bring on this persona as I used it a lot at the office. All her talk about breaking it off with the drunk douche gave me the signal that it was okay, so I went with it. To soften the shock, I said, "Hey, you don't have to answer now. I get that you're sort of in a dilemma with everything that happened tonight, but if you decide you'd like to, then let me know. If not, your loss." She jumped right in and answered,
Yeah, I'm not sure going out with someone as infuriating as you is high on my list.
Me? Infuriating? I chuckled. I'd never been told that by a woman before.
Yes, you. Who else would I be saying that to?
You have to give me some points. At least I'm sober and carrying on a conversation you can understand. She glared at me.
Thanks for the reminder. And you said you weren't going to be an ass.
I'm not being an ass. I'll gladly take credit for that when I am.
Then what do you call yourself now? You're acting pretty arrogant if you ask me.
I spun her around before saying, I don't have an arrogant bone in my body. With that, she took a step away from me. I hated it because I loved the way her body felt against mine.
I've had enough of this dancing thing.
Then she stomped back to the table. But she didn't sit. She glanced around the courtyard and walked off to the bar. I caught up with her there. Sorry about that. I grew up with a sharp tongue. I heard her huff.
You want to know something? I don't care. I won't be the brunt of it, ever. You don't even recognize your assholery.
She did have a point. Holding up both hands, I said, I surrender.
Don't patronize me either.
Sparks shot from her stunning eyes. But this time I wasn't being patronizing. I thought I was being more considerate. I apologize. I didn't intend for that to sound the way it did. I promise to behave. I'm not acting like a jerk now, am I? She leaned back and openly stared.
No, but it's only because I chastised you. However, I'm sure you have a trigger.
Trigger? I played dumb. I enjoyed our banter. She offered up a perfected eye roll which got me chuckling.
Oh, come on, I did not fall off the turnip truck yesterday.
Turnip truck?
Yes, you're Southern. Don't tell me you've never heard that saying.
I grabbed her, twirled her around, and then said, You got me. I know that saying very well. One of my nannies used it all the time.
What are you doing?
enjoying myself with you. I loved dancing with you, so I figured one more spin wouldn't hurt. I offered her my most innocent smile.
We're not dancing anymore.
Who says you can't dance when and where you want? Her head swiveled back and forth, and I knew I was frustrating her with my craziness.
You're really goofy, you know that?
Is that such a terrible thing? She squinted.
I suppose not.
Her index finger popped up.
But you never answered me. What are your triggers?
Without hesitation, I said, men who get shit-faced around their dates. That shut her up as her mouth formed an O. I wanted to press my lips against hers and push my tongue inside. Only this wasn't the time. I had to play my cards perfectly with her, so I played the gentleman, which was not like me. So, Stacy, dinner?
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
She sounded a bit breathy. You sure? I don't want to get in between anything.
There's nothing to get in between. That's done.
She slashed a hand as she spoke the words, and she never looked more beautiful. Excellent. How about next Friday, then?
Sounds like a plan.
We left the bar never ordering a drink and wandered back to our table. We'd only just sat down when the band announced the bride and groom would be leaving momentarily. My little brother Landry and I had arranged for a proper send-off. Follow me. I held out a hand and she took it.
Where are we going?
You'll see. We got to the expansive garage that was capable of housing a dozen cars, and Landry was already there, accompanied by Ravenna and Easton.
Aunt Stacy Bear, look!
We checked out the vintage Rolls-Royce that my dad had bought for my mom years ago. It was decorated with all sorts of things. Tin cans hung off the back and just married signs were stuck on both sides of the vehicle. Landry had ordered them, ensuring they were magnetic. We didn't want to ruin the perfect finish on the car. Pink streamers also hung everywhere, along with some stuffed unicorns, courtesy of Easton. She'd also requested a couple of rainbows, so Landry had ordered 2 rainbow magnetic signs for the doors. It was a good thing this car was the size of a tank with everything we'd plastered on it.
Oh my God, this is great!
Stacy clapped her hands.
Isn't it beautiful?
Easton asked, her hands folded together in glee. I wouldn't call it exactly that. It was more garish than anything, but it satisfied her, so we went with it. Stacy chortled.
It's perfect. You're an excellent decorator, Easton. I know,
Easton beamed. I chuckled at her lack of modesty. That kid sure made me laugh.
Uncle Stanton, are you going to drive them?
No, sweetheart. A chauffeur will be doing that.
What's a chauffeur?
It's a person we hired to drive them.
You mean like Boppy does for me sometimes when he or Mimi pick me up from school?
Well, not exactly, but kind of. Boppy and Mimi, English's parents, were also known as Beck and Sheridan. Her puzzled expression had me explaining further. Boppy and Mimi do it because they love you. A chauffeur does it because he or she gets paid.
Oh, like Mommy pays Aunt Ray sometimes.
Yeah, that's more like it. Ray was English's younger sister. I didn't think she'd like being known as a chauffeur, so I hope Easton didn't call her that. Speak of the devil, Ray and Sheridan appeared, letting us know that English and Tristan were getting ready to make their grand departure. I said to Landry, "You'd better drive the old gal out so the chauffeur can get prepared." He got in the car and cranked her up. It purred like a charm as we watched him pull out. And then all the cans rattled and Easton let out a huge yell and gave a fist pump in the air.
Yay!
She clapped her hands. We followed behind the clinking until we made it to the front circular drive, where a crowd had gathered. Everyone held sparklers which lit up the drive to send off the couple. Easton took the one Ravenna handed her and waved it in the air.
Aunt Ravenna, when I get married, I want to have unicorn sparklers and a big rainbow wedding cake.
Then you shall have them, Ravenna said. She gave Easton everything she asked for. One day Easton was going to ask her for something she couldn't give, and the big disappointment would hit. Everyone started cheering as the couple made their exit from the house. When English spied the car, she broke into a laugh.
I can see who had a hand in the decorating here, she said. Do you like it, Mommy? I love it, my darling. Thank you.
English and Tristan climbed in, and they waved goodbye from the rear window as the car pulled away, cans rattling down the driveway.
Aunt Ravina, do you think we could hang some cans off the horses tomorrow when we go riding? That probably wouldn't be a good idea. It would scare them and we could get hurt. Okay, but maybe some soft unicorns then.
They walked off together and disappeared around the corner. I'm pretty sure Ravina was going to allow Easton to indulge in more cake and kitty cocktails. That kid would be awake all night. Stacy gained my attention by asking,
Would you mind calling me a taxi?
Absolutely not. I'll get one of the security team to drive you home whenever you're ready.
That would be now.
Waves of disappointment rolled over me. I was hoping she would stay a while so we could continue our talk, but it had been a long day. Not a problem. I pulled out my phone and shot a text to the lead team member. He answered immediately. The car will be out front here momentarily.
Oh, then I'd better gather my things from inside.
I can get them for you.
That's fine. I have to pack up a few items,
she explained. I watched as she went into the house and then returned to wait for the car. She was carrying a small bag and her shoes. I glanced at her feet, which were now adorned in flip-flops. More comfortable now? I asked.
You know it.
She wiggled her toes. I never could understand how women wore those high-heeled contraptions. They sure looked sexy, though. The driver opened the back door and she got inside. I'll call you this week so we can firm up our plans for Friday night.
Sounds great. And thank you again, Stanton, for helping me out. By the way, I like you better when you're not being an ass.
I stood there as the car pulled away, wishing she would have stayed. Then I broke out into a laugh.
Chapter 5. Stacy. Had I lost my mind? I'd agreed to go to dinner with tall, dark, and snarky on the spur of the moment, and now I was regretting it. Why did I always go for the jerks? The truth was, if I cared to admit it, I wanted to go out with him. He was a challenge, sort of, with that over-the-top attitude of his. But was it a bright idea to do that so soon after David? And that led me to my other dilemma. David. How was I going to break it off with him? I guess coming right out with the truth was the best. To be honest, after talking to Stanton, I didn't even want to see David again. All I could remember was him throwing up in those stupid bushes. Ugh, that was disgusting. I'd never been so embarrassed in my life. What grown man did that? I sure knew how to pick 'em. But Stanton had brushed it off and made me feel better about things, even with his smart-ass comments. I had to admit, it was sort of fun verbally sparring with him. And after all, I wasn't the one who did the puking. David was. That night, I lay in bed and replayed the entire day in my head. Did I do something to push David to drink? He'd never done that before. But to be fair, my feelings had never run very deep for him. Maybe he'd sensed it. We'd had our share of fun, though nothing spectacular. I suppose I'd told myself things were great between us because I'd hit the age where everyone seemed to be getting married. When you tell yourself the same story over and over, you began to believe it. And that was just plain stupid and not fair to him. You can't make yourself fall in love with someone. Clearly, I was not in love with David. Sleep claimed me, and I awoke with a start as my phone rang. I picked the annoying device off the nightstand and saw that it was David calling. He was not the person I wanted to speak with right now, but it was best to get this over. Hey.
Stacy, what happened last night? How did I get home?
There was an urgency in his tone. You mean after you got hammered from pounding the champagne and throwing up in the hedges?
Say what? I did that?
Yes, David, you did. I warned you more than once about the champagne, but you blew me off.
Ugh. Yeah, I remember that now.
Isn't that wonderful? My snarky tone should have conveyed how I felt, and it did.
Look, I know you're pissed off at me.
Pissed off? Not even close to how I felt last night. You can add disappointed and humiliated to that list.
I'm sorry. I can imagine how you felt.
Can you? I doubt it. You knew how important yesterday was, but you chose to ignore that. You also knew how much I despise seeing someone that intoxicated at a special event like that.
Yeah, but I can explain.
Oh?
I forgot to eat before the reception.
And that had to be the lamest excuse I'd ever heard. If he'd forgotten to eat, then why drink at all until he did? Eat, that is. There was food everywhere, and I told him so.
When we got there, I guess I got caught up in all the excitement.
David, you're a grown man, and if you can't manage a simple thing such as that, you have bigger problems than getting drunk. And on that note, it's time we called it quits.
Wait, you're breaking up with me because I drank a little too much? That's absurd.
You didn't just drink a little too much. You were plastered and had to be carried out and driven home. Besides, you know how I feel about that. If my feelings meant so little to you, then this relationship wasn't really worth it to begin with.
No, that's not true at all. Your feelings mean a lot. You mean a lot.
I disagree. Had the shoe been on the other foot, I would never have done the same. Yes, I've had too much alcohol at one time or another, but not at an event that meant a lot to the person I was with. You made a complete fool out of both of us.
Maybe if you hadn't spent so much time dancing with that little shit Easton, I wouldn't have had to drink so much.
His rough tone raised my hackles even more. And there it was. He was blaming me because I ended up on the dance floor with a 7-year-old. His excuse was laughable, except it angered me when he called Easton a little shit. She was anything but. Isn't that a mature thing to say? Easton is not a little shit. She's a smart, witty, adorable kid who loves to have fun. It's time for this conversation to end.
Wait. I need my things.
What things?
You have my leaf blower, and I left a sweater at your place. Oh, and a toothbrush.
He wanted his toothbrush back? Oh my God. Fine. You can pick them up anytime. They'll be on the front porch. I ended the call with a sigh. A part of me wished he was here so I could punch him for saying those things about Easton. I'd known that child since she was born, and she'd never done a mean or underhanded thing in her life. I stiffened my spine and made the decision to move on. David was not throwing a rock in the middle of my road, and his opinion of Easton didn't matter. If he wanted to act like the douche he was, then fine. He could do it with another woman. Just so I wouldn't dwell on what happened last night, I busied myself with chores. The house needed cleaning, which I had thoroughly neglected these past few weeks, and I was close to running out of clean underwear. Laundry was one of those things I didn't mind. The scent of clean clothes usually spurred me into motion. House cleaning, on the other hand, was not my jam. I prayed for the day I could afford someone to come in and do that. I'd been with the law firm for over a year now, and they were doling out more responsibility to me. They'd told me countless times I was a valuable member of their team, so I hoped a raise was on the horizon. My arms were full of dirty clothes as I went to stuff a load in the washer when my phone rang again. After my arms were free, I looked to see it was David. Should I let it go to voicemail? I wasn't in the mood to deal with him now. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the front door. I checked the peephole, and there he stood. Damn it, I should have answered his call. I couldn't pretend I wasn't home because my car sat in the driveway. I composed myself and swung the door open.
Hi, I've come to get my things. They weren't on the porch.
Geez, David, I've barely gotten out of bed since we talked. The man looked terrible. Bloodshot eyes and unkempt clothing told me he hadn't taken a shower yet. He was normally so put together, but not today. I was pretty sure his head clanged like a bell, because he was squinting something fierce and rubbed his temples.
Can I please come in?
By all means. I moved aside, allowing him room to pass. Then he sat on the couch, but it was more like he fell onto it. Hold on and I'll gather your things. I quickly found his toothbrush and sweater, then went to the small storage shed in the backyard and found the leaf blower. When I came back inside, he was snoring. David! I kicked his foot. Here are your things. You need to go home. He blinked a half-dozen times, and I got the feeling he was trying to recollect how he got here. Have you been drinking this morning?
Yeah, I had a beer. You know, the hair of the dog.
You'd better get home then. I don't want you crashing here.
Why not? I won't bother you.
He pouted like a kid. No, and that's the end of it. If you aren't capable of driving, I'll call a cab or an Uber for you. His watery eyes narrowed.
You sure have turned into a bitch overnight.
Whoa, that was uncalled for. I didn't turn into a bitch. You disrespected me and made an ass out of both of us. Now, please leave. I walked outside, carrying his precious items, in the hopes he'd follow. Then I put them in the driveway. When I turned around, I was alone. Fury rolled in and had me marching back inside. David, out now! My arm extended, pointing to the door.
Ugh, calm down.
I want you to leave, and if you don't, I'll call the police. He laughed. The ass laughed.
That won't work. Remember, I'm friends with everyone down there.
That doesn't matter when you're breaking the law, I reminded him.
What law? You opened the door and let me in.
While that may be true, I'm now asking you to leave these premises. And if you don't, I will call. The phone was in my hand, and I was prepared to make the call if necessary.
Fine,
he snapped.
Be that way.
What way? All I asked was for him to leave, and he wanted to sleep on my couch. He slowly rose to his feet and went to the door.
Of everyone I know, you're the last one I expected to treat me this way.
I didn't respond because that would mean another verbal clash. He finally stepped outside, and I closed and locked the door behind him. I was so happy I'd never given him a key. It wasn't until I heard his tires squeal as he drove away that I breathed a sigh. I sat where he'd been and realized I was shaking. My phone rang again, and I was going to ignore it, but something made me look. It was an unknown caller, so I let it go to voicemail. I took out my David frustrations in cleaning. Every corner was mopped, dusted, or scrubbed until it gleamed. When I was done, I showered, and afterward I remembered the phone call. There was a message, and when I heard his voice, I grinned. Stanton had called and left me the voicemail.
Chapter 6. Stanton. With Stacy gone, I called it a night. The party held no interest for me any longer. The problem was sleep evaded me. No matter how many times I punched the pillow, there was no getting comfortable. I got up and paced, then read a book. As drowsiness hit, I tried again, but my eyelids kept popping open. This was extremely unusual for me, as I wasn't one to suffer from insomnia. Why was it every time my eyes closed, a vision of an auburn-haired beauty crept in? Try as I might, it refused to leave. Was I destined to focus on her until I got her out of my system? And what would that take? A quick fuck? A long, slow roll in the sack? Whatever it was, I had a bad feeling about it. I wasn't anyone's hero. To the contrary, I was more the villain. I discarded women like gum wrappers. But not last night. I'd ridden in on the proverbial stallion, ready to make her night a better one and save her from the clutches of her drunk boyfriend. Or former boyfriend. And I even had fun being an ass on purpose. What if she changed her mind about him in the morning? Realized he'd made a mistake and chose to give him another chance. Knowing him, though I really didn't, he'd crawl back to her with his tail tucked between his legs. Well, fuck my life. That was the wrong idea to light bulb my brain. It was already pinging with neurotransmitters keeping me awake, and my stupid ass had to pull that thought up. The only thing left was to call her in the morning and check. If she'd relented and taken him back, then I'd have no choice but to move on. I'd never made a fool of myself for a woman before, and I wouldn't start now. This was the first time since my accident I prayed for the sun to rise. I thought back to those horrible days and how I'd processed everything. I'd hated the darkness. It had consumed me body and soul. Guilt still stuck to me like glue. Unrelenting and unforgiving. The sounds of shattering glass and crunching steel would awaken me at night, and I'd be covered in sweat, shaking from those terrifying nightmares. That awful cycle didn't stop until it was discovered my car had been tampered with, and the crash wasn't in any way my fault. My guilt was never absolved, because when you're the one behind the wheel, you always bear the responsibility. Eventually, I was able to come to grips somewhat with what had happened. Those days of driving fast were over. I was now cautious and watchful when I drove. And now here I sat watching the horizon for some sign of light. My room became oppressive, so I dressed and took a walk on the estate grounds. The massive courtyard was now empty and cleaned, every sign of the party being swept away. My feet carried me to the stables where the horses were stalled. It reminded me of Easton in here. She loved to ride. Ravina and Landry, my youngest brother, were the horse aficionados in the family. Tristan and I never much cared for it. I paid close attention to each of the dozen horses we kept, and they were all strong and healthy. Then I left and continued my walk of the grounds, something I hadn't done in ages. There was a large pond on the property where Tristan and I would escape from our nannies and go fishing. We were terrible at it, never catching a thing, but those were great bonding days from our youth. The pond held great memories for me. The two of us clung together like vines. We were each other's lifelines. Our mother didn't give a damn about us, and our father was away all the time on business. Enough about that. I circled back toward the house at the first light of day and ended up in the kitchen. The staff had already stirred and coffee was on. I grabbed a cup and went to the office to get a little work done. The thing about work, it took my focus off of the accident, and time flew when I was in the office. When I glanced at my phone, it was late morning and I was starving. A trip to the kitchen had my belly full in no time. Since it wasn't early, I went to call Stacy, only I realized I'd never gotten her number last night. A quick text to Ravina solved that problem. She immediately called, "Why do you want Stacy's number?" Her question was curt. To call her, of course. "Not a chance. She's dating someone." "Not after last night, she isn't." I explained what happened.
"He did what? I can't believe I missed that."
"Be glad you did. The guy acted like an idiot."
"Okay. You can have it as long as you're not sweeping in to steal her away from him. I guess it's okay to share it."
She texted me Stacy's contact information. English had given it to her long ago in case of an emergency if she couldn't find anyone to help with Easton. Stacy was her usual go-to person. When I phoned Stacy, it went to voicemail, so I left a message in hopes she'd call me right back. Those hopes were dashed when I didn't hear from her. This wasn't something I was used to. so I busied myself with work again, until a little girl bounced into the office.
Uncle Stanton, you gotta come and ride horses with us.
Landry walked in behind her, and then Raveena. I'm sorry, Princess, I can't ride. Remember my knee?
I can kiss it and it'll be better. Besides, you never come.
Her little pout made me want to chuckle.
You can ride Mouse. She only walks,
Raveena suggested.
Or do you have other plans?
She waggled her brows at me. No other plans, but it's been a long time since I've sat on a horse. Easton grabbed my hand and pulled.
Come on, I'll show you how.
I pushed to my feet and said, Okay, but I have to change shoes first. I'll meet you in the stables. I knew I'd regret this tomorrow when my ass would be sore as hell. The only thing I needed were my riding boots, so I pulled them on and was glad they still fit. How long had it been since I'd worn these? 10 years at least. When I arrived at the stables, they were ready, and little Mouse was saddled. Are you sure she can hold me? I asked. She looks like a Shetland, she's so small. Just get in the saddle, Landry said. One of the grooms held the reins while I mounted her. She never budged. Then he handed me the reins and off we went. I stayed in the back as we walked, with Landry in the lead, Easton next, Raveena, and then me. We headed toward the woods where there were plenty of trails. Easton chatted non-stop as we went, talking about how much fun she had the previous night.
Raveena, I want to be a princess when I grow up. You already are. You're my princess,
my sister answered. Mine too, I said.
I'm your princess, Uncle Stanton?
Of course. Why do you think I always call you that?
'Cause you like the word?
Nope. Because you're my princess.
Yay!
She yelled. She pumped a fisted hand into the air. An hour later, my ass was screaming with pain. How had I forgotten the intense soreness you could get from a saddle? Why had I agreed to this? I squirmed and twitched in the seat, but comfort was nowhere to be found. Hey, can we take a break? I called out from the back. Landry stopped and turned his horse to face us. Already? Yeah, I haven't ridden in ages. Then he and Raveena guffawed. Easton was clearly puzzled as she frowned.
What's so funny?
Uncle Stanton's butt hurts.
Why? Because he's not used to sitting in a saddle, Raveena said. My butt doesn't hurt, and Uncle Landry, you're supposed to say bottom, not butt,
Easton scolded.
Mommy would get mad at you for saying that.
Right, but you said it too. Easton covered her mouth.
Oops.
Then she giggled. He's right. It'll take an hour to get back, and I want to put Easton through some exercises in the ring too, Landry said. We took a water break, and then I hinted at going home. I watched Landry help Easton down. It was more like she leaned over and fell into his arms as they both laughed. Raveena pulled out the water, and we all drank our share. When it was time to get back in the saddle, I cringed, then winced. Tomorrow would be brutal. Lead us home, big bro, Landry called out. Every step Mouse took was like 2 knives shooting through my ass and thighs. I needed to get into better shape. This was ridiculous. I wasn't paying attention because Mouse knew the way back to the stables, as many horses did. We were about halfway there, going through a field, when she reared up. It took me unaware, and my loose hold on the reins did no good to control her. She reared again, and I lost the reins completely that time. The third time I lost my seat and crashed to the ground, my breath whooshing out of my lungs. When I regained my senses, it was apparent where the horse reared. There was a copperhead next to us, and unfortunately, I had the rotten luck to land right next to it. Don't move. It was Landry who spoke. I was still addled, but knew enough to listen. Mouse refused to calm down, and that's when the damn snake struck. It got me in the hand, and at first I thought it wasn't so bad. That was until the venom hit. Searing pain tore through my arm as I tried to stand. Another thing got my attention at that point. My other arm hurt like a mother, because I'd landed on it awkwardly. I prayed it wasn't broken. That would be all I'd need. Raveena, help me get him on the horse. We need to get him to the hospital. Landry carried a rifle with him and shot the snake. I jumped at the sound as I didn't know he was going to shoot. Piercing agony infused me and I didn't know which way to turn. They held me to my feet and Landry ordered me to put a foot in his cupped hand. I was too dazed to argue, so I went along with it. Once in the saddle, Ravina grabbed the reins, telling me to hold on, and we took off in a gallop. This time my ass didn't bother me much. My hand and arm stole the show. I ground my teeth and prayed I wouldn't fall off because gripping the saddle horn was near torture. The circular drive came into view, and I wanted to throw up from the pain. Lightheadedness took over, but I was aware of getting into the car. Ravina was behind the wheel, and she was usually a careful driver, but not this time. "Don't kill us on the way." "He speaks," she said, injecting a bit of lightheartedness into her tone. "Yeah," I groaned, "but I want to get there in one piece." "I promised to do that." My head dropped back as I shut my eyes. As we made it around each curve, another moan escaped me as pain continued to rip through me. Any tiny movement was torment. We finally made it to the ER entrance. "Don't move. I'll be right back." My sister dashed out of the car and disappeared inside the sliding doors. She came back, followed by 2 people pushing a gurney. They loaded me onto it and wheeled me inside. The first thing they did was draw blood. The doctor came in and asked about the snake. "Hi, I'm Dr. McBride. You're positive it was a copperhead?" "Yes, I was eye to eye with the thing." My sister came through with a picture she'd taken that I was unaware of. The doc examined it and said, "That's definitely a copperhead. We need to know for antivenom purposes. So here's what we do. We'll give you something for the pain and observe you for about 12 hours. The risk with copperhead bites is not death but allergic responses like anaphylaxis or compartment syndrome." And then the nurse came in and pushed something into my IV. Within seconds, the pain eased. "If we find you aren't allergic or don't get compartment syndrome, you go home. I might add that compartment syndrome is relatively rare." "What about my other arm?" I cradled them both against me. "That's another story. We'll need to get an X-ray to see what's going on there." "Another question. What's compartment syndrome?" I asked. "Simply put, it's when your tissue swells beyond what the fascia can handle." "And if I get it?" "We give you the antivenom and observe you. If it doesn't act quickly enough, we may have to do surgery. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you." I nodded. Someone came into the small room pushing a machine. "Hi, I'm Alex, the X-ray tech, and I'm going to take a few X-rays of your arm." Unfortunately for me, he had to move it, which made me wince. I acted like a pussy. After several pictures, he was finished. "We should have these results pretty fast." Ravina sat next to the bed and was gabbing about something when I began tingling all over. Then my throat itched, and I got nauseous. "I'm not feeling so good." "Of course you're not. You've been bitten by a snake and your arm is messed up." "No, Ravina, my throat feels weird, like it's tightening up or something." She scrambled out of the room and returned with the medical team in her wake. The doctor examined my throat, then declared I was having an allergic response. A nurse shoved something into my IV again, and someone else asked, "Do we need to initiate airway management?" "Not yet. Give the epinephrine a minute, but looks like it's time to run in some antivenom." One of the nurses left and returned saying, "The pharmacy is on it," and left. Everyone kept asking me how I felt. My pat response was, "Not too good." Not much later, the nurse returned with an IV bag, hooked it into my line, and it ran into my vein. The medical team never left, so I asked, "How long does this take?" The main doctor answered, "Not long. What we're watching for is airway improvement. We should see it soon." The weird tingling is getting better. It stopped spreading up and down my arm. That's a positive sign. About a half hour later, my throat felt much better, and I relayed the information to the nurse who had stayed behind. The doctor returned again and said, "Looks like you responded. We'll watch you until all symptoms resolve, and then you'll get another dose. And by the way, you have a sprained shoulder. Nothing is broken, so that's good. It should feel better in a week or so." That was good news, as I'd expected worse. Dr. McBride left, and I told Ravina to go home. "I will not. What if they release you?" "They won't. I'll be admitted." As if on cue, a nurse came in and said,
Mr. Baines, we're waiting for your room. As soon as it's ready, we'll transfer you.
When she was gone, I said to Ravina, "See?
Now I need to go home and pack a bag for you."
That would be great, but don't come back until the morning. It's pretty useless for you to just hang around here." She frowned.
Why is sitting with my brother considered useless to you?
"Not to me, to you."
One day you may have to return the favor.
She eyed me as though I was a broken-down old car. "Your choice." Dr. McBride came back in with a sling from my shoulder that attached to my wrist. "You've had one hell of a day. This will help with the pain while the sprain heals." "Thanks. Do I wear it all the time?" "Only until it starts to feel better. Then it's up to you how much you need it. I'll order some more pain medication for you, too." He walked out, and I said to my sister, "Remind me never to go riding again." She cracked up.
And here I thought the only thing you'd end up with would be a sore ass.
"I wish. As the saying goes, if it weren't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all." My favorite nurse returned.
I have some more happy juice for you,
she said with a grin. "Is it fairy dust that will magically heal everything?" I asked.
Wouldn't that be nice?
She popped whatever was in the 2 syringes into my IV, and I immediately got loopy. "Wow, that worked fast." Then I laughed. "I feel so much better." I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, Ravina was gone. My arm felt a lot better. The sling, along with the pain medication, had helped. Then a new person came in and said, "Hi, ready to go check into your hotel room?" He laughed, thinking he was funny. He wasn't, but I nodded anyway. Once I was settled in my new bed, which was uncomfortable as hell, I thought I'd nap. But no, everyone on the floor came in to do something. Take my vitals, check my IV, ask me a gazillion questions. I was beyond annoyed. By the time they left, grumpy Stanton was here to stay. Then my phone rang. Talking was the last thing I wanted to do. "Hello?" I said, sounding grouchy as fuck.
Well, hello there. It sounds like someone is in a very bad mood. Should I call back?
"Who the fuck is this?"
It's Stacy. I'm sorry I disturbed you, but I saw you called."
Jesus, fuck my life. "Stacy, I'm so sorry. This has been a shit day, and I didn't mean to sound like that."
What's going on?
"Oh, nothing other than getting thrown from my horse, bitten by a copperhead, spraining my shoulder, and ending up in the hospital."
Chapter 7. Stacy. It took me several seconds to digest what Stanton said. "Did you say—"
Yes, it really happened.
"That's unbelievable. I'm so sorry."
Join the crowd. I also had an allergic reaction to the snake venom, so they had to give me anti-venom. I think it made me a grouch, not to mention everyone is poking at me.
Stanton, you have every reason to be a grouch, but I'm glad you're going to be okay. You could have been killed. He huffed out a breath into the phone.
Seems like that's getting to be a common theme for me.
Do you need anything? I can bring you dinner.
You know something? I am hungry, but don't want to impose.
No imposition at all. Just tell me what you want and which hospital you're in. He gave me the necessary information, and I got going. I wasn't dressed and needed a shower, so I took a quickie and threw on some clothes. Then I was out the door. I'd ordered his pizza beforehand, so it was ready when I got there. The hospital wasn't that far, and when I arrived, I was surprised to see he was in the Baines private wing. But, of course, he would be, since he was a Baines. I checked in at the desk and had been cleared as a visitor. This part of the hospital was private, and not just anyone could get up here. His door was closed, so I knocked, and when I heard his voice, I went in. "Hey, delivery pizza at your service."
You are so kind.
He wiggled around in bed, changing positions. Even after going through such a horrendous day, he still was beautiful. I brought plates and napkins.
Great. I'm so glad you're going to eat with me. I'm a lonely guy up here.
I shook my head. Sure you are. I imagine all the nurses are ignoring your pleas for help.
How did you know?
I shrugged. Nurses can be that way. I handed him a plate with 2 large pieces of pepperoni pizza on it. He winced as he took it. Do you need help with that?
I've got it. Thanks.
He took a bite and hummed his delight.
This is the best. Thank you.
How about something to drink?
Sure. The nurses can bring something in.
I'll go ask. What do you want?
Just a cola.
I went to retrieve one for him, and when I got back, his plate was empty. Damn, someone was hungry.
Told ya.
I poured him the drink and refilled his empty plate, then grabbed a piece for me. As I was eating, the door opened and Landry came in.
Hey, big bro, how's it going?
When he noticed me, he said,
Oh, I didn't know you had company. I can leave.
Why would you do that? I asked.
Yeah, grab a seat. Stacy was kind enough to bring me dinner.
Landry's eyes bounced back and forth between Stanton and me. Then he grabbed a chair and sat.
Ravina filled me in on everything. Sounds like it was a close call. I was in good hands, but I'm glad I was here. When I started having trouble breathing, it scared the shit out of me. I can't imagine and don't want to.
Landry frowned.
I knew coppers could be bad, but didn't know about that part. From now on, I'll have to carry an EpiPen when I'm out and about, in case I ever get bitten again. The doc said it could be worse if it happens again. Hey, don't worry about me ever shaming you into riding again.
Then Landry chuckled.
All I thought would happen was you getting a sore ass. Agreed.
I'd been silent up until now, but I interjected. I just can't believe this happened, and a sprained shoulder, too.
Hey, I'm alive, and I can get by with this.
Stanton held up the bandage-covered hand. After some small talk, Landry left. He'd come to see if Stanton needed anything, and brought him some clothes and toiletries.
Thanks for coming and bringing my stuff. I appreciate it. It was the least I could do. Oh, and your little princess told me to give you a kiss for her, but I think I'll let Stacy handle that.
He waggled his brows and left.
Well?
Stanton asked. Well, what?
Don't I get my kiss?
Oh, sure. I stood, leaned over him, and gave him a light peck on the cheek.
You sure know how to disappoint a guy.
He reached out and took a hold of me.
I'm pretty sure after enduring such an awful day, I deserve more than that.
His eyes begged for more. I dipped down and pressed my lip to his. What was supposed to have been a quick kiss turned into something much more. His hand went to my neck, and when his tongue pressed through the seam of my lips, I sighed. We kissed like 2 young kids, until we heard someone clear their throat. The sound startled me, and I jerked away from him, turning toward it to see a nurse standing there.
Can I help you?
Stanton asked. I think I'm here to help you, although it looks like you're in capable hands. She carried a plastic IV bag and some other items. It's time for your next dose of the anti-venin. She was very efficient as she hooked the bag up to his IV. Then she asked, How's your pain level from 1 to 10?
It's about a 7 now. It's mostly my hand and arm.
I'll be back with something. When she did, it was with a syringe that she injected into his IV. That should do the trick. Hit the button if you need us.
Thanks. I will.
Stanton took my hand and said,
You may want to leave. I already feel that pain medication.
His eyelids fluttered as he made a feeble attempt to keep them open. Okay, sleepyhead. Get some rest and call me in the morning.
Thank you, Stacy.
Then he was out. Dang, that stuff worked fast. But I was glad. Pain sucked in any form, and he'd had his share of it today. I was walking to my car when the phone buzzed. Thinking it might be Stanton again, I answered it quickly while I opened the car door. "Hello?"
"Where the fuck are you?"
a nasty-sounding voice asked. It was David. Damn it, I should have learned my lesson earlier today. "That is none of your business."
"I'm at your house, and you're not here."
"David, we are finished. It's over. Now leave me alone."
"Let me tell you something. It's not over until I say it's over, and that won't be until one of us is dead."
Did he actually say that? Threatening someone should never be taken lightly. And if he meant it, was he going to become one of those batshit crazy stalkers? I needed to put an end to this right now. "That's where you're wrong. Leave the premises immediately."
"Or what?"
"Or you'll find out." I ended the call and sat in the parking lot. With English out of the country, I didn't know what to do or where to go. He'd picked a perfect time to strike. The phone rang again, but I didn't answer it. He was calling me back, and I let it go to voicemail. My only option was to go to English's parents. I knew them very well, and maybe they would suggest something. By the time I pulled into their driveway, David had called 8 times, and I was trembling. Thinking about him at my house and stalking me had put me into a frenzy. I jumped out of the car and ran to the door, ringing the bell and knocking frantically. Beck opened it and said,
"Stacy, what's wrong?"
Blindly I pushed past him and didn't stop until I hit the back of the house, which was the kitchen. My hand covered my mouth as I continued to shake. Beck called out for his wife, Sheridan, and she came to the kitchen.
"Stacy, what's going on?"
Beck asked again. I took a deep breath and launched into my stalker story. Chapter 8. Stacy.
"Slow down. I can't follow you,"
Beck said. Sheridan came up next to me and put her arm around my shoulders. "It's okay. You're safe here." That was when I lost it. I turned into her embrace and sobbed. What was wrong with me? Every emotion tumbled out in the form of a watery mess. She walked me to the couch, where we both sat down. Then Beck shoved a glass into my hand.
"Drink."
I took a huge slug of whatever was in the glass and choked as the amber liquid burned a trail from my esophagus into my gut.
"What is this?"
I wheezed.
"Bourbon, but I didn't expect you to guzzle it like that,"
he chuckled. "Man, I'm on fire," Beck said.
"Well, at least it pulled you out of that crying jag. Now maybe you can tell us what's going on, and start from the beginning."
I set the glass down, clenched my hands together, and told them about David. Beck rubbed his face.
"What is it with you girls? Between you and English, I'm going to be an old man in no time."
"I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come here and dumped this on you."
"You absolutely should have come here,"
he said sternly. "Of course you should have," Sheridan said. Beck squatted in front of me and took my hands. As I looked into his eyes, I felt I was staring into my best friend's. They were identical in shape, size, and color. It gave me an odd sense of comfort.
"Listen to me, Stacy. I'm going to take you home, and you're going to pack some bags. You'll stay with us for a few days or so, until we can get this sorted out."
Okay. I don't want to be an imposition, though. Are you crazy? After everything you've done over the years for English and Easton, this is the least we can do. You can stay in the studio apartment, so you'll have your privacy and your own entrance into the garage. Sheridan hugged me after she stopped speaking. I don't know how to thank you.
"I do,"
Beck said, standing.
You'll let me hire someone to put a state-of-the-art security system at your home. The same kind English has. I won't take no for an answer.
He pierced me with his gaze, and I found myself agreeing to it. His arm extended, and I took his hand.
Let's go. If that jerk shows up while I'm there, he'll think twice about bothering you.
Are you sure you want to do this? I asked, giving them a chance to back out.
No question about it. Come on, I'll drive you.
We got into Beck's SUV and went to my house. That's when I saw the note on the door and the chipped wood by the door handle. As I was reaching for it, Beck said,
"Don't touch it. I'm calling the police."
Then he snapped some pictures of it and the door. The note contained the words,
"I'll be back, and you'd better be here, or else."
The police arrived and questioned me. They knew David from his work with the DA's office.
"Ms. Copeland, are you positive this was him?"
"Yes. I was here the first time he confronted me." Beck stepped in.
"I've known Stacy for at least 10 years now, and she wouldn't lie about this. She's an upstanding citizen. But she showed up at my home, frightened out of her wits. This man threatened her, and you really ought to take this seriously. It's obvious there was an attempt to break into her home. Sir, I understand, but it doesn't sound like the man we know."
I frowned. You know, that's exactly what he said if I called the police. He said you'd never take me seriously because of his relationship with you. The officer shuffled his feet.
"Ma'am, we take every case seriously, no matter who it is."
Then why aren't you taking this seriously? I practically screamed the question at him.
1, we have no proof it was him. And 2, we can brush for fingerprints, but my guess is he's not in the system.
Can't you bring him in and check his prints for a match? I asked.
Not unless we have cause, and this doesn't give us cause.
Beck tapped my arm.
Let it go for now, Stacy. If he's intent on breaking in, he'll succeed, and then they'll have something to go on.
Yeah, after I'm dead. After the cops left, Beck said,
I'm calling that security company. They'll install cameras everywhere. We'll get him, and you won't be here for him to cause you any harm.
We went inside and I packed my things while Beck made the call. When I finished, I had 3 suitcases and several hanging bags of clothes, as I had no idea how long I'd be gone. I hope this isn't too much.
It's fine because we don't know how long you'll be away. Do you mind waiting around? My contact is headed over here now to see what he can get going for you.
Wow, that was quick.
He's great. He handles the security at my business too.
While we waited, I emptied the refrigerator of things that were sure to spoil during my absence. By the time I'd finished, Jimmy was here. Beck introduced us, and he checked out the place. When he was finished, he recommended cameras, a cloud link, as well as a 30-day access to recordings of the video. We walked the perimeter of my property, as well as the house. He pointed out where the best locations for all the cameras would be. Will these be noticeable?
We can use the small ones, but if someone is looking for them, they'll be able to find them.
Are there any hidden ones? I'm afraid he'll see them and smash them.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll have to use more than I'd originally planned.
We went around the yard and house again, and he pointed to where the optimal locations would be.
Given their smaller size and the fact that their range isn't as great, here are my recommendations.
I was introduced to complete sticker shock. This would cost over $7,000. Beck grabbed the sheet out of my hands.
Do it, Jimmy. As soon as you can. We want to catch this asshole. And put as many cameras out as you think you need. I don't care how much it costs. Her safety is more important than the dollar.
We went back inside, and Beck signed the contract. They would start on it in the morning. "How long will this take?" I asked.
A couple of hours for the installation of the cameras, and then a couple more for the online parts. We'll be done by tomorrow. You'll even have an app you'll be able to watch to see everything."
"That's great. I don't want him to know I'm getting this if he happens to drive by. Can your team park in the garage?" Jimmy smiled.
"We can, but we don't have any vans with glaring logos on them. My men work out of their own cars and will come together, so there will only be one car in your driveway. One question. Do you have a ladder?"
"Sure, in the garage."
"Do you mind if I see it?"
I showed him, and he said it would be fine for his men, if it was okay with me for them to use it. I agreed. We shook hands, and he left. "I'll pay you back, even though it'll be a little at a time."
"Stacy, this is a gift from me. I won't accept your money. End of story."
It wasn't. I would pay Beck back some way. This was much more than any gift I could accept.
Chapter 9. Stanton.
"Good morning, Mr. Baines,"
A cheerful voice said.
"Time to take your vitals, and I think you get to go home today."
I wanted to roll over and go back to sleep.
"That bad, huh? And here I thought you'd be happy about that news."
Yeah, especially since it's almost impossible to sleep here. Each time I fell asleep, I got woken up to have my blood pressure or temperature taken.
"I know, but just think, you'll be in your own bed soon."
Thank the Lord for small favors. When do I get to leave?
"As soon as your doctor sees you and signs off."
The nurse finished up her duties and left. I got up and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Then I checked the time to see it was only 6 in the morning. No wonder I was so cranky. I'd only gotten a couple of hours of sleep. I climbed back into bed and conked out. The next time I awoke, it was to the voice of my doctor. "Mr. Baines, you're headed home today. All your labs look great, so there's no need to keep you any longer. I'm sending you home with a couple of prescriptions, and as soon as I complete the paperwork and they bring you the prescriptions, you'll be free to leave." "Thank you. Oh, one other thing. Follow up with your regular doctor in the next couple of weeks." "Thanks, I will." With a nod, the doctor strode out of the room, the pockets of his white lab coat stuffed with papers he'd written on. How did he ever keep up with that? He also carried an iPad, so no telling all the items he had listed in there, too. Breakfast arrived not much long after, and it looked edible, but after one bite, I gave up. The rubbery consistency of the eggs was a complete turnoff. Since I was leaving, I decided to wait on eating. I called Landry. He was already working in the office. "Hey, little bro, can you or Ravina pick me up this morning? I'm breaking out of this joint today." "I was just getting ready to check on you, but didn't want to wake you." I laughed and said, "That's a joke. There's no sleeping in this place." "Too bad. Well, you can take a long nap when you get home. But yeah, I can come. I think Ravina is still asleep." "Thanks. Wait about an hour. I don't want you to have to just sit around. They're supposed to be sending up some medication or something." "Fine. See you in a bit." When Landry arrived, I was all set to go. The nurse came with a wheelchair, which I refused adamantly. "Sir, you're on pain medication." "Maybe, but I'm not falling down or incapacitated. I can walk just fine." I put my foot down on this. I would not be treated as an invalid. "Then I'll have to push the chair along with you as you walk." "Fine by me," I answered. As long as my ass wasn't planted in the thing, I didn't care. We arrived at the entrance where the circular drive was. Landry went to pull up his car and drove it around where I loaded up. Then we were off. "Please, can you stop somewhere so I can get some food? I am starving." He pulled into the first drive-thru, and I ordered 2 sausage and egg biscuits, hash browns, and coffee. Everything was delicious. "Damn, from the sounds you're making over there, you haven't had food that good in your whole life." "Feels like it. I ate dinner last night, but the breakfast they brought in this morning was awful." I took another bite of my biscuit. "Remember those biscuits we used to fight over as kids?" Landry cleared his throat. No. You and Tristan fought over them. I always lost because you two were bigger and stronger than me. That's right. But you got one at least. Half the time you'd snatch it out of my hand. You were a biscuit bully. He laughed. It's why you still love them today. You're probably right. I do love biscuits. They're so damn good. Landry gave me a quick glance. So, big bro, what's up between you and Stacy? I shrugged, not wanting to give anything away. What do you mean?
Seriously, I get there last night and she's sitting next to the bed and you're eyeing her like you want to gobble her up instead of the pizza she brought?
I said I was hungry.
Landry laughed. Yeah, for food, not pussy.
Stop. Don't talk about her like that. He took notice of the anger at his choice of words.
Oh man, you're not going down that road, are you?
What road?
Stanton, don't play dumb with me. You know damn well what road. What happens if things get ugly between you two and don't work out? Have you thought about that?
I hadn't, but wouldn't give him that satisfaction. Stop worrying about it. We're just friends.
Friends don't look at each other the way you looked at her. I'm just saying. If things go south for you two, not only do you have Tristan to contend with, you'll also have Easton. That child adores her Aunt Stacy Bear.
Okay, I hear you.
But do you?
My intentions with her are honorable.
Honorable? What the hell does that mean?
He glanced my way. Damn, Landry, do I have to spell it out for you? And keep your fucking eyes on the road. His head jerked back so he could drive and not crash the car. I'd been through that once and it was enough for me. In a softer tone, I went on. I'm not going to do anything with Stacy that isn't above board. I respect her too much for that. Are you satisfied?
More like shocked. You aren't that kind of guy.
Yeah, well, maybe it was because I hadn't met the right one. His gaze swung back to me.
Say what?
Would you please watch the road?
Okay, but really, Stanton, this isn't like you.
I shrugged because it was true. It was totally out of character for me. I know, but Stacy is different. She's not an airhead and is... My voice trailed off. What exactly was she?
She's like English.
I laughed. You're right, but I hadn't thought of that. She's smart, level-headed, and doesn't care about money like most women do.
Did she tell you that?
She didn't have to. I could tell from the things she said.
Okay, but if she's smart as you say, maybe she's hiding that part of her nature.
Not a chance. She's not deceitful. The way she is with Easton and how she reacted to that douche of a boyfriend of hers, I know it.
I'm not trying to dissuade you from seeing her. I only want to point out what's important,
Landry said. We finally arrived at home and I was thankful. It meant an end to this conversation. Landry, I appreciate your concern, but I swear I'm not out to ruin her. Stacy is different from any other woman I've been involved with, and I intend to show you and everyone else that.
Good to know. I'll carry your bag in.
Thanks. Both of my arms were still extremely sore, so I was happy to relinquish that duty to Landry. Once I was settled in my room, I called Stacy, but it went to her voicemail. I left her a brief message, but also sent her a text. A few minutes passed before she called.
Hey, are you home yet?
I am. Landry picked me up. How are you?
I've been better.
Then she explained what her ex-douche had done. You should stay here. If he's that unhinged, you can't take a chance staying alone.
I'm fine. I'm staying with the Bridges and Beck is having a mega security system installed at my house. Hidden cameras everywhere. We even called the police.
Well, it eased my mind somewhat. I still didn't trust that guy not to try something. Okay, that's good. But I'd feel more comfortable if you were here.
Stanton, thank you. I appreciate the kindness more than I can say. However, I think it would be awkward being there. It's too soon.
After giving it some thought, she was right. It was too soon. I understand, but know the invitation is open if you change your mind.
Again, thank you. And how are you feeling?
Better. I'm hoping to get out and see you for dinner as planned this week.
Hopefully I'll be back home by then. I'm looking forward to it.
I ended the call but wasn't happy with it. Not being able to see her until Friday wasn't the best feeling, and having that idiot ex of hers around didn't sit well with me either. Maybe by Friday he'll have cooled down somewhat. If not, there'd be a whole lot of me he'd have to deal with. And that wasn't exactly a lot considering I had 2 bum arms. Then I laughed at the irony of it all.
Chapter 10. Stacy. The week dragged, and I finally went back home on Thursday. Beck inspected everything and was pleased with the security system. The cameras will capture everything, and can even grab the tag number off his plate if he drives by. All the data will go into the cloud immediately, so don't worry about any power outages. Oh no. What happens if I lose power? Will the cameras go offline? Panic threatened to overtake me. Nope. You've a battery backup system that will cover you for 48 hours. After that, you'll be offline. Beck was running through the program on my computer, showing me how to access everything. Knots twisted in my stomach at the thought of David coming back here. Hopefully, I won't have to worry about that. If your power goes out, everything kicks back on in about 3 seconds. If you're worried, just call. Thanks, Beck. You and Sheridan have been so helpful, but I plan to repay you for this. He stood and shook his head. If you do, I'll refuse the payment. This is a gift, Stacy. Just accept it. That's all I ask. Besides, when my family is visiting you, I'll be more comfortable with this installed. Fine, but I'll take you and Sheridan to dinner. At least let me do that. He chuckled. I believe we can work that out. When he was gone, I kept checking the app on my phone to see who was driving by. This capability was pretty cool, having those cameras installed. I liked the idea of seeing who was at my door, too. Friday morning, Stanton called and said he'd pick me up at 7, if that was okay. I was excited to see him again. I was late getting home from work, so I rushed to take a quick shower and then dress. Not knowing where we were going, I chose a simple navy dress to wear, with a pair of neutral-colored sandals. My doorbell rang exactly at 7, and when I opened the door, my breath caught. He looked amazing, even with his hand in a bandage. Hey, I said. Hey back. Come in. How are your injuries? The bite barely hurts at all anymore, and the shoulder is much better too. He walked in and said, Nice place. Thanks. It's small, but it suits me fine. I love your artwork. I had several paintings scattered on the walls by local artists I discovered at art fairs. Thank you. I love abstracts and was fortunate to find these. Who were the artists? Unknowns. I found them at art fairs. I'm going with you to the next one. You have a great eye, and I love your decorating style. Thank you. I had these 2 rooms redone after I bought this house. They were closed off, and I had a wall removed, which opened everything up. I added the island in the kitchen, and am pleased with the way everything flows into the living area. Did you hire a decorator? He asked. Nope. I did the design and had it approved by my contractor, who is also an architect. The only concern was the wall between the kitchen and living area. It was load-bearing, so they had to install that beam with the square columns on the sides. I gestured to the area I was talking about. It turned out great. Thanks. I really love it, especially all the light the windows let in. He held out a hand and asked. I agree. Shall we go? We shall. I put my hand in his uninjured one, and off we went. As we were walking to his car, who should drive by but David? Great, just great, I mumbled. What? Stanton hadn't noticed him yet. "Look who's here." By now, he'd stopped in front of my driveway, blocking it.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
David shouted through his open window.
"Now I know why you dumped me. I should have seen this coming. You always were a money-hungry bitch."
That pissed me off because I was nothing of the sort. That is not what happened, and you know it. Face the truth, David. Besides, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here.
"Try and stop me."
Stanton took 3 long strides toward his car.
"I'll put a stop to this." "What? With that broken hand?"
David cackled and sounded like a deranged hen.
"I'm pretty damn sure I could handle you with 2 broken hands."
"Come on, Stanton. Let it be. He's batshit crazy." Then to David I said, "Leave, David, or I'm calling the police. Again."
"Like the last time? They laughed at you. Did you know that? They don't believe a single thing you told them."
Then Stanton said,
"Leave her alone, and stop making a fool of yourself."
David's mouth flattened, and his nostrils flared.
"You don't have the right to order me around. You may have more money than me, but that doesn't hold much weight with the guys down at the station."
I wanted to shout at David about the cameras, but the less he knew, the better the evidence would be. "I am not interested in anything you have to say, David. Just leave."
"I don't have to. I'm not on your property. The street doesn't belong to you,"
he whined like a toddler. Technically, he was right. Stanton opened the car door for me.
"Let's go. I'll back up around him."
I sat in his fancy car, and we pulled out. He drove over the grass, but I didn't care. It would be caught on camera that David wouldn't leave. I stared at him as Stanton bypassed his car, and his scowl deepened. I supposed he hadn't expected us to pull that move.
"He's following us,"
Stanton said.
"But don't worry. I'll ditch him when we get onto the highway."
It didn't take long before David gave up his pursuit. Maybe he figured he couldn't make an ass out of himself in public. I wasn't sure and didn't care. All I knew was I was happy he'd left.
"That guy needs to get a life,"
Stanton commented. I agree. And when we dated, he seemed so together. Now I have to say I'm thankful he got so drunk that night. I might never have seen this side of him until it was too late. We arrived at the restaurant, and Stanton valet parked. A table was waiting for us, and it was hilarious to watch the hostess drool over my date. She stammered, barely getting the words out correctly about sending our waiter over. Thank heavens our waiter was a man who didn't have eyes for my date. Stanton ordered a bottle of wine, and then we decided on our food.
"How was your week?"
he asked. "Better, after I got the security system installed." I told him all the details. I moved back home yesterday. Even though I had my own studio apartment at Beck and Sheridan's, there's no place like home.
"I felt that way when I got home from the hospital. I got 0 sleep there."
Leaning forward, I said, "I have a secret."
"Oh, yeah?"
"I've never been in the hospital. As a patient, I mean."
"You're very fortunate. Lately, I've spent more time there than I care to recall."
I reached out and touched the top of his hand. "I know, and I'm sorry. Maybe this will be your last." He raised his wine glass and said,
"Let's toast to that. Here's to a better future. For both of us."
I clinked my glass with his and smiled. The man was edible. Dressed in dark pants and a light blue shirt that was open at the collar, I stared at his sexy neck. He wore no tie, and his shirt sleeves were rolled up to his muscular forearms, revealing the edge of a tattoo. I was curious about it, so I asked, "What's on your arm?" He smirked.
It's a tattoo.
Really? I wasn't aware.
Yeah, they're these pieces of art that are inked.
I was laughing by now. Okay, hot sauce, I got it.
Did you just call me hot sauce?
I grinned and waggled my brows.
All right, sweet buns.
We both cracked up. How do you know if my buns are sweet?
The same way you know my sauce is hot.
His tongue peeked out and dragged a line over his lower lip. I should have named him Super Soaker, because he had me squirming and clenching my thighs together.
You okay, sweet buns?
Fine. I'm fine, I croaked, sounding like a toad. Luckily, our food arrived, and I stared at the piping hot dish as steam rolled off it. I imagined there was also steam rolling out from between my thighs.
Can I bring you anything else?
The waiter asked.
I believe the lady would like some hot sauce.
My head jerked up as the waiter left to retrieve the requested item. Stanton was trying to hide his grin, but not doing a very good job of it. Shall I call you Joker, too?
Nah, I like hot sauce better.
He winked at me. I took a bite of my pasta, which had huge chunks of lobster and crab in it, and hummed my delight.
Oh my God, I am in heaven. Not yet, but I plan to get you there eventually.
I stared at him. He was being blatant about getting me into bed. I'm not...
Stacy, I have every intention of fucking you, but not until you're ready.
Oh shit, I said, with my mouth full of pasta. Should I tell him I'm more than ready? Getting in bed with him was downright irresistible, and I knew it was going to happen soon. If he kept up that deal of licking his lip and being this engaging, it may even end up happening tonight. I was such a slut, but my inner hooker fist-pumped the air.
Something wrong?
His tongue peeked out again, and I choked a little on my food. Not at all.
Good. Glad we have that settled. Oh, and I forgot to mention this. You'll be exhausted the next day, so you might want to get your energy levels up.
That did it. He was talking up a storm, but I wondered if he was just that. All talk and no show. What if I said I was ready? Tonight?
Then I'd tell you not to order dessert.
Fine with me. Damn, there went the ice cream I craved. But hey, who was I kidding? I'd take a great romp in the hay over a bowl of ice cream any day, especially if it was with this super-soaking hot sauce.
Chapter 11. Stanton. I kept up the perfect poker face when Stacy mentioned she'd be willing to sleep with me tonight. It was surprising, but with the little game we'd been playing, it probably shouldn't have been. We finished eating, and I settled the bill. She'd fidgeted all throughout dinner, and I wondered what had made her so antsy. I'd ask her on the way back to her place. I collected the car, and off we went. Can I ask why you keep squirming around so much? You remind me of Easton.
Yeah, well, I sometimes get restless legs.
She was looking out the passenger window as she responded. I couldn't see her expression to note if she was telling the truth. Are you nervous? Her head whipped around.
Me? No, why do you ask?
Just a feeling you might be.
Nope, not nervous at all.
When she rubbed her palms on her thighs, I knew I'd hit the nail. I didn't push it, though. We walked to her front door and I said, "Allow me. I'll see if it's safe." I turned on all the lights as I entered the house. Everything appeared to be fine. I called Stacy inside. I didn't check your bedroom, but if there had been a break-in, you would have been notified by your security company, right?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to work.
I raised my hands. All clear, then. She entered with a hesitant step. It's okay, I promise.
Can you check the rest of the house to be sure?
Absolutely. I took off down the hall where the master bedroom was, along with 2 others. There were 2 more bathrooms along with the one in her bedroom that I checked out, and everything was fine. We're good, I told her. Nothing to report.
Thanks. Can I get you something to drink?
How about some water?
I think I can manage that.
I followed her into the kitchen where she poured 2 glasses from one of those purifying water pitchers. Thanks, I said as she handed a glass to me. Are you okay?
Yeah. The thought of him cruising by pisses me off. Why can't he just move on?
I didn't want to tell her the guy was definitely off kilter, so I said, It's anyone's guess. You're safe in here with the cameras and alarms. The police aren't far.
True, but he's friends with a lot of those guys due to his job working for the DA. I'm afraid they don't believe me.
It was a bad feeling to be in her position, I imagined. I put my arms around her. Hey, it's going to be okay. They'll have to believe you now. You'll have evidence if he stops by again. She perked up.
Yes, I'll even have that encounter from tonight.
Her eyes shifted up to mine, and I had an urge to knock the guy's lights out. She didn't deserve to be treated this way. Listen, I can assign one of our security team over here if that would make you feel better. My suggestion was purely out of protection, and didn't that make me question my feelings? Why did I have this protective attitude toward her? I barely knew the woman.
That's awfully kind of you, and don't think I don't appreciate your offer because I do. But I think I'll be okay.
She smiled, and that was all the reassurance I needed to kiss her. The kiss was just a light touch to her lips, until she grabbed my shirt and pulled me closer. That's when I knew we were headed for her bedroom. Tell me you still want more and haven't changed your mind, because if you don't, I'll leave now. This was her chance to back out if it wasn't what she wanted.
I haven't changed my mind at all.
I took her hand and pulled her along into the bedroom. This is the one, I assume?
It is.
She stared at the floor before meeting my gaze. Okay, you have to talk to me.
The truth?
She asked. No, I want you to lie, I deadpanned. She hit my arm playfully.
I'm nervous.
Don't be.
You don't understand. Doofus was a poor excuse for a lover.
Which makes it all the more reason for you not to be nervous. She frowned at my statement.
How so?
I full-on grinned at her. Because now you're going to experience the best.
Oh my God, you're so humble.
Not at all, just honest. She slanted her head and asked,
You're really that good, huh?
How about you tell me afterward?
Fine, but this seems a bit mechanical right now.
I can change that, I countered. Reaching for her hand and taking a step forward at the same time, I put my other arm around her waist and tugged her closer to me. Then I slid my nose across her cheek, inhaling her intoxicating scent. First, I nuzzled her neck, then nibbled on it until she moaned. As soon as she relaxed in my arms, I led her to the bed where I slipped off her dress to discover a lacy bra and matching panties. My dick strained against the zipper of my pants, but it was going to stay put until she was ready for me. Her creamy skin lit a larger fire within me. I wanted to call her mine, yet it was too soon. Besides, I never called any woman mine. This was a near revelation for me. The truth was, I wanted to protect her and give her the utmost pleasure. Where those emotions came from, I couldn't say. All I knew was they had embedded themselves within me, and I wanted to fight for this woman. I bent my head and latched onto one of her nipples. I sucked hard through the thin lace of her bra. She arched her back and pulled my head onto her. My arm was still around her waist, but I used my other hand to tug the lacy cups down, which exposed her nipples. I tweaked and pinched one until she writhed against me. My knee forced her legs apart, and I nudged her against the side of the bed. My mouth worked to trail down her luscious body until I hit the apex of her thighs. Then I placed my lips on her mound and sucked and licked her through the lacy fabric.
Please, more.
I hooked a finger under the elastic, yanked her panties down, and continued my ministrations on her sex. I licked and sucked until she came with a cry. Her hands were on my shoulders, and after her climax subsided, I rose. That's when I undressed. Her half-lidded gaze watched my every move. As I unbuttoned and unzipped my pants, my dick sprang free, and her gaze widened. Maybe she was expecting a pencil dick, or maybe that's what her ex-douche had been packing. Whatever the case, I would ensure she'd be more than satisfied tonight. Before my pants hit the ground, I grabbed the condom out of my back pocket. "I want you from behind," I said as I sat on the bed and moved her between my thighs. Then I rolled the condom on and guided my cock inside of her, slowly, until I was fully seated. "Hands on my legs and set the pace," I commanded. She did, and I pulled her against my chest. Her tits were magnificent, nipples erect and pink surrounded by creamy white flesh. I cupped a breast as she set a rhythm, which I matched by thrusting into her. The sounds of her breathing aroused me further, but I wanted this to last until she came again. Releasing my hold on her breast, I moved my hand to her mound again and used a finger to massage her clit. She was slick with need, and as I moved over her, her head dropped back onto my shoulder. She was an auburn-haired goddess, and I couldn't get enough. When her inner muscles contracted against me, I lost it. My release was explosive as I called out her name. "Stacy!" I pumped into her until every drop was drained out of me. She lay quietly in my arms, and then turned her head to look at me. "Well?" I asked. "Was it the best?" A husky chuckle hit my ears.
The best I've had lately.
"Lately? You mean not the best of all times?"
No comment.
"What if I told you that you were my best of all time? What would you say then?"
I'm honored.
Damn, the woman was a witch, and I was absolutely under her spell. I pulled her off me so we could lie down, but she said,
Didn't you put on a condom?
"Yeah, why?"
Where is it then?
I glanced down at the half-stiffy I still sported to see the raincoat I had rolled over it was gone. Fuck!
Chapter 12. Stacy. Stanton was a stallion, literally and figuratively. But when that condom vanished, I went into panic mode.
Okay, Stacy, stay calm.
Those were the same words I was repeating to myself. "I'm going to the bathroom to hunt for it," I choked out.
Perhaps I should do that.
"You?" I squawked.
Yes, me. If the thing is right there at your entrance, then I can extract it without a problem.
Geez, you sound like this is some sort of military operation. I was just going to root around for it. And that sounded disgusting. He wore a sexy grin, and I didn't know why. Losing a condom was not a funny thing.
Listen, if it's right there, then pulling it out should be easy. At least let me have a look.
Well, okay. Just don't do anything to put the mission at risk. He guffawed at that.
Don't worry, I won't.
I stood there waiting, and he didn't move. "Well?" I asked.
You need to lie down and spread your legs.
What? No! That would feel too much like the gynecologist.
Come on. I've already been inside you, and so has my tongue,
he countered.
Besides, how else can I look?
My face flamed. Jesus, did I just stick my head into an oven? Why did he have to be so blatant about it? Couldn't he have used some flowery phrase like, "Gee, Stacy, let me explore your lady garden"?
Stacy, I promise. I'll do my best to be quick about it.
Fine. I got on the bed and spread my legs.
Can you pull your knees up?
Do you want me to put them into the stirrups, too?
That might help if you had some.
I smacked the top of his head. Stop it. This isn't funny.
I know, but it's also not as dire as you seem to think it is.
Oh no? What if your little swimmers do the freestyle all the way to party with one of my eggs? That wouldn't exactly be the ideal scenario. He huffed.
Not gonna happen. Now, let me have a look.
I relented and raised my knees.
There it is. Hold still. The edge is right there. Can't you feel it?
No. I'm a little numb after all that activity down there.
Numb?
Okay, maybe not numb, but tingly or whatever, post-climaxy. He wore a puzzled look.
I didn't know women got like that.
Maybe they all don't, but I do. Now would you hurry down there? This is awkward.
Okay.
He fiddled with something and then said,
Voila.
As he held up the lost condom. Ew, I didn't need to see it.
It's not that bad looking, just a bit crumpled.
He laughed and got up, went into the bathroom, and came out a couple of minutes later. I was still lying there with my knees propped up, thinking about how great he was, and the 2 amazing orgasms I just had. I felt the bed move, and then his hands were on my thighs, spreading them wide.
I like you this way.
That's all he said before his mouth pounced on me. Jesus, he was relentless. His tongue swiped me long and slow, up and down, and finally zeroed in on my favorite target. When he did, he added a finger inside me as he sucked and nibbled. Then he pulled his face away and said,
Tell me to stop.
Stop? Was he nuts? No! Why would I do that?
I thought this was awkward for you,
he said with a smirk. I grabbed his head and pushed it back down. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. I felt his breath against me, and it wasn't long before I almost levitated off the bed. Orgasm number 3 crashed into me, waving over me, leaving me limp. Oh, you're the best pasta maker ever, I said with a sigh.
Pasta maker? How would you know that?
You turned me into a giant noodle.
Ah, I see. I was going to say I don't cook at all.
That got my attention. Not at all?
Nope. Nada. Nil.
What do you eat?
Well, my current diet consists of your pussy.
I smacked him with a pillow. You're so funny. I laughed because I couldn't help it. His little comment took me by surprise. What about other times?
I'm embarrassed to say, but we have cooks at the house. We've had them ever since I was born, so I've never had to cook.
Incredible. What about when you went away to college?
I had the dorm at first, lots of pizza delivery, and then roommates I paid to cook,
he said, looking a bit sheepish. Seriously? The man has never cooked? Anything? What about grilling out?
Yeah, no, never done it. I'm incompetent when it comes to that. But I'm willing to learn, if you want to teach me.
I thought about that for a minute. It might be kind of fun to give him cooking lessons. Sure. We could start whenever. What are your favorite things to eat?
Besides pussy?
Oh my God, is your mind always in the gutter?
I would never label your pussy gutter material. It's more on the level of caviar.
Was that supposed to impress me? It didn't. Okay, lover boy. Tell me what kind of nourishing food you enjoy. He ran a finger from my chin down to my chest.
Have I told you how absolutely gorgeous you are?
That derailed me. I wasn't used to those types of compliments. David never handed them out, and neither did my other long-term boyfriends, or my fiancé for that matter. They would just say I was hot or good-looking, but never gorgeous. No, but it's okay. You don't have to say those kinds of things.
Why wouldn't I?
He appeared to be genuinely puzzled. I shrugged. Because I want honest compliments, not something to flatter me and get me into someone's bed. He frowned as his blue eyes darkened into those of a stormy sea.
1, we're already in bed, so complimenting you to get you here is a moot point. 2, I never say things I don't mean. And 3, you are gorgeous, so accept it, and don't give me any back talk about it.
I fiddled with the hem of the sheet as he spoke. This kind of talk made me uncomfortable. My dad used to call me ugly as he beat my mom and me when he was in a drunken rage. I never got any compliments when I was growing up. In high school, I didn't date because I knew the only way out of the hell I lived in was to get good grades and a scholarship. Most of my time was spent studying and working to save money for college.
Stacy, why so quiet?
His finger circled a spot on my stomach. I pasted on the best smile in my suitcase of them and said, "Nothing. So back to cooking. What should we start with? Pasta is easy."
I love pasta. How about tomorrow?
That works for me. Was I really going to do this? See him again tomorrow? Were we going to be a thing? Wasn't he a womanizer? Was I going to fall for him and then have him walk away, leaving me with a crushed-up heart? No, absolutely not. That could not happen under any circumstances. My heart was off limits in this relationship, or whatever we were doing here. Being one of his cast-offs was not something I would willingly be. Then again, the sex was fabulous, so why couldn't I just let myself go and have a boy toy for a while? But hot damn, Stanton Baines was anything but a boy. He was 100% man and knew exactly what he was doing. Tall, dark, and dirty were definitely appropriate monikers for him.
Then it's a date. What time should I get here?
I caught his gaze and answered, "I have to go to the store to buy everything."
No, you don't. I'll take you and buy it. After all, you're teaching and cooking. So, what time?
Is 4 too early for you? He leaned over me and said,
Not if it involves you.
Then his mouth was on mine, and I was lost again.
Chapter 13. Stanton. At 4 on the nose, I knocked on Stacy's door.
"Stanton?"
she called out from the other side. "The one and only." She swung the door open and my breath caught. Her smile was radiant as she stood on her tiptoes, placed a kiss on my cheek and said,
"Come on in."
I was awestruck by her. She wore a gauzy white dress that flowed around her and hit her above the knees. I wanted to run my hands up her legs and lift her onto my cock. Unfortunately for me and my cock, that would have to wait. You ready?
"Yep, let me grab my bag. I made a list of everything we'd need."
We arrived at the store ready to buy everything necessary for our class. I chuckled inwardly because I knew damn well my eyes would be on her and not the food. I followed as she pushed the cart and told me what to grab. "Hey, have you thought about dessert?" I asked.
"No, did you have something in mind?"
"Yeah, gelato." She clapped her hands.
"Oh, that's perfect with our Italian theme."
We got back to her place and I carried in the groceries. Then we unpacked everything.
"What time do you want to eat?"
she asked, putting things in order on the counter. I spread my arms. "It's your call."
"Fine, help me wash these."
She handed me a carton of those little tomatoes. "Do I scrub each individual one?" She put a hand on her hip and one brow shot up.
"Are you serious?"
"Well, yeah." Then her laughter filled the kitchen.
"Oh God, you're hopeless. Just rinse the entire carton of them under running water."
I snapped my fingers. Got it. As I was doing that, she took some green leaves out of another container. "What are those?"
Basil leaves. I need some for our appetizer and for the pasta dish. By the way, I'm making spaghetti limone, and it's super simple. I chose it on purpose.
That sounds great. I eyed her as she washed the basil leaves and rinsed a couple of lemons. Next, she unwrapped this ball of white stuff. What's that? She held the package up and said,
These are mozzarella pearls.
Can I taste?
Sure.
She popped one into my mouth. These are really good. After everything was on the counter, she speared a tomato with a toothpick, stuck some basil on it, and followed it up with one of the mozzarella pearls.
Okay, help me do these.
I followed her steps until all the tomatoes were used up. When we were done, she arranged them nicely on a plate and drizzled some dark brown stuff over them. What's that? She laughed.
It's balsamic glaze. Try one.
I did, and they were amazingly tasty. I can't believe how delicious these are.
And so easy, right?
Yeah, pretty sure even I can do this.
Now on to the main dish, and after I get everything prepped, we'll sit and eat the appetizer and have some wine.
She grated some of the lemon skin, which was super weird to me.
Here, try.
She handed it to me and told me what to do.
This is zesting the lemon. It adds the lemony punch to the dish.
Who knew? I followed her instructions, and it was very easy. Then we squeezed the juice out of the lemons. A pot of water sat on the stove ready for the pasta to be added, and a frying pan was ready for her to add the shrimp that we'd bought.
Okay, let's eat the appetizer,
Stacy said. What about the dinner? She waved a hand.
The shrimp will only take a couple of minutes, and I'll make the sauce while the pasta is cooking.
No, you won't. I want to make it.
I was ridiculously excited about doing it, too.
If I could master this, then maybe I could follow a recipe and cook her something.
Sure thing.
I watched her sip her wine and nibble on the appetizers as I made a fool of myself wolfing them down.
Whoa, you'd better slow down there or you won't have room for dinner, and trust me, you'll want room.
Can we make it now?
I sounded like a little kid.
As if she read my mind, she replied with,
You remind me of Easton when we make chocolate chip cookies.
Oh man, she loves those things.
I know. Come on, chef. Let's go.
She handed me a block of Parmesan cheese and told me to grate it. I stared at the thing for a second until she handed me a grater.
Use this side because it needs to be fine.
Got it. I whittled the creamy-colored block down until there wasn't much left.
Perfect, she said.
The cheese formed a mound in a large bowl to which she added lemon juice and zest. Then she handed me a bottle of olive oil and told me how much to put in. When everything was in the bowl, including salt and pepper, I whisked it all together until it formed a smooth consistency.
See how easy that was? She asked.
Yeah. Does all of that go on the noodles?
Yep. Now for the shrimp.
What about the noodles? I asked.
The water is almost boiling and the pasta is fresh, so it'll only take a few minutes.
The pan was hot when she added some butter and olive oil. The shrimp came next, followed by seasoning.
In 1 minute, use these to flip the shrimp over.
She stuffed some tongs into my hand.
I'm putting the noodles in.
I turned to watch her and a few minutes passed when she asked,
Did you flip the shrimp?
Shit! I quickly attended to the task and saw they were a bit blackened on that side. They might be a little burned. She moved me over to the pot of pasta and took over the shrimp, sliding the pan back and forth and then flipping the shrimp in the air. Show off, I said.
Sorry, but these are done and I needed to make sure.
The shrimp landed on a plate and they looked good.
The pasta is done, she announced.
How can you tell?
It's floating. When it's fresh like that, it'll pop to the top. But taste it to make sure.
She grabbed a noodle and bit it.
See?
The next part was weird to me. She scooped out a cup of water. What's that for?
If the sauce is too thick, the pasta water will thin it.
After the noodles were drained, which I did, the shrimp were added and then the sauce. It was my job to toss it all together and make sure it was evenly distributed. In the end, we didn't need the pasta water at all. Using the tongs, we served up 2 bowls of the stuff and she put basil leaves on top. Then we sat down to eat.
Cheers. She held up her wine glass. Here's to your first meal you cooked.
Helped cook.
You did great.
Our glasses tapped together, and then I dug in. Oh my God, this is absolutely restaurant-worthy.
Isn't it? And so easy.
The pasta melted in my mouth. It was infused with the perfect amount of lemon, and the cheese was a nice addition. This is perfection. Thank you.
Now my question is, if I gave you the recipe, could you do it on your own?
I think so. I may need you on standby, though.
That's fine. I just want you to feel confident enough to do it.
My bowl was polished clean, and I went for round 2. Do you have any more recipes like this?
To be honest, these aren't really mine. I find them online, but yeah, I have one for a vodka sauce. It looks hard because there are a lot of ingredients, but it's super easy. It has to bake in the oven for a while, though.
I'd be willing to try that.
Next week, maybe.
After dinner, we watched a movie, and when we had room, we ate our gelato for dessert. But I had a different dessert in mind by then. It wasn't long before I showed her exactly what I was thinking.
Chapter 14. Stacy. Stanton and I had been seeing each other for close to a month. Ever since that day when David had blocked the driveway, he'd disappeared out of my life. The videos showed no sign of him even driving by the house, and I checked them every day diligently. The police report I filed must have scared him, or maybe Stanton had. Whichever it was, I was more than happy he was gone. I'd just walked into my house when my phone buzzed. Thinking it was Stanton, I quickly checked it, but was excited to see it was from English. She'd sent a text saying they would be back home tomorrow. I quickly responded with, "Can't wait to see you. I've missed you." My phone dinged in response. "Can't wait to see you either," and a heart. Giddiness hit me as it sunk in. My best friend was coming home. I'd never gone this long without seeing her. Then my phone rang, and it was Beck calling. "Hello?" "Aunt Stacy Bear, Mommy's coming home tomorrow." I decided to play dumb so she could enjoy this moment of excitement. "She is? I can't believe it." "I know. Her and Tristan Daddy are coming home, and I'm so excited." In the background, I heard Beck correct her.
"It's she and Tristan Dad."
"I know. Boppy, I can't wait."
"Talk to your Aunt Stacy."
"Okay." Then, "Aunt Stacy Bear, want to go with us to pick them up at the airport?" "Sweetheart, I wish I could, but I have to work tomorrow." "Okay, but come to Mimi and Boppy's for food tomorrow night." "Can I talk to your Boppy, please?"
"What's up? Everything okay?"
Beck asked. "It's fine," I answered.
"Any more issues with you-know-who?"
"None at all, thanks. I just wanted to find out if the dinner invitation was cool with you."
"Absolutely. And bring Stanton."
What in the world? How did you know about us?
"I have a very talkative granddaughter."
Laughter bubbled out of me.
"I should have known. I like how you're keeping it in the family."
Now it was his turn to laugh. There was an awkward moment until he said,
"Hey, I like the man. You have my approval."
I cleared the knot out of my throat. I liked the man too. A lot. A lot more than I should, which worried me.
"Stacy, you okay over there?"
Fine. Thanks for the vote of confidence."
"I'm fairly certain you won't have to worry about him stalking you."
"True," my inner voice said. But what about all those women he'd dated? Did I need to worry about them?
"So, should we count on both of you then?"
Beck pulled me out of those thoughts. "Let me check with him and I'll let you know."
"Great. Talk soon."
The call ended, but I was left staring at the phone. It rang again, and I jumped. This time, it was Stanton.
"How's my favorite sweet buns today?"
Good. And what about my hot sauce?"
"Better now that I'm talking with you. I got word that the newlyweds will be home tomorrow.
Same here. We're invited to the Bridges for dinner. Can you go?
I wouldn't miss it.
His voice sent warm tingles down my spine, and I flashed back to the other night when he stayed over. The man had moves, that was the truth. Okay, I'll call them and let them know.
You busy tonight?
No. What did you have in mind?
I can bring dinner and have you for dessert.
I gulped. Then heat rose over every molecule of my skin. Yes. That sounds amazing. His deep chuckle hit me, and my nipples nearly popped through my bra.
See you in a bit, babe, and keep my sweet buns warm for me.
I dropped my computer bag and raced to the shower, so I was fresh as a daisy for him. When I was finished, I put on a simple sundress and was ready. He arrived about 30 minutes later, 3 food bags in hand. What did you bring?
Thai from my favorite restaurant.
I clapped my hands. I love Thai food.
Great.
I pulled out some plates, napkins, and silverware, but he made me put that away.
We're using chopsticks.
Fine with me. We sat in the living room, and he switched on the TV. The food was delicious. This is fabulous, I told him, my mouth exploding with flavor.
Glad you like it.
I've always wanted to go to Thailand. He stopped eating and looked at me.
Then let's go.
I elbowed him. Be serious.
I am. I have a couple of projects I'm working on, but after the ball gets rolling, I can hand them over to Landry and we can go.
Yeah, about that, I'm not sure my law firm would be pleased about me leaving like that.
Can you give them advanced notice?
He asked. I suppose. I thought about it. I needed to check the vacation policy as I hadn't taken any yet.
Why don't you do that, and when you find out, we can start planning.
He took my hand.
I would love to take a trip with you.
It sounds amazing, but are you sure? Thailand is so far. Maybe we should start with something closer. I figured that if we ended up hating each other, it wouldn't be such a long flight home.
What? Are you thinking we won't like each other after we spend a couple of weeks together?
How was it possible for him to know what I was thinking? Well, what if we don't? Then what? He moved the empty plate off my lap and then took my hands in his.
I can assure you that won't happen.
How do you know that? He shrugged.
I just do. We've spent plenty of time together. Matter of fact, I've spent more time with you than any other woman I've known. And all I want to do is be with you more, because the time we spend together is never enough.
This comment floored me. It also sent an army of butterfly wings fluttering in my stomach. I loved being with him, and it was nice to know we were on the same wavelength, but I had no idea how strongly he felt.
Stacy, you have to admit we're very compatible.
A grin tugged at my mouth. I suppose, but only after you stopped being such an ass. I leaned into him and nudged him with my shoulder.
I loved being an ass to you. It was fun watching you get pissed off at me.
My brows rose a notch. Is that so?
Yep. You sure are feisty, and I like that about you.
I stood and went to gather our dishes.
What are you doing?
Putting the dishes up so I don't have to later.
I'll get those. Go into the bedroom and get naked. I'm feeling a little hungry for my dessert.
But
nothing.
He swatted my ass and said,
Go. Now.
Yes, sir. I saluted him, winked, and sashayed down the hall. It may have been my imagination, but I thought I heard him groan. By the time he joined me, I was naked and on top of the sheets. What took you so long? His hand was behind his back, and he wore a secretive smile.
I cleaned up. Now close your eyes and open your mouth.
Why? Are you going to stuff your dick down my throat?
What? No!
He roared with laughter.
Just drop your lawyer inquisitiveness for a minute and do as I ask.
I did, and suddenly a poof of whipped cream ended up in my mouth. I giggled as I swallowed it. Yum, that was tasty.
Spread those luscious thighs.
A thought hit me. You're not going to...
Please.
I did as he asked, and he squirted whipped cream all over my mound and then proceeded to lick it off. Good Lord, was it ever sexy. The deep murmurs he made while doing it turned me on even more. I was on the edge of coming when he stopped. No, don't stop. He laughed and squirted some more cream on me. Then he licked me until I orgasmed around his tongue, calling out his name. Stanton looked at me from between my spread thighs and said,
If that's not compatibility, I don't know what is.
There was no way I was going to argue with that.
Chapter 15. Stanton. The following night I picked Stacy up and we went to the Bridges for dinner. When we arrived, the house was in mayhem. Easton was running around yelling at the top of her lungs, "Chase me, Daddy!" Tristan was chasing her wearing a tutu around his neck and carrying one of her wands. Jameson was crying and Sheridan was walking around the room trying to comfort him. English was in the kitchen sobbing, mumbling something about being a terrible mother for being away for so long. Beck was telling her it was nonsense. "You have to take time away from them at some point," he said.
"But he's only a baby and he barely remembers me."
She sniffed and he handed her a tissue.
"What's going on?"
Stacy asked. English took one look at her best friend and broke down sobbing. She mumbled words I couldn't understand while Stacy drew her into a hug. I glanced at Beck and he rolled his eyes. I tried not to laugh but couldn't help it. Beck drew me outside where we could talk. "She's acting crazy. Jameson started crying when she picked him up because she woke him from his nap. Now she has this crazy notion that he can't remember her because she was away for so long." "Ah, I see. It's probably best to let the women figure it out." "Damn right. Anything I say falls on deaf ears right now. The kid is also teething, and he's been cranky the last couple of days, but English won't listen." "Maybe Stacy can help," I said. "You know, sometimes they'll listen to friends when they won't listen to anyone else." Beck nodded. "True. Even Tristan couldn't convince her. Anyway, I have to get the grill ready, so here we are. How are things with you and Stacy?" "Good. Great, actually." He eyed me, and when Beck did that, his eyes dug deep into me with an intensity that was difficult to describe. Then he nodded. "Good. Stacy is a part of this family, so I don't want anyone to hurt her. After that debacle with David, she deserves the best." "Yes, sir, I agree, and I don't plan on hurting her." Beck's gaze narrowed. "Stanton, no one ever really intends to hurt someone if they have integrity and are trustworthy. Sometimes it just happens when things don't work out as planned." He was right, but my hopes were to spend a lot of time with Stacy, and if things went right, then who knew? Maybe something permanent would develop between us. "That's true. Stacy is different from anyone I've ever been with. She's absurdly smart for one, but she's also her own person. I'm hoping things move in the right direction for us." Beck chuckled. "She's a spitfire, I can tell you that. I've only ever seen her scared that one time with her ex. He freaked her out with that stalking." "She hasn't had any issues lately. No drive-bys or anything on the videos. We both check them daily." "Good to hear. She didn't deserve what he did." Beck shook his head. "I just don't get some people." "Same. I don't understand this stalking stuff." He handed me a grill brush and asked me to scrub the grill grates while he went inside. I stared at the brush for a second, and then opened the lid of the grill. The grates looked a bit crusty, so I used the wire brush to get them cleaned off. By the time I was finished, Beck had returned with a plate weighted down by a pile of steaks. "I hope you like filet mignon." "Are you kidding? I love it." "Good, because that's what we're having." I watched as he turned on the gas burners and closed the lid. "How long does it take for the grill to get hot?" "Only a few minutes. By the way, English has stopped crying. I think Stacy calmed her down and Jameson stopped too. She's holding him now." "That's a relief." "Yeah, isn't it? I hope Jameson sleeps tonight, though." That puzzled me. Didn't babies usually sleep at night? "Why wouldn't he?" Beck let out a laugh. "You don't know much about babies, do you?" "Nothing at all." "When babies teeth, they cry a lot. All those teeth popping in must hurt like hell. Sometimes they even run a low fever. That can keep them up at night." "Damn, I never knew that." "Not only that, but the excess saliva production can also cause diarrhea and diaper rash." "That sounds terrible. Those poor things really went through it." "He's a tough little fellow, though. He'll be fine like they all are," Beck added. "So how's the shoulder in hand? I heard you had quite a ride." "Yeah, and I plan to stay off the horses from now on. The shoulder is fine. Both are pretty much back to normal. It took about a week for everything to heal." "Sorry you went through all that. Easton told us about it, but we got the real story from Ravina. Easton's version was damn hilarious. She said the horse tried to run away from a mean snake, but you wouldn't let it, so it tossed you off its back. The mean snake came after you instead, but the horse saved you in the end because it pounced on the mean snake, and then bit it into 2 pieces. Her imagination was impeccable. That kid is a storyteller. When she goes to the stables, she's fascinated by the pile of horse manure. She has to stop and inspect it every time. Beck leaned against the wall and crossed his legs. "It's the little things in life. In this case, it's the stinky ones." "There you are," Stacy said, walking outside. "I've been looking for you." "I'm helping Beck cook." "Say what?" "Yeah, I cleaned off the grill." She raised her brows at me. "Beck, I want to share something with you. Don't rely on him too much because he knows nothing about cooking, and that includes grilling." Beck shot me a look. "Nothing?" he asked. "Not a thing," I answered. "Thanks, Stacy. I won't leave the steaks in his hands then. Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "How did you ever get away with not learning to cook?" I explained the same way I explained it to Stacy. Beck nodded but asked, "And you have no desire to learn?" "A little, but why should I learn when others can do it for me?" "Uh-oh. You don't mean Stacy, do you?" He cast a glance at my sexy lady. "No, I was talking about people to hire. But Stacy is an excellent cook and teacher. She's trying to convert me." "You never know. You may find you enjoy it." "He actually did pretty good on his first 2 lessons, but then we sort of slipped after that," Stacy informed him. Chuckling, I said, "It was nice learning, but I enjoy eating it much better." Beck scoffed. "Huh, don't we all?" He placed the steaks on the grill and said, "The trick is not to overcook them, which is why I have this." He pulled something out of his pocket. "What's that?" I prompted him. "It's an instant read thermometer. It takes the guesswork out. You know exactly when to pull them off." "What temperature?" 120 for medium rare because the temp will still rise after you take them off." "Good to know. I'll remember that." I didn't know why, because I never intended to grill steaks myself. I'd ruin perfectly good meat if I did. "You can buy these anywhere." Stacy went back inside while Beck and I chatted as the steaks were sizzling. We checked them with the probe and pulled them off. "Perfect," he said. "You'll love these." I carried in the platter and we all sat down to eat. The first bite I took melted in my mouth. It was scrumptious. Beck, these are excellent. Told ya, and so easy. It looked easy, but the proof will be in the product if I ever try to repeat this process. We toasted the return of the newlyweds, and then they, in turn, toasted us.
To the newest couple at the table, Stacy and Stanton.
I glanced up at my brother to see him scowling. Now what happened? I thought he was okay with us dating. I'd have to have a conversation with him after dinner.
Chapter 16. Stacy. You okay? I asked English, as we were putting the dishes in the dishwasher. I am now. It was upsetting when Jameson wouldn't calm down. I patted her shoulder. Your dad said he's probably teething. He is. I can feel the ridge on the bottom. He's much earlier than Easton was, so it threw me. I thought he'd be happy to see me, but instead all I got were screams. Taking a dish out of her hands, I stuffed it into the dishwasher and said, Don't be so hard on yourself. You should win Mother of the Year. I've never known anyone so dedicated to their kids like you. She handed me another plate. I'm not sure about that. I leaned against the counter. Come on, English. You're the best. Even when Easton was a baby and you were in school, you sacrificed everything for her. You would never even meet me for dinner unless it was after she was asleep. I'm sure your parents were happy about that, but I missed you. Since she lived with Sheridan and Beck, they would help out whenever she needed it. She chuckled. I remember. I didn't want to let her out of my sight. The truth was, I was a nervous wreck being a new mom. I wasn't sure about anything. But look how she turned out. She's the greatest kid, and I adore her. The feeling is mutual, as you're often the topic of conversation, especially now. She asks more questions than I know what to do with. We finished up our task, and English sighed. So, tell me about you and Stanton. I glanced around the room, making sure the coast was clear. Things are nice. Nice? What's that mean? Nice is too bland. I elbowed her. The fact that the sex was explosive and the best I'd ever had was something that needed to stay between Stanton and me. You know, nice. He's very attentive and was helpful when the ex-douche showed up. English backed up a step and stared at me. Hold up a sec. What do you mean he showed up? I totally forgot she hadn't been around for all the excitement, if you could call it that, so I explained. As I did, I watched her expression go from horrified to angry. I cannot believe that asshole did that. Your dad was extremely helpful. I actually stayed here until my house was wired for sound and cameras. Her brows rose and she got very quiet. What? Why? Why would he do that to you? All this time, I thought he was a good guy. That was something I couldn't stop asking myself either. I even told her about calling the police and what his response had been. She grabbed my arm. Has he been by since you filed the restraining order? Yeah, one time and then nothing. Stacy, sell your house and move. You don't want to find yourself in a situation like I did. At first, I waved it off. Easton's father had nearly strangled English. Luckily, Tristan happened to drop by and ended up saving her. But after thinking about it for a minute, maybe she was right. Neither of us expected her ex to go to those lengths. I never thought David would turn into this person he is now. That might not be such a bad idea. Stanton showed up behind me and asked, What's not a bad idea? English filled him in. That's a stellar idea. You could put it on the market immediately, he said. English piggybacked it and said, Yes, the sooner the better, and that way he won't know where you live. It all sounded so easy, which I knew it wasn't. Aren't you two forgetting something? What? Stanton asked. I don't have anywhere else to go. That thought was depressing. I really loved my house. It wasn't easy at first, because I'd ended up selling the one I bought with my former fiancé and purchased this one so I could make my own memories. It didn't quite work out the way I'd planned. Stanton held up a hand.
I have the perfect solution. You can move into the house with us.
Tristan joined us right as Stanton was speaking. What? I can't do that.
Are you crazy?
Tristan practically shouted. Stanton turned a frigid stare onto his brother.
Stay out of this. I will not. You can't be cavorting under that roof.
Stanton's spine went rigid as English put a hand on her husband's arm.
Don't you ever insult me again like that. Do you honestly think I would do that? Hell yes, I do.
Tristan's voice rose. Okay, calm down, you two, I intervened. 1, I can't do that. And 2, I wouldn't allow that to happen, Tristan. A small muscle twitched in Tristan's jaw, but Stanton's eyes had darkened with anger.
You need to apologize. You have no idea what this is about, and you jump into this conversation with unfounded allegations.
Please, you two, stop. I turned to English for help, but saw her anger directed at her husband. Tristan, some things have been going on you are unaware of. It's best if you keep your opinion out of here. I was certain he didn't expect his wife to say that, because his jaw practically hit the floor. Before he could respond, she said, David has been stalking and threatening Stacy, which is why Stanton offered that. And though it is more than kind of him, it's something I can't do. Maybe I'll just rent an apartment until I find someplace else to buy, I said. Tristan rubbed his jaw and said,
Stacy, I'm sorry. I had no idea. That's right, you didn't. Yet you accused me so quickly,
Stanton said. Tristan's hands came up as he said,
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I honestly am.
Stanton nodded his head once, and then grabbed my arm and tugged me out of the small circle we stood in. I followed him outside.
I'm worried about you, Stacy. If you're considering selling your house, that means you don't feel safe.
No, I do. I didn't at all. But it's been on my mind, and when English mentioned it, it sort of cemented some of my thoughts.
Why didn't you say something?
I had to work it out in my head, kind of like a math problem.
Okay. I'll give you a pass this time, but from now until you sell, I'll be staying with you. I'll start an apartment search for you too, one that's loaded with a ton of security.
Okay, so I get he might be concerned, but barging in and taking over like this was insane. Hold on a minute. It's my responsibility to do that, and I'm not sure you should be staying with me every night.
That's not up for discussion. Besides, I'm doing it for your own good, so get used to it.
His jaw was set, as though he meant business. Not up for discussion? We're talking about my home, so yes, it is up for discussion. He backed me against the wall and caged me in with his arms.
Stacy, if I have to handcuff you to the bed each night and feed you, I'll do it, but by God, I'll be with you every single night. Am I clear?
I only nodded because I didn't trust myself to speak. We weren't in a private enough setting, but Mr. Control Freak had another thing coming if he thought he could make my decisions for me.
Good. It's time for dessert, I believe.
Are you going to feed me here, too? I asked.
Yes, if necessary, but don't make it so.
He stalked off, leaving me to ponder what just happened between us. The man exuded sexy vibes, yes, but I wasn't into being ordered around. This was something we would discuss whether he wanted to or not.
Chapter 17. Stanton. Stacy didn't utter a word on the ride home. Maybe I'd overstepped my bounds, but at this point I didn't care. What I did care about was her safety, and living alone in that house, especially since she was afraid, did not qualify as safe. She thought she could fool me, but I saw the fear in her eyes. I finally broke the thick blanket of silence by saying, "So, I take it you're pissed off at me." She scoffed.
You had no right to say any of those things.
Her arms were crossed, closing herself off. She wouldn't even glance my way but was focused on the dark scenery passing by the passenger window. Then she asked,
"Where are we going? You missed the turnoff to my house."
"We're going to my place first so I can pack a bag." A loud harumph came from her. I was hard-pressed not to laugh. My little Spitfire was angry, and admittedly, I enjoyed seeing her feisty side. Then the silent treatment thickened the atmosphere again in the car. Eventually she'd get over it, and I knew exactly how to make that happen. I took her unwilling hand when we pulled into the circle in front of the house. "Do you want to come in?"
"I'd rather not."
"I'll only be a few minutes then." It didn't take long for me to grab some clothes and throw them into a small bag along with my shaving gear. I was down the stairs and back outside a few minutes later to find her sitting behind the wheel. "Going somewhere?" I asked. She let out a squeal when she heard me.
"Damn it, yes! I wanted to leave, but this stupid car—"
She waved her hand over the gear shift.
"I couldn't even put the thing into drive."
It was a Ferrari and was slightly different from your usual automatic. I pressed my lips together in an effort not to laugh. "Would you like me to teach you how?"
"Why are you being so nice to me when I'm doing my best to be a—"
"Bitch?"
"Yes, a bitch, damn it."
"Because I know you're frustrated with the situation. I've been there before, not with a stalker, but when my leg was broken, and I get it, Stacy, I do. But I value your safety above your attitude, so be a bitch to me. I'm a big boy and can handle it."
"Then teach me how to drive this thing."
I took her through the mechanics of the transmission and the difference between this and a regular one. Once she understood it, she was raring to go. "Okay, start her up. Remember, you can use regular automatic drive, but press the brake to begin. Then if you want to use the paddle shifters on the steering wheel, you can, but you'll feel the pickup right away." We left the house going rather slowly, but when we hit the road that led to it, she opened her up. "Whoa, slow down! This is the road my father died on."
"Oh, God, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would go this fast."
I'd broken out in a sweat and was trembling. She slowed the vehicle down, but by then I had launched into a full-blown panic attack.
"Stanton, are you okay?"
I couldn't answer. Visions of the accident flashed through my head. Glass breaking, metal crunching, and then the car rolling. My face and arms tingled from hyperventilating. I wanted to tell her to get me a paper bag, but where in the hell would she find one of those? She pulled over, stopped, and reached for my face.
"Stanton, slow your breathing down. In, out, deep and slow."
Her words finally penetrated the chaos in my brain, and I was able to follow her voice. Reason returned, but afterward I was wrecked.
"I am so sorry. I didn't know."
I dropped my head in my hand and mumbled, "Not your fault. I should have said something. It's a pile of bad memories, and I still blame myself for his death." She didn't answer right away. Then she said,
"From what I know, your car had been tampered with, so it couldn't possibly have been your fault."
Technically, she was right. However, it still plagued me. I understand that, but it's still difficult for me to accept. We sat in the car talking about it, and I wasn't uncomfortable with her. Usually I shut people down who wanted to discuss it.
"Look, this is something that will be with you forever. But maybe in time you'll find a way to forgive yourself."
I hope so, because it sucks feeling like I killed my dad. Her arms went around me, and she held me for a time. Then she asked,
"Do you want to drive now?"
No. Go ahead, but Please take it slow. I white-knuckled the side armrest until we got off this damn road. It wasn't her driving that bothered me. It was the whole scene. When we were on the main road, I began feeling better. It came as a surprise when she nudged me, telling me we'd arrived at her house. I dozed off for the remainder of the ride. Hey, just sit a minute so I can collect myself. Then I'll go inside to see if everything is okay.
Stanton, I can do it. You've just woken up.
Yeah, okay. It went against my better judgment, but I was still a bit shaky. Come straight out if something doesn't seem right. She patted my arm.
Don't worry, I will.
I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, thinking about how much I had spilled to her. My thoughts jumped all over the place, and then I jerked up in the seat when she knocked on the window. How long had it been since she'd gone inside?
You going to sleep all night in the car?
She asked.
Chapter 18. Stacy. The house was dark when I went inside, and stupid me shut the door before I turned on the light. I quickly remedied that, flipping the switch by the door. When I saw that everything appeared to be fine, I relaxed. Then I did a fast walkthrough, making sure things were okay. When all was clear, I went to the bedroom to change my clothes. I figured Stanton would have come in by now, so I walked back out to the car and found him asleep. He looked so peaceful, with his eyes closed and his lips slightly parted. I lightly knocked on the window, startling him awake. You going to sleep all night in the car? He didn't answer right away, blinking the sleep away. Then he unbuckled the seatbelt and opened the door. I totally crashed, which was weird because I usually don't do that after a panic attack. Come on, let's go inside. I walked around to get his bag, but he was there, reaching for it. This is my job, not yours. I take it everything was okay inside? Yep, it was fine, but I'm going to review the videos. We went inside and I offered him a drink, which he declined. Then I pulled up the video link to my security system, and all was clear. See? Not a thing to worry about. I think he finally got the message. Stanton stared a second before giving me a quick nod. I hope so. I'd still like to take him down a notch. I shook my head. Violence only triggers more violence. Then I'm going to find a place for you. I'll get my people on it tomorrow. Okay, buddy, you can't take control of me. I have a life to live, and you can't roll in like a thunderstorm and tell me what to do or take over for me. I'm perfectly capable of finding my own place to live. I stood, hands on hips, staring him down. Furthermore, if I want to stay here for a while, I'm damn well going to. I crossed my arms and gave him a look that dared him to comment. I should have known better. Stanton Baines wasn't a man to be scolded. Now you're crossing the line. That tiny muscle in his jaw twitched like crazy. Me? Crossing the line? I believe you have that backwards, mister. I took a step forward and ended up in his personal space. My pointer finger extended and drilled a hole into his chest as I said, No one, not even you, will tell me what to do. Ever. Am I clear? His hand wrapped around my finger. Stacy, you're being unreasonable. I am not. I'm being my own person. You can't walk in and railroad someone, Stanton, just because you think you know best. I do know best, damn it. Open your eyes, woman. You're in danger. No, I am not. He's done. He got the message. Maybe he even figured out I have a ton of security now. I'm safe here. My nostrils flared with anger, and I was surprised smoke didn't gush out of them. This man infuriated me. How did he think he could walk into my life and boss me around like this?
Chapter 19. Stanton. How was I going to persuade her to move now? The last thing she needed was to live here alone. Stacy, please, can you listen for a second? You've just been traumatized.
Oh my God, you're being overly dramatic. I have not been traumatized. I know what being traumatized is, and this is not it. But I can tell you one thing. You're stressing me out.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
But you are. It's nice you're stepping in and offering to help, but you should look at it from my end. I'm fully capable of doing this on my own. Even though I hate it, I can put this house on the market and move. Find an apartment or something else to buy. There is no urgency in this.
She made a good case. When I thought about it from her side, I wouldn't want to have anyone doing this for me either. Okay, how about I help you? I have connections in the rental business as we find housing for temporary workers who come here from all over. In the meantime, I'll stay with you because I just don't think it's a good idea for you to be alone yet. I didn't say anything, and she was quiet too. She finally spoke up.
Fine,
she snapped.
But I'm also going to do my own search.
That sounded better. I think that's a great idea. Why don't you take a relaxing bath, and I can get you something to eat if you'd like. Some dessert, maybe.
The bath sounds good, but I'm fine as far as the food goes. We just had dessert, remember?
I ushered her into the bathroom and helped her prepare a bath. Then I left so she could have some privacy, though it killed me. There were a few loose business issues that required my attention, so I called my brother. "Hey, why are you calling tonight?" Landry asked. After I explained what happened, he asked, "How long has this been going on?" "Since the big wedding reception." He whistled into the phone.
Whew, that's awful.
Are you with Stacy now? Yeah, she's taking a bath. She's pissed off at me because I want to find her another place to live. I gave him the details on that too. He laughed even harder this time. I find zero humor in this. Why are you laughing?
Oh God, this is fantastic.
My brother had lost his mind, but then he said,
"You are the absolute control freak, and you've finally found yourself a woman who is as hard-headed as you are."
There was more truth in that than I cared to admit. Not true. I am not a control freak. At the sound of those words, his laugh boomed into my ear, forcing me to hold the phone away.
"Since when have you not been one?"
came back his question. My mouth clamped shut as I had no reasonable response. I'd always been a control freak. The shrink I'd gone to a few years ago said it stemmed from the lack of control my mother forced on us when we were kids. Okay, you win. I admit it. But damn it, how can she be so hard-headed at a time like this? That nut job could hurt her.
I'm not disputing that fact, but she has security, right?
She does, and a really great system too. Beck had it installed.
You need to give her some breathing room, bro. My guess is she's not used to having someone order her around. And let me finish before you say anything.
My little brother knew me too well. Fine.
You're doing right by reaching out and helping, but my bet is she isn't used to it. Ask her what she wants. It may work much better than you telling her what she needs. In other words, stop bossing her around.
My brows shot up. Bossing her around?
Come on, dude, it's your brand. Own it. Besides, you wear it well, except when it comes to Stacy.
Okay, I'm hearing you. The admission was rough, but Landry was right. Stacy was a grown woman and didn't need to be treated like a child.
If you want her to continue this relationship with you, you have to get it, or she'll fly away like a bird.
How did my baby brother get to be so wise where women were concerned? I didn't dare ask the question out loud because I knew he'd respond with some smart-ass answer. I'd better go check on her. I left her soaking in the tub.
Good luck, and remember to ask, not tell.
He snickered as I ended the call. The bathroom door was still closed, so I knocked softly. Stacy? Do you need anything? She didn't respond, so I knocked again, only this time a little harder. Stacy? Again, nothing. I tried the handle and it was unlocked, so I entered. The tub jets were on and she was in there, but sound asleep. Didn't she know how dangerous that was? She could slip beneath the water and drown. I tapped her shoulder. Stacy, wake up. Her eyelids fluttered open and she yawned.
How long have I been in here?
Long enough to fall asleep, which isn't the safest thing to do in a bathtub. I handed her a towel. It might be time you got into bed. She rose to her feet, and it was difficult keeping my eyes off her glistening body. So difficult, in fact, I failed. Water slid down her luscious curves, making me want to lick her everywhere.
I think I can take it from here.
Right. I left her alone, closing the door behind me. When she was in her pajamas, she came into the living room.
I wanted to say goodnight.
I'll be in there in a minute. After I did my nightly routine, I joined her in bed. You okay? I asked.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me some alone time. It was needed.
I'm sorry I tried to railroad you into making hasty decisions. It's only because I'm worried about you.
It's fine. We can tackle this from a new perspective in the morning.
I wrapped her in my arms and we both fell asleep. Her yawn woke me up in the morning. I'd slept soundly and hadn't moved during the night. She was stretching like a cat when my gaze landed on her. Did you sleep well? I asked.
I did, surprisingly enough. I was exhausted, though.
Same here. I don't think I moved all night. I pushed back the covers and rose out of bed. Stay put. I'll make us some coffee.
That sounds wonderful.
I headed straight to the coffee pot. She had one of those single brew machines. After both cups were done, I doctored them up with cream and sugar and carried them back to the bedroom.
Thank you. This is perfect.
We both took sips of our Java. What's on the agenda today?
I'm going to apartment hunt.
She reached for her phone on the nightstand and started searching. May I offer a suggestion? She turned toward me and nodded. I almost lost my train of thought because she was perfectly sexy sitting there with her messy hair. Remember how I mentioned that we use a relocation service at the business for out-of-towners visiting for an extended stay and for people moving to the area for work? Why don't I give them a call? They can come up with a list and you can check it out. She pursed her lips for a moment, which made me want to kiss her.
All right, I'll go with that, but...
Her index finger popped up.
This is ultimately my decision and mine only on where I decide to live.
Absolutely. Now put your coffee cup down.
Why?
Don't ask. Just do it. I was actually surprised she did it, but as soon as her hands were free, I was on her. My lips crashed onto hers, stealing her breath, and she tasted like warm coffee. When she sighed, I moved in for more. My hand slipped under her top and I found a rock-hard nipple waiting for me to tease. To my dismay, she pulled away, but when she reached for the hem of her shirt and whipped it over her head, I grinned. The column of her neck was ripe for my tongue, so that's precisely where I went. Immediately she squirmed, which confirmed that my target was perfect. As I kissed her, my hand reached for the waist of her shorts. I tugged them lower and exposed her bare pussy. It was time to move. I scooted down the bed and pulled her shorts off. Then I bent her knees and pushed them up to reveal the most gorgeous pussy ever. My mouth watered at the sight. The invitation was wide open and I intended to enjoy every minute of her. My tongue did its best work to reach all her sensitive spots, and what it couldn't accomplish, my fingers did. Her thrashing body told me what I needed to know. But when my name repeatedly spilled from her mouth and her climax hit, I was happy I'd satisfied her. But I wasn't close to being done. It didn't take me long to drop my drawers and locate a condom. Will you do the honors? I asked, holding it out to her.
Yeah.
Her breathless reply came back. Shaking hands tried their best, but I took over with a chuckle. It was that good? I asked.
It was that good.
Then get ready for even better, I told her as I slowly pushed into her. I took it slow until I figured she was comfortable, and then it was all systems go. I flipped over, placing her on top. You set the rhythm. Her face turned bright crimson.
I'm not sure.
Just try and I'll help. This will be better for you. She began sort of awkwardly, but with a few adjustments and my hands on her hips helping, it didn't take her long to get into it. I tweaked her nipples and then found her clit. I was close to busting one, so I wanted to get her there too. It wasn't long before her interior muscles began their spasms against my cock, and that's when I lost it. She collapsed on top of me, breathing hard. How was it? I was hoping she'd say it was perfect. Instead, she laughed.
You know damn well how it was. I came all over the place.
That's what's supposed to happen, isn't it?
Not always.
Then I'm happy you did. She lifted herself up and stared at me. Then her mouth met mine in an adorably wet kiss.
I like this being on top thing.
You've never done it this way?
Never.
Then we'll do it like this more often.
You bet your ass we will.
She winked. My feisty woman was back, so I slapped her on the ass. I might have to do a thing or two to that ass of yours.
Yeah, about that, I don't think so.
Don't knock it until you try it, I teased. And speaking of knocks, someone began knocking on her front door and ringing the bell just then. We both flew out of bed and threw on some clothes.
What the heck? Who would be doing that this early?
She asked. We got to the door to see it was English. Stacy opened the door and English rushed in.
Why won't you answer your phone?
Stacy sputtered, but English said,
Oh, never mind. Look what was in the paper this morning.
She handed Stacy the paper, and I watched Stacy's eyes get unbelievably huge as she read.
Chapter 20. Stacy. I can't believe this. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. Then I released a bubbly laugh. What? Stanton asked. I handed him the paper. He read it, and I watched a very satisfied smile grow on his sexy face. I can't say I'm not pleased about this. English stood there, a hand on her hip, with an angry glare. I can't believe you two. You aren't getting the point of this. What? I asked. He was arrested for driving drunk the wrong way on the interstate. Yes, and he lost his job. Don't you think he's going to blame you? I gazed at her, totally confused. How can he? I was nowhere near him at the time. True, but the guy is on the crazy train. I shook my head. I don't think he'll blame me. He hasn't been around here at all lately, and I checked the videos daily. Stanton agreed. True, and he hasn't bothered or tried to contact Stacy in a while. I'm not so certain. My thoughts spun in every conceivable direction. English. I think he began drinking at the reception. For some reason, I believe he had a drinking problem but held it in check until that night. After that, he went for it, and without me around, he didn't care. Maybe you're right. I sure hope so. Anyway, I'm still moving. I'm going to find a temporary apartment until I sell this place and buy something else. Even if he has some kind of revenge in mind, it won't matter because I'll be gone. She wrapped her arms around me and squeezed. English gave some serious hugs. I'm glad you're moving. I want you to be safe. Don't worry so much about me, okay? Right. Tell me not to worry about my best friend who was threatened by her ex. Not happening. English, I'll make sure she's safe, Stanton added. I'm counting on you. Oh, and I had a long talk with your brother last night. He won't be an ass over this to you anymore. Stanton laughed.
Thanks, but I can handle Tristan. He's a lot more hot-headed than his bite is.
English left, and I asked Stanton if he was hungry.
I am. Let's shower and get breakfast somewhere.
We did, but our shower took a few detours, which included me getting banged against the tile wall. The man knew his way around a woman, which made me stop and think. Should that make me happy or uncomfortable? I'd go with happy. I'd slept with other men, but, unfortunately, they'd been worthless in between the sheets. Lucky for me, I finally found what it's supposed to be like. Stanton made a call while we were eating breakfast. He was assured by the rental agency he would have a list of available units with stellar security within the hour. If we wanted to see any of them, all we had to do was call the agent. There were 5 I loved. We spent the afternoon checking them out. All of them had secure parking. They had a gatekeeper for the parking garage, which was well lit. The buildings themselves each had doormen, so those were also a bonus. All the security made them a bit pricey, but I had some money saved I could dive into until my place sold. I chose the one closest to my office. It was also closer to Stanton's, but that wasn't intentional. It had 2 bedrooms, one for Easton if she wanted to spend the night, and the floor plan was open concept, which I wanted. It was only a few years old, so everything was bright and fresh. When can I move in?
Tomorrow, if you want. All we need to do is sign a lease.
Let's do it. I chose a 6-month lease in the hopes I'd find another house by then. Stanton negotiated a better price, since he was a long-term client of the agency. It turned out to be a great deal for me. On the way back to my place, I said, I'll go into work tomorrow and let them know I'll need a couple of days for the move.
We have a great moving company on standby we use with the relocation service. Why don't I give them a call?
Sounds great. And thank you for all the help here.
My pleasure.
The following day, I arrived at the office and told my 2 bosses about the move. They were furious over David's actions. We need to file a suit against him for stalking and abuse, Linda said.
I agree. It never should have come to this. Add to that abuse of power, considering his position with the DA's office,
Regina said. No, I want this behind me. He was also charged with drunk driving recently, and I'm sure he lost his position with the DA.
And what if he blames you for that? Regina asked.
How can he? I wasn't even there.
Come on, Stacy. You've worked enough abuse cases to know how this goes.
She was right. Not only that, I had my own background to consider. I don't know. I really want to forget this whole thing. Linda got up from behind her desk and leaned on it in front of me. I know you don't want to pursue this, but what happens if he becomes enraged and thinks it's your fault? I shook my head. I really don't think he will. Do I have to remind you how crazy these guys can get? She stared pointedly at me, and I squirmed under her steady gaze. No, but technically he never laid a hand on me. And you're lucky on that count. What if he had? I shrugged. The only thing I wanted now was to forget I ever knew David. Regina stepped in and said, It appears you've made up your mind, but nothing says you can't change it. You know where to find us if you need us. Thanks. I should be back in a couple of days. Take the rest of the week if you need it. I nodded and left. Their suggestions made me think. What if they were right? I didn't ever want to see David again, but if he contacted me again, I'd take them up on what they said I should do. My phone rang as I was driving home. It was a number I wasn't familiar with, so I answered it. It ended up being the moving company, and they wanted to come over to see what I had and give me a quote. They would meet me at my house in an hour. The man was very accommodating, and I was sure it had to do with the business Stanton sent him. He told me they could have everything packed and moved in a day. Like tomorrow? I asked.
Sure, if that's what you want.
What do I need to do?
Just be here. We do it room by room, and if there's anything you want to handle on your own, then you tell us. If not, we take over from there. I would suggest you pack a bag or two to live out of until you get completely settled.
Great idea. What time can you be here?
Is 8 good?
Works for me. And thank you. We shook hands and he left. I immediately called Stanton and gave him the details.
That's great. I'll be over later. Do you want to grab dinner tonight?
That's actually perfect. I don't want to mess up the kitchen. He arrived at 6:30, and we headed for his favorite dinner place. It wasn't very far, and we both ordered cocktails. When they arrived, he toasted my move tomorrow.
And here's to a quick house sale for you.
Our glasses clinked, and I sipped my delicious Cosmo. Suddenly, a voice interrupted our intimate conversation. If it isn't Stanton Baines! I glanced up to see a gorgeous, curvy blonde standing next to the table.
Courtney?
Now I know where you've been. I haven't seen you on the prowl lately in your favorite hunting grounds.
Courtney, this is my girlfriend, Stacy.
Hello, it's nice to meet you, I said. She sneered. Don't get too used to that brand. Trust me, it won't last long. Then she flipped her long locks behind her shoulder and strutted off.
Chapter 21. Stanton. Of all people to show up here, why did it have to be Courtney, the bitch of the century? Sorry about that.
Is it true?
Stacy asked. Is what true?
What she said about being your girlfriend.
A long sigh fluttered out of my mouth. In a way, yes. I've made a lot of mistakes where women are concerned. I've thought some were women I could truly have a relationship with, but most of them, like Courtney, were only interested in what my money could buy. I learned the hard way not to trust women, and to be very careful of who I dated more than once. Courtney and I went out for about a month, maybe more. But when she started demanding things like expensive jewelry and trips, I dumped her. Stacy's head slowly moved up and down.
I can understand that. Demanding things isn't right. But I do want to know if I'm going to be more than a few months' fling for you.
Her eyes punctured mine, and I told her the truth. I can't answer that yet. What I know so far is that I've never met anyone like you. I'd like to think we'll be together for a very long time, but don't you agree we have to get to know each other better to be able to make that determination?
I do.
Her smile was all the assurance I needed.
I was just making sure I'm not wasting my time.
I can assure you that you're not. That was an honest statement. What I didn't tell her was I had glimpses of our future together. Of us having kids, having a family, having a wonderful life together. I'd never had that with any woman I'd spent time with. Did that make me crazy? Maybe, but I like to think of her that way.
I'm really excited about the move. I can't wait to get settled.
By this time tomorrow, you'll be almost there. From what everyone says, the movers are top-notch at what they do. It'll take them all day, but when they're done, your home will be set up.
Exactly what I want to hear. So how is work?
I frowned. We lost an account today to an overseas bidder. I have ideas of who the business went to, but I really want to find out the price they got.
I've really been remiss. What exactly does your business do?
I grinned. Just about everything. We import and export, and we're in manufacturing, too. We also acquire companies that are underperforming and turn them around. When they reach a high profitability margin, we sell. She leaned back in her chair after taking another sip of her drink.
It sounds like you have your hands full.
True, but I have great people in the corporation that advise me, including Landry. Why didn't Tristan ever go into the business? I reached for her hand and said, He and my father had a falling out. The company was a mess when my uncle was involved. Dad split from him after Tristan walked away from us. Tristan thought the business was shady, and he was right on account of my uncle. Dad knew it, so he and my uncle ended up parting ways, separating the corporation. We lost some major accounts at first, which was fine. We didn't want that type of business anyway. We reformed, and when other companies out there saw my uncle was no longer involved with us, they came back.
So that's how Tristan ended up in photography.
Stacy, I didn't mean to sell him short. Tristan had been interested in photography as long as I can remember. When he walked away, he pursued it with a vengeance, and it paid off for him. He's extremely talented.
I agree. I never thought anyone could be as good as Beck, but Tristan is. And it's so cool that he married English because she is the best at graphic arts.
Yeah, they're a perfect couple. Tristan was always a better man than me.
Why do you say that?
She asked. He always took the high road, even if it meant getting into trouble with my mom. I'd lie my way out of things, but not Tristan. He was and is so honorable. That's not to say I'm not, but it took me a lot longer to get there than him.
As long as you got there is what matters. Some people don't learn as fast.
I smiled. True. I thought I was most like my dad, but he was only following his big brother until his conscience wouldn't allow it anymore. I am very thankful he saw the light and changed.
You're very lucky he did.
I nodded because those words couldn't be truer. We ordered our food and it was delivered within no time. Time always flew when I was with Stacy. I took that to be a good sign. We were leaving the restaurant when someone called out Stacy's name. She went toward the table where two women sat.
Stanton, these are the two partners of the law firm where I work. I'd like you to meet Linda Cochran and Regina Marlowe. This is Stanton Baines. It's a pleasure meeting you,
they both said. We chatted a bit, and then as we were leaving, Linda said,
Stacy, don't forget what we discussed today. That's always on the table if you want. I know, and thank you.
When we got in the car, I asked, what was that about?
They want me to file a case against David for stalking and abuse, but I said no. I only want to put that issue behind me.
Ultimately, this is your decision. But what would you tell a client?
The same thing they told me.
I took her hand. It's not anything you need to decide now. Wait until you move and are settled. Maybe a clearer head will help.
That's great advice. Thank you.
She was silent the remainder of the drive, but inwardly I hoped she went forward with the suit. He deserved to be run out of town, and the quicker the better. My concern is he'd blame her for everything that happened to him.
Chapter 22. Stacy. The movers arrived at 8 o'clock sharp. I'd packed 2 bags. One held everything I'd need for the next couple of days, and the other held all my lingerie. I just couldn't allow those men to pack my personal items. They started in the kitchen, and with lightning speed, it was boxed, labeled, and loaded in the truck. Next, the living room, which really was about the furniture. They disassembled what they could and loaded it up. Then came the bedrooms. The 2 guest rooms were simple. They held furniture only and a few things in the closets. Then they got to my bedroom. I had stripped the bedding off all the beds earlier, so they took out the mattress and box springs. Next went my furniture, and lastly, the items in the closet. They hung all the clothes in hanging boxes, which was pretty cool. The bathrooms and linen closets were a simple matter of packing up. They loaded everything, and finally came the washer and dryer. The new condo had all the other appliances, so mine would stay here. The place had an underground garage for residents, and I wouldn't need any lawn equipment, so all that would stay as well. It was midday when they were done, and we were off for the second part of the move. That part seemed to go quicker than the first. By 5, everything was unpacked, and I was putting the final touches on things. I couldn't decide if I wanted to hang pictures yet, or wait to see if I sold my house. What if I ended up here for only a few months? Stanton had called during the day to check on things, and when the movers left, I called him to let him know. They were amazing. Wait until you see this place.
I'm going to pick up dinner, and I'll be there in an hour and a half. Is that good?
Perfect. Thanks. His punctuality was mind-blowing. He was always here exactly when he said he would. He walked around and let out a whistle.
I love this place.
So do I. I can't wait to spend a few nights here.
Have you ever thought of buying a condo? More security and less yard work.
No, but after this, I might be considering that option. He set out dinner, pulling it from the bags he'd carried inside. It was Italian, and I'd smelled it when he walked in.
Where are your plates?
I sent him to the proper cabinet. Silverware is in there, I added, pointing to a drawer. He placed everything on the counter, and we ate there, seated on the stools I'd brought from my house. I hope my house lists okay without any furniture, I said, then dove into my pasta dinner.
This is delicious. One of my favorite Italian places. I hope you like Alfredo. This one reminds me of Italy.
I knocked his arm. Shut up. I don't want Italy mentioned while I'm eating Italian food. He barked out a laugh.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it does, because it makes me want to go there.
Then let's.
I gaped at him. Why is it every time I say something like that, you think you can solve it so easily? First it was Thailand, and now Italy. He shrugged.
Because I can.
No, you can't. I have a job and a house to sell. I can't just up and leave at the drop of a hat. I watched his mouth as he slid a fork full of noodles into it. He made them look even yummier than they were. I twirled my fork until they held a large quantity of pasta, and then jammed it into my mouth.
This is really good tonight, he said. But we could go to Italy after you sell your house. That would give you time to let your bosses know.
I nodded, not wanting to speak with my mouth full of noodles. After I swallowed, I said, Maybe. I'll have to check our workload. I've missed a lot of work lately. He scoffed.
What, a couple of days? That's not much.
It is when you're trying to get a promotion. His gaze settled on me, and I felt the heat of it through my shirt.
I like that about you. You're a hard worker, but also a conscientious one. That's important to an employer. Most employees only want to get to the next vacation day.
Laughing, I said, Well, don't be fooled. I like that too.
We all like some time off, but I'm impressed with your dedication.
I thought about why I was so determined to be good at what I did, and the darkness threatened to consume me. I pushed it back so it wouldn't ruin our evening together. I want to be. The women I work with and represent don't have anyone. They face a terrifying future and fear even the name of the person they're filing charges against. I will do my best to ensure they get the right counseling and see them through to the end of their ordeal. I wish I'd had someone do that for me.
It's admirable, what you do. You should be proud of it.
I can't be. Not until every predator and abuser is put away. He nodded.
At least the laws are better now than they were.
That much was true. Domestic abuse was barely considered a crime in years past. We finished dinner, and I was exhausted. Moving had done me in. I yawned and said,
I'm so sorry. I can hardly keep my eyes open. I'd love to hang out with you longer, but I have an early start tomorrow, too. Why don't I leave you tonight, and we can catch up tomorrow?
You're not going to stay? I was surprised.
Not tonight. If I stay, neither of us will get the sleep we need."
He was right about that. True. Thanks for bringing dinner. He pulled me into his arms and gave me a short kiss. I was disappointed, but he laughed.
"If we did anything else, I'd be in your bed, and both of us would be worthless in the morning. Good night, Stacy."
Chapter 23. Stacy. After living in my new rental for a couple of weeks, I decided I loved it more than I ever thought possible. I was going to see if I could purchase it, or one exactly like it in this building. It had everything I needed and then some. Work was swamped, so I ate lunch at my desk, checking off my to-do list. When English called, I answered with a groan. "What's got you down?" she asked. "Not down, just overloaded." "Bad time?" "Not really," I said. "I'm eating lunch at my desk, doing my best to tackle the mound of paperwork I have." "Good. I called because we haven't had a girls' night in ages, so how about it?" That made me grin. "I'd love to. Name the day." "Tonight? Tristan is taking the kids to Ravina's so they can play, which means I'm free." "Sounds good. I may have to make it a little later, but I'll let you know. Where do you want to go?" "How about our favorite martini bar, and then we can eat at that little bistro across the street?" "Sounds perfect. I'll give you a call, say around 4, to give you a time estimate." I got back to work so I could get everything done. While I was hard at it, Linda walked in. "Looks like you have your hands full." I huffed. "Yeah, I'm catching up on everything." "Good. When you've got a minute, can you come to my office? I have something I want to discuss with you." "We can do it now, if you want." She nodded. "Only if I'm not interrupting." "No, it's fine." It really wasn't, but I wouldn't tell her that. I followed her down the hall to her expansive office with lots of windows. I loved the brightness in here. "Have a seat." She pointed to a chair in front of her desk. "We just received this case, and I want you to take the lead on it." She handed me a file. It was an alleged murder of a man. Apparently, his wife had shot him during a domestic altercation. She claimed she'd been abused for years and did it to protect herself and their child. My stomach clenched as I read along. When I finished, I covered my hands so Linda wouldn't see them shaking. "I want it. I'll do everything I can to help this woman." My voice had a feverish tone. "Whoa, slow down there. We need to do an investigation of this first. What if she wasn't abused?" "I can pull her past medical records to check for any history of that. I can also check the child's, too. I know what to look for, Linda. Please give me a chance with this." She eyed me with intensity before agreeing. "It's yours, under one condition. If at any time you feel you're in over your head, reach out to me. I won't think you're incompetent, but I will think you're being conscientious." A smile spread across my face. "Thank you. I won't let you down." I grabbed the file, and she handed me another with more information, and I left. It was tempting to jump into it, but I had other things to finish up beforehand. I was on a roll and didn't stop for anything. When I looked at the time, it was 4:30. Damn! I grabbed my phone and called English. "Hey! I was beginning to think you forgot about me." "Not a chance. Is 6:30 okay?" "That's fine. See you then," she said. It was then I finally got the chance to open the entire file. One by one, I flipped through the pages, and what I read made me furious. Why did men have to beat up women? If they were so aggressive, why couldn't they take it out on a punching bag in a gym? According to the information, This woman had been abused for over 10 years by her husband. She claimed to have suffered broken bones on multiple occasions. I made a note to contact the local hospitals for her records first thing in the morning. She also stated he had raped her. Even though they were married, rape was still a crime between husband and wife if the sex was not consensual. I would have to check on whether rape kits were used on her. On the night he was shot, she stated he came home drunk and threatened to kill both her and their young daughter. That's when she took out the gun she had bought and shot him. The question I needed the answer to was, did she do this in self-defense, or was this a crime of passion? I made a note to review this with Linda. Either way, I believe she had a way out with a sympathetic jury. I prayed I could find adequate hospital records to support her claims, and perhaps she had witnesses too. At 6, I scurried out to meet English. She was already there, waiting on me. Sorry, I got here as fast as I could with traffic. Not a problem. This was worth the wait. She held up her glass. I need one of those. A Cosmo, I'm guessing? Yup, and of course you need one. The bartender came over and I gave her my order. So, how's the new place? I love it. I want to buy there. You must see it. English. It has everything. She leaned back and said, Wow, I didn't expect that. I figured you'd like it, but would want a house again. Funny thing, so did I, until I spent a week there. I thought I'd hate the elevator, but the doorman helps with the groceries. All I have to do is ring him and someone comes. It's actually easier than when I lived in a house. The conveniences are amazing. The bartender handed me my Cosmo, and I took a long, cool sip. This is perfect. She dipped her head and left. I'm so happy you love it there, English said. I'm also relieved. It's so much safer than a house. Yeah, I agree. That place is like Fort Knox. I need a passcode to get into the parking garage, but there's an attendant there as well. Then you can't get on the elevator without another key or code. And finally, each floor has an extra layer of security with another entry point. That's all before you get to your front door. Dang, that is like Fort Knox. On a different note, tell me about you and Stanton. No beating around the bush there. I was wondering when you were going to ask. Then I gave her a sly grin. What? I don't kiss and tell. Seriously? This is me, your best friend you're talking to. I know, but you're married to his brother. So? I'd tell you. She crossed her arms and huffed. Would you really? Because I think I remember a time when you... Okay, I give up. She glared at me, and I cracked up. So far, he's the perfect gentleman. Treats me like a queen. Really? Yeah, why would I lie? She shrugged. Maybe you know I'd tell Tristan if he didn't. If he didn't, I'd walk away from him. I almost did, because he can be quite the bosshole. English let out a giggle. I'm sure he can. He tries to boss everyone around, even Tristan. I think it's his nature. He can stuff that nature where the sun doesn't shine, and I told him as much. He didn't think he was bossy, but I assured him he was. Men never think about stuff like that. They only think about sex. Is that how Tristan was at first? I hated Tristan at first. He was so arrogant. He tried to boss me around at work, at my dad's office. Can you imagine? Yeah, he's a Baines. It must run in the family. We looked at each other and laughed. Then I raised my glass and said, To the Baines men. She clinked hers with mine and drained it. I still had plenty left. We were sitting there chatting up a storm about our men when a voice interrupted us. Didn't I see you out with Stanton Baines? I turned to see that woman named Courtney who spoke to Stanton when we were at dinner one night. You did. Courtney, isn't it? That's right. She half grinned. Did he already dump you? No, not that it's any of your business. It's not, but don't worry. It won't be long now. Why are you so sure about that? English asked. Because I know him, and men like him. He dates women and then tires of them rather quickly. Then it's on to the next one who'll warm his bed. That's rather callous, isn't it? I asked. You'd say the same if he dumped you after making all kinds of promises. He'd told me he'd never met anyone like me, that it was unusual for him to spend so much time with the same woman. I figured he was being honest, until the day I received a note under my door saying we were over. He gave me no other explanation, really. Was I falling into the same trap she had? He basically had told me the same things. Well, good luck. But if I were you, I'd keep my guard up and wouldn't let him get too close. We both watched her walk away. I finally broke the silence. She sure was beautiful. She was. Then I turned to face English. Do you think I'm making a huge mistake with Stanton? Her mouth sagged open, but no sound came out.
Chapter 24. Stanton. It had been over a week and a half since I'd seen Stacy. It was odd because other than her being busy at work, she had no excuse. Even on the weekend when she should have been free, she claimed to have been hard at work. With her living in the new condo, there was no way for me to do a drive-by and check on her. I let it pass, but decided I'd drop in on her at work if I didn't see her soon. If there was something going on between us, she should tell me. I wasn't a mind reader. Landry had to fly to the West Coast to see 2 clients and asked me to join him. You're more than ready to handle this. These are 2 small companies and you've done all the footwork necessary to make the bids on them. You don't need me. Going to California was the last thing I wanted to do right now. It's my first time, though, and I'd feel much more comfortable if you were there for support. I stared at him for a long moment. Fine. But if these 2 are a success, you're on your own for the next ones. That's good. I just want the CEOs to be okay with me because I'm so young. That was a good point. It was hard for people to trust someone so young, but Landry was a brainiac. Once they spoke to him one-on-one, they'd see it. We planned to leave the following day, so I called Stacy, but it went straight to voicemail. I left her a message and texted her as well. We'd be back on Friday, and I asked if she wanted to go out for dinner on Saturday. Again, I received no response. After being so frustrated with her lack of communication, I finally gave in and called English. Stanton, what's up? Have you talked to Stacy lately? I've called her several times and she hasn't returned my calls. That's not like her. I saw her last week and talked to her over the weekend. I know she's super busy with a new case. That sounded fine, but why the fuck wouldn't she answer my calls? Okay, but why won't she talk to me? I don't know. Women, I muttered under my breath. Did she say anything about me? Not that I can think of. Right. That response was not the truth. English sounded like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar, and I told her so. I take it she's pissed off at me then. No, she never said that. Something must have happened, damn it, for her to act like this. I was pissed now. Why did women always think we could read minds instead of just coming out and telling us what was wrong? Okay, we were out and ran into a woman named Courtney. Afterwards, Stacy acted kind of weird. What did Courtney say? She said you would dump Stacy soon. Then English told me more of what Courtney said. All of it was true. That had been me. Before Stacy. But Stacy was different, and I explained that to English. Stanton, I'm not the one who needs convincing. Maybe not, but you have her ear, and she trusts you. If I convince you, you can tell her.
No, that's not my job. It's yours.
English, I need your help. She won't answer my calls, and therefore I can't talk to her.
Fine. I'll tell her to call you.
Landry and I are leaving for the West Coast. Tell her I'll call her on Friday when I get back. I ended the call pissed at myself and the shitty track record I had with women. I couldn't help the fact that there weren't many I'd been interested in. Before Stacy. Yes, there had been a few, but none had lasted very long, and I had never felt about any of them the way I feel about her. The problem was, now I had to get her to believe me. How was I going to do that? The following day, we boarded our company jet and took off for San Francisco. Landry and I talked business the entire flight. Everything was fine until it was time to land. The weather had turned and our pilot informed us it would get bumpy. That wasn't a big deal. We experienced that all the time. But then the landing gear wouldn't deploy. The pilot had two choices, a water landing or land without the gear. He opted for the water. He relayed what was happening the entire time and I prayed for safety. If not for me, then for everyone else on board the aircraft. When we hit, the noise was deafening. The tail of the jet split off and we slid across the water, finally coming to a stop. I was up out of my seat in a blink. Landry was right behind me. We had to get out of the hull before it sank. The pilot exited the cockpit too. There were inflatable rafts, but we didn't have time for that. "Grab flotation devices," the pilot yelled. Before I could even attempt to, the flight attendant pushed one into my arms and then Landry's. The co-pilot came out and he had a huge gash on his arm. He held a flotation device in his arms. "We have to get out," the pilot yelled. The flight attendant had already opened the exit and Landry jumped out. I followed, then the rest of the crew. "Swim away from the craft. If it goes down, you don't want it to take you with it," the pilot shouted. The water was chilly as I kicked with everything I had and moved away from the wreckage. Then I heard the sound of motors coming from different directions. Boats had been notified and were coming to pull us out of the water. One by one, we were plucked out of the biting depths of the bay. I hadn't even noticed until then that I had multiple cuts and my arm hurt. I shivered as someone threw a blanket over me. Landry stared at the water, open-mouthed. Finally, I looked at the pilot. "Thank you. Thank you for saving our lives." Chapter 25. Stanton. The next couple of hours were a blur of ambulances and authorities asking questions. We got to the hospital thinking that would be the end of it, but no. Once they determined what our injuries were, the hounds were at it again. "Start from the beginning. Tell us what happened." I can't recall how many times I told the same story over and over. All I wanted to know was why the landing gear failed. The jet wasn't old. Was there a damaged part, or was it an issue with the model? I'd find out as soon as I got out of here. The good news was I had no broken bones, only bruises and lacerations that needed attending. They kept me overnight for observation. Landry was in about the same shape. Our co-pilot was the only one who'd suffered broken ribs. Everyone else only had minor injuries, but we all spent the night and were released in the morning. Tristan and Ravina wanted to fly out, but we said there was no need. We were truly fine. We had to postpone our meetings for a couple of days, but that worked out okay too. And then there was Stacy. She was frantic when she heard the news. It was disconcerting to me because she was nearly hysterical with worry. I wasn't prepared for that reaction. Not at all, and it totally threw me. I kept reliving the way the pilot handled the water landing. It was as if he knew exactly how to do it with incurring as little damage on us as possible. I was so thankful I'd been diligent in hiring the most capable pilots out there. His skill had brought us through this alive. No telling what would have happened had a less competent pilot been in the captain's chair at the time. I was sitting in my hotel suite staring out the window when Landry spoke. It startled me as I'd forgotten he was in here. "Didn't mean to scare you," he said. "Sorry. I was thinking about everything. It puts a whole new spin on things, doesn't it?" He took the seat across from me. In what way? In every way. We could have died. And that's not the first time I escaped the claws of death. Damn, Stanton, don't be so morbid. It just wasn't our time. Exactly. Which means it's time I did some living. What do you mean by that? Landry asked. I stood and moved closer to the window. I've been thinking. I work too much and need a sabbatical. You've become more than accomplished at your role. I'd like to take some time off and travel. Go where I haven't been. Patagonia, Antarctica, up to Scandinavia to see the northern lights. I want to see Asia, particularly Vietnam and Cambodia. Tristan said it's amazing over there. Do you think Stacy wants to go to all those places? His question had me twitching. I want to do it alone. Hell, she wouldn't give me the time of day before I left. Okay, but how do you think she'll feel about this? I finally faced him and asked, what does it matter? It's what I want. What I need right now. Stanton, what about her feelings? You've been spending a lot of time together. Running off like this will send her a very distinct message. What if it does? Are you prepared for the fallout? I thought she really meant something to you. She does. But this is something I have to do. If she doesn't understand, then... My voice trailed off. You can't just run off without telling her. That wasn't something I'd do. I plan to call her. What? Yeah. After our meetings are finished, I'm going to leave from here. You can't mean that, Landry shouted. I do. I can buy whatever I need and book my flights from here. It's closer to Asia anyway. Stanton, think this through. You owe her more than this. I owe her? What do I owe her? A face-to-face explanation. Fine, then I'll FaceTime her or Skype. You are such a dick. I can't believe you do this to her, especially after everything she's been through. I bowed my head. He was right, and I knew it. But there was something compelling me to leave. And to be fair, I was pissed at her. His arm extended as he pointed at me. You're running away. You're running away from her. I get it now. This plane crashed, it's fucked with your head, and now you're seeing your vulnerability. That's what this is all about. You're wrong. Then prove it. Do the right thing and go home. Tell her in person. Don't take the cowardly way out. I can't. I backed away from him and went into my own room, thinking to get away from my brother. But he followed. You're not getting off so easy. Why can't you? I didn't want to tell him if I went home to her, I'd probably cave. That's the last thing I wanted to do. Because I need this trip for my mental health. I'm calling bullshit on that. You're a fucking coward and a dick. I shrugged. I knew I was being callous. Call it as you see it. Oh, I am. And I hope she walks away from you forever. You don't deserve anyone like her. Tristan was right. You never should have gotten close to her. Both my brothers were right. I was being an ass. But it was something I needed. I hoped she'd still be there when I got back. Who knows? I may be back before you know it. Landry shook his head. I can't believe you. This plane crash was traumatic. I get that. But for you to behave like this is reprehensible. And don't forget, you're dumping all your work into my lap, which most of I don't have any idea of what's going on. All this is on you. If we lose clients and business, it'll be your fault, asshole. He left, slamming the door behind him. What the hell was wrong with me? All I knew was I had to escape, get away from everything. I wouldn't rest easy until I had. And maybe even then I wouldn't.
Chapter 26. Stacy. Stanton's crash disrupted everything. When I first heard, I didn't know which way to turn. But then his nonchalance over it threw me. I realized before this that I was in love with the man. The first thing I wanted to do was hop on a plane to see if he was okay. But Tristan and Ravina had gotten the same messages. Don't come because they were both fine. It was truly a miracle they'd survived. Thanks to the work of a brilliant pilot, they'd made a fairly safe water landing. The plane wasn't salvageable, but who cared about that? Their lives were spared, and that was all that mattered. My phone rang, and when Stanton's name popped up, I eagerly answered. "Oh God, you're sure you're okay?"
"We're fine. I swear it."
"I've been so worried about you. When are you coming home? I want to make sure for myself."
"Stacy, well, here's the thing. I'm going to take some time off and travel."
Oh? This was weird.
"Yeah. I figured since I was already on the West Coast, I'd fly to Asia and spend some time there."
"Asia? How long will you be gone?" Maybe he needed a little time away after the trauma.
"That's just it. I don't know."
"You don't know? What does that mean?"
"I haven't decided. I'm going to spend some time in Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and other places if they strike me. I'm taking a sabbatical from work."
I was gobsmacked. Words wouldn't form on my tongue, even though a million questions bounced around in my head.
"Stacy, are you there?"
"Mm-hmm." That was all I could eke out. Tears bubbled as I choked them back. Why was he doing this and not coming home to me? True, I hadn't spoken to him in over a week before he left. I had so much on my mind. What Courtney had said, work, and the little issue I'd discovered. Okay, it wasn't exactly little. I planned to tell him all the above, but then he'd left for the West Coast.
"It may be a month, 2, 3. I just don't know."
3 months? That meant only one thing. "I see."
"I hope you understand."
"I don't, but have a nice trip." I hung up. I didn't want to make a fool of myself over this man. I had been warned about him, but he swore it wouldn't happen, and now here I sat, looking at my phone after his news. What an idiot I'd been to trust his words. And there was an even larger problem looming ahead of me. Thank God I hadn't bought a new place yet. I wanted to leave here now and find something else, but I was locked into a 6-month lease. Damn, damn, damn. I'm not sure how long I sat, alone in the dark, when my phone rang. I knew who it was before I checked the caller ID. "Hey. Do you want me to come over?" English asked. "Nah. I'll get through this. I was warned, wasn't I?" But he'd been so different. No one, not even Landry, can figure him out. That crash must have done a number on him. I'm sure. And he, in turn, did one on me. I should have expected it, but he blindsided me. I can't imagine. "English, I want to move away from here. All I can do is see him in every space." "Are you sure you don't want me there?" "Okay, you win. I'll pack a bag and spend the night with you." "What about the kids?" "Tristan is fully capable of handling things." "Thank you. What would I do without you?" "It's a 2-way street, sister. See you in a few." She came bearing gifts, as was her thing. Wine, pizza, and ice cream. What more could a grieving woman need? "You're the best friend a girl could want," I said. "Who was there when I needed someone the most? You. Now let me help. You're always coming to rescue me from my terrible choice of men." I watched her pour us 2 healthy glasses of wine. She handed me one, then said, Not true. Stanton helped you with David. I set the glass down, untouched. Thanks for the reminder, I said sourly. Hey, if this makes you feel any better, even Tristan is shocked over this. It doesn't. Didn't really think it would. She held up her glass and said, Here's to asshole men and their dicks falling off. Cheers. I didn't sip my wine like usual, but then added, And may they get body lice too. English held up her glass. Ooh, wicked you. Yeah, and I hope he has eternal diarrhea. She spit out the drink she'd just taken. You are mean. That's awful. She dabbed up the mess with a napkin. Yep, and I hope it happens when he's in bed with his latest conquest. Oh my God, you're the wickedest of the wicked. That I am. I wore a satisfied grin, but it did nothing for my wounded heart and other problem. You know, I ended up trusting him. It took a while, but now look at me. What an idiot. He had us all fooled, not just you. I was also his champion. One small consolation. At least he left me for a country and not another woman. English stared at me and then burst out laughing. You sound like Eva Perón. What's that saying? That which doesn't kill you only makes you stronger? It's utter bullshit, I said. I agree. After that douche of an ex of mine nearly strangled me, I was a pussy forever, afraid of any shadow. Geez, English, you nearly died. What do you expect? All I'm saying is it did not make me stronger. No, but it solidified your relationship with Tristan, so maybe... I let my voice trail off. Then English noticed my glass, which was still full. Stacy, is there a reason you haven't touched your wine? There is. I'm pregnant. What? Her shout pierced my eardrums. I rubbed my belly, which was still flat. You know that condition where you are carrying a baby? She smacked my arm. Stop. Are you serious? Dead serious. Fuck. Does he know? No, and I'm not going to tell him. I don't want his help, nor do I want that jackhole's interference in my life. He chose to leave, not me. But he didn't know. Exactly. I wanted him for me, not just because I was pregnant anyway. She nodded slowly. So, I have a question. What will you do when he returns? We know he'll come back. Will you see him? No. He left without a thought about me. Why would I do that? English gave me one of her hard stares. It made me feel like her daughter Easton when she did something wrong. You know why. I don't give a damn, as he doesn't give one about me. I'm done with men. They aren't worth it, and I seem to have a huge issue with picking the wrong ones. English rose to her feet and padded to the kitchen. She grabbed the pizza out of the oven, where she'd put it to keep warm, and brought it over, along with plates and napkins. You can't enjoy the wine, but there's no reason why you can't eat pizza and ice cream. We dug in and ate. Afterward, we finished up by eating the ice cream she'd brought. I have to say, this was the best dinner. Are you ready for more wine? I asked. I'm good. I drank your glass too. How about a movie then? Sounds great. Nothing sappy though. I want action-packed. I didn't want to cry, and those sappy movies always did that to me. We settled on an Indiana Jones movie, and when it finished, we both crawled to our beds, sleepy as ever. In the morning, I got up to make coffee and spied the note English had left. Had a great time last night and hope you're feeling better today. Call me later. Love, E. I should have known she'd leave early. She was such a fabulous mom, she probably felt guilty about not being there this morning. After my shower, I dressed, grabbed a coffee, and left for the office. I decided that now was the time to pour everything I had into work. It would solve my Stanton problem and give me something to focus on. I'd been given that case to handle on my own, and I intended to make a great impression on my bosses, but I also planned to win. There was no doubt the accused had been abused. Her medical records showed countless healed rib fractures, a previous broken arm and wrist, and at least a dozen or more lacerations. She'd had too many x-rays to count. I'd also requisitioned the child's medical records, and what I saw disgusted me. The young girl had been beaten badly on several occasions, resulting in fractures, bruises, and lacerations. I was now more determined than ever to save this woman from going to prison. That husband of hers deserved what he got. He'd abused his family for years, and the wife had finally reached her breaking point. So many memories assaulted my mind as I read through the findings. My mother and I had experienced this same behavior, as my father had abused both of us. This was a case that hit my heart like a wrecking ball. The first time I met Daisy Lanier, I had to swallow back the tears. She was a small-framed woman who was terrified of every noise around her. Since she couldn't afford bail, she was still being held in the county jail, which broke my heart. This woman was going to need intense therapy after her ordeal was over. Ms. Lanier, can you explain what happened the night your husband died? She nodded and stared at me with doe eyes that dripped fat tears. He kept punching me and said he was going to choke my baby. She'd already been through too much with him, and the thought of him putting his hands on her was too much. Everything was just too much. He broke me. And I remember thinking how the world would be better if he would just go away. He kicked me, and I pretended like I couldn't move. That's when he left me alone. I knew I didn't have much time before he got to my daughter, so I dragged myself up and went for the gun I'd bought. He wasn't aware of it, but after I bought it, I hid it away. I took it out and made sure it was loaded. Then I went to my daughter's room, where I found him yanking her out of bed. She cried out for help and begged him to stop, but he wouldn't. I aimed the gun at his head and warned him to let her go. He only laughed at me. He told me I didn't have the guts to shoot him. I told him again to let her go. He called me a stupid whore and grabbed my daughter around the neck. That was when I squeezed the trigger. It was so loud. I didn't think it would make that much noise, but it did. And then blood spurted everywhere. The bullet hit him in the neck. His eyes. I can't get the sight of them out of my head. He looked at me like he couldn't believe what just happened. I threw the gun down and ran to my daughter, who was screaming. Then I called the police. By the time they arrived, he was dead. He was lying on the floor in a huge pool of blood, and I wasn't sorry one single bit. I'd do it all over again if I had to. I wrote down what I could, but I also recorded this, with her permission. I took notes on her body language, how she acted during her recounting. She wasn't sorry at all, and I couldn't blame her. Why didn't you leave him? I asked. He told me if I did, he'd find us both and kill us and would kill my family. He would have too. He was evil. I knew evil and had faced it. It was a horrific thing when it was someone who was supposed to love you, protect, honor you, did those horrendous things. But it had happened to my mom and me, and I knew those despicable people. I left her with the promise I'd be in touch soon. As I got into my car, the heinous memories of my childhood overwhelmed me. My hands gripped the steering wheel as I saw my father beat my mom all over again. It was a daily adventure for him. He'd come home drunk, and Mom would tell me to run and hide. I had some ingenious hideouts, too. Under the house, in the rafters of the garage, under the car, and even a few in the attic. Initially, I was afraid of the places where I hid, but they soon gave me comfort when I heard Mom's screams. Invariably, she'd go to the hospital the next day, claiming she fell, or something stupid like that. I don't know why she never did anything about it. It wasn't until I was a teenager that I really understood the meaning of the word hate. That's when he'd turn to me after beating my mom. I was old enough by then to try and defend her. Only his strength far surpassed mine. When I was 16, I came home from school. Mom was in bed. My father had really done a number on her the night before. Rage simmered within me. I begged her to leave with me that day, pleaded with her, told her we could go to one of those women's shelters. She wouldn't hear of it. I couldn't understand why. It wasn't until I became an adult and had a lot of time to process the details of what happened that I figured it out. She must have planned it out to the last detail. He'd come home drunk, as usual. She was in no shape to even get out of bed, much less cook him dinner. That's what he'd shout for every time he walked into the house, his stupid dinner. With slurred words, he'd toss insults at her left and right. That day, she didn't do anything but lie there. I was in the room when he stomped in, reeking of liquor and stumbling around. "Where's my dinner, you lazy slut?" That was what he yelled. I shouted back and told him to leave her alone, that she was hurting. He just laughed. Her entire body shuddered as he spoke. He shoved me out of the way and asked the question again. My mom, who could hardly lift her head, told him he'd have to fend for himself that night. I jumped in saying that I'd cook him dinner. He rounded on me and popped me in the jaw. I flew to the floor and watched him pick her up off the bed and sling her across the room. That's when I saw it. The gun she'd hidden under the pillow. Mom was so weak she could barely hold the gun up, but Dad just laughed at her. He knew she wouldn't pull that trigger. In a couple of steps, he was on her, knocking the gun out of her grasp. Then he began to beat her to death, right there in front of me. Except he never imagined I'd get to that gun and use it on him. I picked it up and shouted at him to stop. He never did. Never even looked my way. Fists joined his feet as he kicked her, and that's when I fired the first shot. It hit him in the back. He must have been so surprised that he spun around and stared at me, his eyes filling with hatred. Then he took a step toward me, but I fired again, and again. This time the bullets hit him in the chest. I kept firing that gun until it wouldn't fire anymore, and he was sprawled on the floor, blood gushing out of the holes I'd put in him. I was only a kid when it happened, but I never regretted any of those bullets, and still don't. That man was a monster. It had taken years of therapy to get over the loss of my mother. I'd always felt she didn't love me enough to leave, but that wasn't it at all. I finally understood that fear is a driving factor, and she was like Mrs. Lanier. She was afraid my dad would have killed us both if she had left. That's why I would do everything in my power to see that Mrs. Lanier would not be found guilty. She didn't kill her husband. He was responsible for his own death.
Chapter 27. Stanton. This trip wasn't anything like I expected. When I left, I figured a sense of freedom would fill me. Instead, all I've had was loneliness. In the last month, I'd spent time in Vietnam and then traveled the Mekong River in Vietnam and Cambodia. The cruise was outstanding, lasting 2 weeks. It was beautiful to be sure, but without anyone to share it with, it made for a hollow trip. I kept waiting for this sensation to pass. Every day I'd wake up thinking this would be the day. To my disappointment, it was exactly like the previous one. There was an abundance of women everywhere from all over the globe. However, none of them held my interest for longer than it took to down a drink. Etched in my brain was an auburn-haired, hazel-eyed beauty with a sharp mind and keen wit. None of the women compared to Stacy. It made me question why the fuck I was even here. What the hell had I done? Did I ruin my chances with her forever? It didn't matter now. What was done was done. I was currently in Siem Reap, Cambodia for a planned temple tour, and then moving on to Phnom Penh for a week. Afterward, I was headed to Thailand. India was on my itinerary after Thailand. Then who knew? If I was ready to go home at that point, I would. If not, maybe I'd head over to South America. I remembered Beck talking about Patagonia and Antarctica, but I wasn't sure if the timing was right. The southern hemisphere was seasonally opposite us, so if I were going to visit there, it had to be during their summer. Landry and I spoke frequently. We only talked about issues that arose at work, and that was it. Tristan was extremely pissed off at me, and we hadn't spoken since I'd left the country. Ravina was also angry as hell. I didn't blame any of them. It was useless to try and mend this from over here. I'd beg for their forgiveness when I got home. Maybe they'd see how much I needed to get away. I was very proud of my little brother. I had asked the impossible of him, and he'd come through in an exceptional way. He'd not only kept our clients, but had added more. He'd probably oust me out of the company when I returned. That would be okay, too. Maybe it was time for me to start another business. I'd been thinking of a thing or two, and this trip was cementing my ideas. I wanted to expand more into international markets, and Cambodia and Vietnam were ripe for business. Manufacturing was huge in both places, but the pay wasn't good. If I could create something with better pay and hours, then it would be a gold mine. With silk, cotton, and silver as popular items, it should be easy to come up with some ideas. My phone rang, and I was shocked to see it was Tristan. "Hey, how are you? Is everything okay?" I asked. "Yes, we're fine here, and hope you are." "I am, thanks. What's going on?" "How long are you going to be gone?" He didn't spit the words out this time, which was a baby step. As I said from the beginning, I don't really have a time frame. "And you're sticking to that?" he asked. "That's my plan. Why?" "Just wondering. Leaving the entire company to Landry isn't exactly the right thing to do." "If you were part of the business, I wouldn't be." "I'm not and never have been, so don't even go there," Tristan answered. And I'd angered him with my statement, but why did I have to be the one to bear the burden of the company? "Yeah, well, it's the damn truth." "Fine, whatever. Guess I'll see you when you decide to get your ass back here. And by the way, did I tell you what an asshole you are?" "You just did." "Right. Enjoy your trip." And that was it. We'd gone from cordial to hostile in mere seconds. I pondered over why he called in the first place. Was it to piss me off? Or was there something else behind it? It got my damn wheels spinning, and I couldn't let it go, so I called Landry. When he answered, I said, "Landry, what the hell is going on?" "What do you mean? And stop shouting at me." I took a deep, cleansing breath. Tristan just called. He hasn't called me since I've been away, and he's pissed off. Christ, of course he's angry. All of us are pissed off as hell at you. You up and leave without so much as a, let me get things arranged at work before I do this. Not to mention your poor ex-girlfriend. What the fuck kind of person pulls this shit? Me, that's who. Yeah, and good luck when you get back. You'll have an entire army of furious people to face and answer to when you do. That still doesn't tell me why Tristan called. Has it even occurred to your selfish ass that maybe he just wanted to check to see if you're still alive? You're on the other side of the world and he barely hears a word from you and... Oh, forget it. No, what? You don't get it, do you? Get what? Jesus, you're a dense motherfucker. We get into a plane crash and almost die. For your information, family means something. Or at least it does to some of us. Apparently, it doesn't to you. It does. Family means everything. It always had. And I was the one who held this family together. Or so I thought. Well, you sure aren't acting like it. Not a word to anyone but me, and only when it has to do with work. You really are something. Go back to your touring. Have a great trip, Stanton. And then nothing. He'd hung up on me. The entire family was against me. Couldn't they see I needed to do this for my mental health? To be fair, I'd never given them a decent explanation. I was certainly living up to my new nickname of the biggest dick on earth. My day was ruined due to the phone calls. All I thought about was my family and how they thought I didn't care for them. That wasn't true. But then again, I wasn't showing them I cared either. That was when I made the decision to cut my trip shorter than planned. I'd go to Phnom Penh, then make a brief visit to the key areas in Thailand, and head home after that. Something was pulling me back. Tristan wouldn't have called for nothing. I had to go home to figure it out.
Chapter 28. Stacy. Stanton had been gone for over a month. I wasn't counting, I swear. Okay, I counted every single day he'd been gone, and continued to ask myself if avoiding him for that week or so had pushed him away. I'd never get an answer to that because I never expected to see him again. Even if he returned here, I had zero plans to even speak to him. Work was extremely busy, and I'd been burning the midnight oil. It seemed like I couldn't get enough sleep. In the morning, I'd drag my butt out of bed and yawn throughout the day. One of my bosses even joked about it. "Are you pregnant?" Regina asked. The last time I was that exhausted was when I was pregnant with my daughter. Her question jolted me. Could she tell? My slow response was a dead giveaway. "Oh my God, you are!" My head dropped because I didn't want to face her with this news. I'd been putting it off. Then what she said next eased my worries. "Hey, Stacy, it's fine. I'm happy for you. I know you're not seeing your boyfriend anymore. So if you need any help with things, let one of us know. I was a single mom when I had my first child, so I know exactly what you're going through." My spine sagged with relief. Thank you. You have no idea how much that means to me. I'm seeing my doctor again today for another ultrasound. Ooh, are you going to find out the sex? I laughed. I'm not sure. I might want to be surprised. I reflected on when I initially went to the doctor. The intense fatigue wouldn't go away, so I'd made an appointment with my doctor. Maybe I had that chronic fatigue syndrome. They ran all sorts of blood tests, and everything came back normal. Stacy, the only test I didn't run was a pregnancy test. Is there any chance you might be pregnant? The doctor asked. The question slammed into me like a truck. Yes, it's possible. There was that time with the condom and the time in the shower we hadn't used one. Shit. Let's do that then. If it's positive, it would easily explain your exhaustion. My head slowly tipped up and down. She directed me back to the lab, with an order for the test. I took the cup the tech handed me and went into the bathroom to give my specimen. Then I was told to return to the doctor's private office. 15 minutes later, she swept back in. The results are back, and you're definitely pregnant. When was your last period? I thought back, and it was about 6 weeks ago, but I'd never been super regular either. I relayed that information. Tell you what, I suggest you see your obstetrician for an ultrasound. That way you can get a better idea of how far along you are. My next stop was the OBGYN, where I was scheduled for an ultrasound. I was lucky that they were able to squeeze me in that day. The doctor and the tech were both in the room as they performed the procedure. It didn't take long for them to both find the baby inside of me. Stacy, you're definitely pregnant, and your baby appears to be quite strong and healthy. It looks like you're at least 8 weeks along. 8 weeks would be 2 months. That would be about right. Why haven't I gained weight? My doctor laughed. It's still early on, but that will change soon. Now I worried. Had I been eating right? I'd also been drinking wine on occasion. I voiced my concerns. Don't be alarmed. We're going to run a lot of tests to make sure your baby is okay, but worrying won't help. And about the alcohol intake, it's fine. Just don't drink from now on. I had no symptoms other than fatigue. I wasn't sick or anything, I mumbled. Some people never get any. You're one of the lucky ones. There are some things I'd like to go over, but I have a question. Would you like to know the sex? You can tell? Yes, but not yet. We can schedule another ultrasound for around 14 weeks, and then we'll be able to tell. Okay. Then I wondered what would happen if I had a boy. I giggled. It was out of shock, nervousness, and the fact that I could be carrying a baby with a tiny penis. What am I going to do with a baby? I knew nothing about babies. Other than helping English with Easton, I had zero experience with them. Even then, I wasn't around much because she'd moved back in with her parents. May I suggest you raise him or her to be a good person? I guess that's a start. I would raise it to be strong, yet to treat people with respect. Maybe this was my destiny. It appeared I wasn't destined to find a husband, so at least I would bear a child and wouldn't be alone my whole life. I needed to look at this as a good thing. I worked with a group of women who were understanding and would see this as a great opportunity for me. Maybe Beck and Sheridan would be stand-in grandparents too. My baby would certainly have the best aunt in the world with English, and Easton and Jameson would be awesome cousins. Why don't you get dressed and meet me in my office? We can go over the do's and don'ts of pregnancy. Sounds great. When I left, I had a whole list of what I could and couldn't do. I had to eat a little differently and get more rest. She said the exhaustion should be passing in a few more weeks. I got back to work, and my other boss, Linda, dropped by. You look shell-shocked. Are you okay? I might as well tell you. I'm pregnant. She clapped. I knew it. I was telling Regina what I suspected. How can you be so excited? You're going to be the best mom. That's why. How do you know that? Intuition. I'm a great judge of character, too. I dropped my head into my hands. There was so much I needed to do. My house was still on the market. I had thought about moving to a different condo, but it looked as though I'd be stuck where I was for a while. Don't be so down. Kids are the most wonderful things ever. Yes, they are, when they're not your own. I'm not certain how this will work. Does the father know? No, and I'm not going to tell him. I'd made that decision rather hastily, but I was still super angry with Stanton. Whoa, you can't keep this from him. He has a right to know. If you don't tell him, he may petition the courts for custody when he finds out. Fuck. I hadn't stopped to think about the legal implications of all this. Shit, you're right. He's out of the country for an undetermined length of time. I'll tell him when he gets back. Stacy, don't you think it would be best if you notified him so he could be here for the birth? No. That is non-negotiable, too. Fine. Promise me you'll give it some thought, though. Promise. But knowing me, I won't be changing my mind. That's okay, as long as you think about what you're doing. I don't want to be representing you in a custody battle. She left, and I went to work on the pile stacked on my desk. There were calls to return that involved my case, so I knocked those out. The baby I was carrying was distracting me, though. English had been supportive, only that presented a problem. Her husband wanted me to tell his brother. Shit, what should I do about that? He'd left me high and dry, and I didn't want to give him the chance to do it again. I didn't want him to be that kind of father, too. On the way home from work, I called English. I needed some calming down. This baby thing was really throwing me. I knew nothing about them. She would help me see this in a better light, like she had from the start. Easton answered, saying, "Aunt Stacy Bear, I miss you. When are you coming to see me? I want to come stay with you in your new house. I want us to watch movies in our pink jammies together, and I want you to wear a tiara with me." It took everything in me not to burst into tears. Hey, kiddo. How's my favorite girl doing? I miss you too. Are you coming over to see me tonight? Not tonight, but I promise to come soon, okay? Okay, and we can draw some unicorns then. Wait, did you just say unicorns? Yeah. I don't say unicorns anymore. You're growing up entirely too fast. You'd better stop that. Time was flying by. I can't help it. I can try, though. Okay. Do your best, because I love you just the way you are. I love you too, Aunt Stacy Bear. Here's Mommy. The chatterbox grabbed my phone before I could get to it, English said. Hey, I always love talking to my girl. What's up? Is there any possibility you can come over? I'm on my way home from work. Are you okay? She asked quickly, concern etching her words. Yes, and no. I'll tell you about it when you get to my place. Tristan is here, so I'll be there ASAP. Thanks. I got home and set one wine glass on the counter for English. Then I changed into some comfy clothes. By that time, the doorman was buzzing me. Send her up. I met her in the hall when she got off the elevator, and we went inside. Wine? I asked. No thanks, I'm fine. We both sat down on the sofa. Stacy, what is it? I can see you're worried. The frown lines are deep enough for me to walk through. Stop. No, you stop. You'll need Botox next week if you don't. Yeah, that'll have to wait a few months because you can't get Botox when you're pregnant. So, what is it then? My boss brought up something that I hadn't thought of. I wasn't planning on telling Stanton about the baby, but she reminded me he can sue me for custody. I assume Tristan wants me to tell Stanton about the baby, and I don't know how to handle this. The first thing Tristan will ask me is if it's Stanton's. My brows shot up. What? You haven't told him yet? No. I was waiting for you to give me the go-ahead. I figured he already knew. Well, when you do, and it's okay for you to tell him now, just say it's the Dormans if he asks, I said sourly. Good Lord, who else's would it be? It's not like I'm fucking every guy in town. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. But Stanton's been gone, and Tristan wouldn't expect you to remain celibate. Still, if he asks, tell him the only person, other than Stanton, I was with was that butthead David, and that was forever ago. Well, you're what, 12 weeks now? Yup. You don't even have a bump. I actually do. It's quite small, but it's there. My clothes are a little tight already. Have you figured out what you're going to do? There's nothing to do, other than be a mom to a baby, but I still don't know what to do about Stanton. I was hoping I wouldn't have to speak to him anymore. English grabbed my arm. I just thought of something. If you have a boy, there's no way you'll keep Stanton away. A boy? I can't have a boy. I don't know the first thing about boys. One thing. Cover their little peens when you change their diapers. Why? Just do it. They like to pee a lot and it shoots everywhere. I laughed for the first time in ages. I had an image of English changing Jameson and his little penis firing off a stream at her. Oh, laugh now, but wait until it happens to you. Thanks for cheering me up. My life has been topsy-turvy lately, and then this. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why didn't you use birth control? Gee, English, I never thought of that. I slapped my forehead with my palm. We did use it. Then I scrunched up my mouth. Only one time it got lost. Lost? Yeah, the condom did inside of... I pointed between my things. Her head swiveled back and forth. Only you, right? And there was one other time we got carried away in the shower and stupid me let him go bare. A thought slammed into me. Shit! What? She asked, alarmed. I need to have the doctor test for STDs. I didn't even think about that till now. I'm sure you're fine. I gave her the stink eye. Right. I thought I was fine when I agreed to go out with him, but look what happened. I have a bun in the oven now. Fine, get tested. They'll run all sorts of tests on you anyway. Adding to the mix shouldn't be an issue. A good thing is you never really had any bad issues like morning sickness. I leaned forward, dropping my head in my hands. Oof, but what am I going to do about Stanton? I don't want to tell him. Why not? He abandoned me. I had a shit father growing up and, whoa. Stacy, you never talk about your parents, and I never ask. Are they even around? My eyes met hers as I began the horrible tale of my past. It was the first time I'd told her. Every time something about my parents came up, I'd either avoided the question or came up with some lame answer. By the time I finished, tears poured down both of our faces. She pulled me into her arms. I never knew, never imagined your upbringing had been so bad. You went through so much. It's the past, but that's why I don't really want to tell Stanton. English was a great sounding board. She had faced her pregnancy with Easton alone. Easton's father was a shit. They had weathered the storm, and now English's husband loved Easton as his own daughter. Stacy, I want you to listen to me with an open mind and an open heart. Stanton is nothing like Easton's father. He's been through a lot. The car crash did a number on him, and then the plane crash. I believe he's feeling his mortality and had to get his mind straightened out. My mouth opened to speak, but she held up a hand. Please, let me finish. Those boys had it rough growing up. Their mom wasn't a good person. She didn't show them love like your mom showed you. Yes, your mom should have left your dad, but in her own way, she loved you. Theirs didn't. Stanton and even Tristan need to learn that. Tristan has come a long way since Easton and then Jameson came along. Just think about Stanton for a minute. And I'm not asking you to give him a pass. I'm only asking you to put yourself in his shoes. I've been in worse shoes than his growing up. My father beat me. He killed my mother. Yes, you did have it worse. But everyone handles things differently. One thing, though. Stanton still feels responsible for his father's death, and that's a lot to hold on to. Again, I'm not defending him. I only want you to view him in a different light. English, I know he's your brother-in-law, and I've looked at this from every angle. He abandoned me to go off on a world tour without even considering my feelings. He didn't know you were pregnant. My point exactly. I waved my arm around. If he had, that might have changed things. But I don't want him to change for the baby. I want him to change for me. As of right now, he won't hear about this baby from me. If he finds out, I'll know exactly who told him.
Chapter 29. Stanton. After Thailand, I booked a flight and went home. Thailand wasn't nearly as enjoyable as I had anticipated. The streets, which bristled with amazing food and shops, didn't intrigue me much at all. The beaches, which were beautiful with perfectly azure water, didn't beckon either. Thoughts about work, Stacy, and what was happening back in the States prevented me from enjoying things as I should have. This entire trip had been a bust, if I were honest with myself. Yes, I had visited some incredible sights, but it wasn't anything compared to what I missed back home. Namely, a gorgeous redhead who kept intruding into my thoughts. I could only hope that she would agree to see me after the way I'd left. If she didn't, it was what I deserved. I wouldn't give up easily, though. If this trip taught me one thing, it was that I wanted Stacy as a part of my life. Without her, things weren't as bright and shiny. My flight left Bangkok and went to San Francisco. I spent the night as there weren't any flights available to Atlanta. The following morning, I went to the airport and was able to get on a flight around 2, which put me back home close to 10 at night with the time change. My body was completely out of whack due to the crossing of all the different time zones, but I was more than ready to sleep in my own bed. No one was aware I'd come home. I booked a limo before I left San Francisco, and the driver was waiting for me at baggage claim. I didn't have much, just a large backpack I'd purchased and used for the trip. By the time we got home, it was close to midnight. I walked inside a dark house, but the shower I took felt amazing, and so did my bed. I fell soundly asleep and didn't awaken until afternoon. The kitchen was quiet when I entered, but there was a coffee pot calling my name. I poured a large mug and went in search of my brother. He wasn't in the home office, so I hunted for him around the house. After running into a few of the staff, who were shocked to see me, I was informed he'd gone into the office, as he'd been doing. I grabbed a bite to eat and went in to work myself. It was odd walking into the building, but everyone greeted me as though I'd never been away. When I got to the executive floor, the receptionist spilled her coffee when she saw me.
Mr. Baines, welcome back. We didn't know you were coming in today.
Thanks, and neither did I. I continued past her and down the hall where Landry's and my offices were located. His door was closed, so I knocked, and when he answered, I entered. Hey, little bro, I'm back. He stood up so fast, his chair went flying against the wall. What are you doing here? Laughing, I said. I work here, remember? Last I heard, you were in Asia gallivanting around. I missed you, but apparently you didn't miss me. I grinned, but didn't receive one in return. Yep, he was still pissed. How long are you staying? Permanently. His eyes narrowed. He didn't trust me. I swear I won't leave like that again. I'd like to believe you, but the man who left me in San Francisco was a jerk, and I'm not sure I can. Hey, I get it. I'm sorry I pissed you off. His expression turned stony. Pissed me off? Is that what you'd call it? You dropped everything into my lap and left me with my fucking pants around my ankles. I held up my hands. I know, and I hope you can forgive me. Not that easy, Stanton. I figured it would take time. Maybe a millennium. You really fucked me over. I didn't see it that way at the time, but I do now, and I can only say I'm sorry. It won't ever happen again. His finger aimed at me. You know, I thought I knew you. I respected you. Not anymore. I can't respect someone who pulls that kind of shit and shirks his responsibilities. Landry, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think you were fully capable of handling things. I am fully capable, but you still fucked me over. I would never do that to you. I would have come back here and tied up all the loose ends first. He was 100% right. I had screwed him over. But how could I explain why I did it? I'm not even sure why. You're right. And I owe you. I'll spend the rest of my days trying to fix things between us. He put both hands on his desk and his stare burned holes into me. Let me tell you something. I'm the first of many who you'll be doing that with. I thought family meant something to you, but obviously we were all wrong. The only person you thought about was yourself. Again, he was right. I know. Again, I agree with you. I was only thinking of myself, and that was completely selfish of me. I honestly felt like I was on the verge of a breakdown. The idea of coming back here freaked me out. Well, apparently it didn't, because here you are, and I don't see any hysterics going on with you. No, because I got my head straightened out while I was gone. I'm going to get some therapy. That whole crash with Dad messed me up, and I'm still not over it. Then the plane crash did a number on me, too. The only way I'll ever be real and myself is through counseling. I see that now, but didn't before. These aren't excuses because my behavior was awful. But I'm giving you the best explanation I can. He extended his arm and said, "Sit." While I did, he retrieved his chair and took a seat too. It's going to take me a while, but do yourself and everyone else a huge favor. Get into therapy now. If you're that fucked up, you need real help. I'm going to call today. I've been researching and found a few names. He stared at me for a long moment. Welcome back. Just a warning, though. You have a lot to answer to with Tristan and Ravina. I'll answer anything, but you left someone off the list. How's Stacy? His eyes darkened. That's something you'll have to find out for yourself. Oh, and good luck with that.
Chapter 30. Stacy. The file on Mrs. Lanier had gotten larger by the day. The things that woman had endured rivaled what my own mother had gone through. At least her daughter didn't have to kill that awful man. Medical records, police reports, neighbors hearing the disturbances were all part of it. I planned to call in expert witnesses in the form of doctors and psychiatrists as well. If my plans went as I hoped, this woman would not spend one more day in jail than necessary. It was late in the day when my desk phone buzzed. Yes, Anita? Ms. Copeland, there's someone here to see you. Who is it? He wouldn't give his name and doesn't have an appointment. I tried to tell him to make one, but he refuses to leave. Who could it be? The only two names that came to mind were Stanton and David, but the first one was out of the country and the second was in jail. Anita, sent him back in 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. I rushed to clear my desk as much as possible. I had papers lying everywhere, and that wouldn't do, having someone else seeing them. A knock landed on my door, and it opened to Anita ushering in a man. I gasped when I saw Stanton walk through. His beard was scruffier than usual, giving him a rugged look. I'd forgotten how tall he was, and his hair had grown a lot longer. The man was still sex on wheels. "What are you doing here? I thought you were in—"
"I got back late yesterday. It was time to come home."
"Time for what?"
"Time to return to see you, and to go back to work. I missed you, Stacy."
It took everything I had not to run into his arms and rip off his shirt. "Huh. You have an odd way of showing it." My tone was sharp. If he thought he could waltz back in here and I'd drop everything and run to him, he was delusional.
"I know, and I'm sorry I didn't contact you. I have a lot of explaining to do."
"No, you don't, Stanton. You were very clear on the choice you made." I stood and walked to the door. "I'm glad you made it home safely, but I have a lot of work to do. If you want to talk, make an appointment. Anita can take care of that for you." I opened the door for him, indicating he should leave. I should have known better. He gently closed the door again and drew me toward the chairs in front of my desk. He sat in one of them and said,
"I made a huge error, but I want you to listen, please."
"Give me one good reason why I should."
"Because I owe you an explanation."
"You owed me that before you decided to leave, but couldn't even bother." I still stood with my arms crossed as he looked up at me.
"I did, but I'm asking you to hear me out now."
"What could I possibly gain by doing that? Seems to me you're only assuaging your own guilty conscience."
"Possibly. No, definitely. That's part of it, but I need for you to understand me."
"There was a time when I wanted to understand you, Stanton, but that time has passed. Please, leave." He stared at me for a moment.
"I'll leave this time, but it's not over between us."
"You're wrong. You ended things with us when you made your choice the way you did." I opened the door again and he walked toward it. Before he got there, he took me into his arms and kissed me like it was his last day on earth. He completely invaded my mouth, and when he released me, I was breathless.
"I knew the passion was still there. You can't forget how you felt when I fucked you, and I'm not ever going to let you. I'll be seeing you soon."
When he was gone, I checked the hall to make sure no one heard what he'd said. My heart thrashed against my ribcage, and I had trouble catching my breath. I closed the door and plopped down in the nearest chair to regain my composure. Why did he have that effect on me? I had come so far in grieving the loss of our relationship, and he so easily sauntered back into my life, as though he deserved to be here. And that kiss. He knew exactly how to control me. However, he wasn't getting back in. Not now or ever. My heart couldn't afford to take that chance. The pile of work on my desk called out to me. It was good I had it to distract myself with, but this time, it wasn't as easy. Even Ms. Lanier's case couldn't divert my attention from tall, dark, and deadly. I could still smell him in here. Damn him. I peered at the phone sitting on the desk, so I grabbed it and called English. She answered quickly, saying, "Hey, I was just getting ready to call you. Why didn't you tell me? I assume you're talking about Stanton." "Who else would I be talking about? He just left." Exasperation painted my tone. "You're joking." "Hell no, I'm not. He's the last person I would joke about. We just now found out he was back. Landry called. That's why I was getting ready to call you." Shit. He shows up here like nothing ever happened. He wanted to explain things. I told him to leave. "You didn't." "The hell I didn't." "And he actually left?" Her tone held more than an ounce of incredulity. "Not at first. He tried to persuade me to listen, but I told him there wasn't anything to listen to." He finally left, but said it wasn't over. I have an important news flash for him. It is. You didn't tell him then? No, and I don't plan on it. He chose his path. Let him follow it. Oh boy, Stanton isn't one to take no for an answer. He's going to learn fast. I'm not playing his stupid game. Stace, can I just say one thing? He's not anything like Easton's father. I'm not saying that because he's my brother-in-law. I'm saying it because he'd make a great father. Fine. You said it. I heard. I have to go. Hey, one more thing. I love you. You're a sister to me. If you need anything at all, I'm here for you. Thanks. I needed that. I sat and thought about what would happen next. How long would it take before he found out about the baby? I wasn't going to tell him, but Tristan knew, and I'm sure the word would get out one way or another.
Chapter 31. Stanton. To say I'd fucked things up with Stacy was an understatement. I'm not sure what I expected when I went to her office, but her dismissal wasn't one of them. I was confident I could persuade her to listen to me. I'd never been more wrong. She wanted nothing to do with me. That showed me just how badly I'd hurt her. I had some serious amends to make, and wasn't exactly sure how to go about it. Giving up on her was not an option. I wouldn't stop until I had her back. The first appointment with my therapist went well. He determined I suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder from the car accident that killed my father. I had all these questions to answer for my next visit, which was the day after tomorrow. It was easy for someone to say I wasn't responsible for his death, but to actually absolve myself from it was a different matter. I decided to book 2-hour sessions because 1 hour flew by too fast. It was enlightening because I thought therapy was only for weak people. I found out how weak I was. Only weak wasn't the right descriptor. Vulnerable was more accurate. I'd been vulnerable to the guilt associated with it as I was the one driving. The plane crash brought everything front and center again. While I was away, I knew how much I needed to absolve myself of this guilt, but the only way I'd be able to do it would be through professional help. The first 2 weeks were grueling. My therapist peeled back the layers of protection I had constructed since my youth. It had all begun with my mother. Deep down, I knew it. Having it exposed for what it was helped. She was abusive, but not in the sense people would think. It was more neglect than anything. As the oldest, I did my best to shoulder the burden of my siblings. I didn't want them to feel as exposed as I was. The therapist said I acted like a parent but at too young of an age. It's funny how those actions from your youth formed who you became as an adult. After a month, I knew more about myself than I ever had. I had become a control freak because of my mother. Being in control took the vulnerability away. Only the 2 crashes brought it back like a raging river. I was taught to examine the circumstances around me every time that feeling of uncertainty came over me. Controlling people wasn't the way to get through it. It was controlling myself that needed work. And that's what I learned to do. My family agreed to have weekly meetings with me. Even though it was painful at first, I had to go through the steps of apologizing to them, much like an alcoholic does in the 12-step program. I didn't know you were going through all this, Tristan said. Neither did I. I only knew something wasn't right. When we were kids, I always felt it was my duty to take the brunt of things with Mother. You 2 were younger and I felt I could handle it. Obviously, I was wrong.
I'm sorry, Stanton.
Ravina had tears running down her cheeks. I am too. Sorry our mother was such a shit. Sorry our father worked so much and didn't see what was going on. Landry stared at me. That doesn't explain your disappearance from us. Yeah, about that. After the plane crash, everything rained down on me. I couldn't cope. Coming back here seemed like the worst thing at the time. In retrospect, I should have come home and gotten into therapy. It didn't hit me until the final days of my trip that's what I needed to do. I know I fucked you over. And I'm sorry.
Landry, you can't understand what he's been through. Yes, you were also in the plane crash, but you weren't in the car with Dad in that accident,
Raveena said. Landry's rigid posture told me a story that I didn't like. You're right, Raveena. You weren't part of the corporation that Big Brother dumped on me either.
While that's true, you can't expect people to react the same way you do. It doesn't work that way,
she countered. I stepped back into the conversation. Look, I didn't mean for this to cause an argument between any of you. Landry, what happened with the corporation is between us. Thank you, Raveena, for defending me. However, I did do Landry wrong. I can't go back and change things. The past is over. What I can do, though, is shoulder my responsibilities the way I should now. He's right, Landry. Holding grudges isn't a good thing either, especially between brothers. I should know because I lived that way for a while, Tristan said. At least I had 2 out of 3 on my side, sort of. Landry, at least give me a chance to prove myself to you. I won't run away again. I should have gotten therapy after the accident with Dad, but I didn't. That was my biggest mistake. I'm getting it now, and the way I see it is it'll only make me a better person.
It can't make you any worse,
Landry said bitterly. Thanks, bro, I chuckled. Again, you're correct. I, for one, hope you get the most out of therapy, Tristan. I believe it will make you a better person. But I do have a question. What do you plan to do about the baby? I frowned. The baby? What baby? My 3 siblings looked at each other first, then at me. This was turning weird. What are you talking about? None of them would respond.
Never mind. I guess I should have kept my mouth shut,
Tristan said. Something was going on because Tristan squirmed under my gaze, and he wasn't the type to do so. Will you please explain what's going on? Raveena reached for my hand.
Stanton, it's not our place.
What the hell does that mean?
Exactly how it sounds. This is something you'll have to find out for yourself,
she answered.
Chapter 32. Stacy. It had been nearly a month since Stanton visited my office. Time had flown since I'd been so busy with the upcoming case for Ms. Lanier. We were set to go to court tomorrow, and I was fully prepared. One of the firm's partners, Linda, would be by my side, just in case, but I was confident in my ability to defend my client. I'd purchased a suit for her to wear to court, but she still looked like a beaten-down waif when she entered the courtroom. Her head was bowed, and hands were folded as she sat at the table with us. I put my arm around her tiny shoulders. I wanted her to trust in me. The prosecution presented their side to the judge and jury. I was pleased with the jury selection. We had more women than men, and hopefully they'd be sympathetic to our cause. After the prosecution rested, it was my turn. I called my expert witnesses first. They both did a stellar job of discussing all of Ms. Lanier's injuries, how they were most likely inflicted, and then the psychological consequences of years of abuse. After they were done, the prosecution couldn't crack them. Next up, I called Ms. Lanier. Her voice shook so it was easy to see she was nervous. I recognized this out loud, attempting to ease her anxiety some. I was very pointed in the questions I asked, and she gave specific answers without wavering. We had practiced the questions the prosecution would likely ask and how she should answer. I told her to tell the truth and not to hold anything back, even if it meant being explicit and graphic in her details. When it was their turn to question her, she did exactly as we had rehearsed. I eyed the jury, and it was with relief I saw heads bobbing up and down. A few of the women even shed tears. Finally, it was time for our closing statements. I tuned in carefully to the prosecution and was not impressed. I exhaled as it sounded as though they recognized we had the better case. Then it was my turn. My statement came straight from the heart. I swallowed hard more than once. Emotion clogged my throat as I spoke about how difficult it was to live with a physically abusive man. How does it feel to hear the sound of your ribs cracking when his foot kicks you? Ms. Lanier knows the answer to that. How does it feel when the bones in your arm snap because he's held you so hard and did it intentionally? Ms. Lanier knows. How does it feel when his fist crashes into your jaw? Mr. Lanier weighed over 200 pounds. Look at Ms. Lanier. She weighs 100, if that. But she can certainly tell you what it felt like to get slammed in the jaw with a huge fist. One woman covered her heart with her hand as I described her injuries. Ms. Lanier was traumatized over and over, and the results of that trauma were post-traumatic stress disorder. She shot and killed her husband in order to save her daughter and herself from ending up in the morgue. In doing so, she saved 2 lives. If you feel she committed a crime, then so be it. However, can your conscience live with that? Can you truly say she is guilty when she was only defending her daughter and herself from death? Keep that in mind, members of the jury, when you decide this woman's verdict. Court adjourned while the jury deliberated. We sat in a private room in the courthouse, waiting for them to return with a verdict. It took less than 1 hour. They found her not guilty, and she was released that day. She cried and was at a loss over what to do. We set her up in an apartment until her house could be returned to her. Then we delivered her daughter to her, whom she hadn't seen in months. It was an amazing day all around. "You were brilliant," my boss said. "I was impressed with the way you didn't leave anything for them to hang their hat on. They had nothing. She wasn't guilty, that's why. You have to be able to protect yourself if someone is trying to kill you. That's what she did." "This is truly your calling, Stacy." I smiled. "I hope so. All I want to do is help these poor women. You are, and will continue to do so." I gathered all my things, stuffed them into my bag, and we walked out. "Stacy." I glanced over to see Stanton in the back of the room. What the hell was he doing here? I looked at my boss and said, "Excuse me. I'll see you back at the office. I have some errands to run." She left, and I walked over to Stanton. His eyes were angry as he asked, "Are you pregnant?" He pointed to my belly. I had a small bump now, so I could no longer deny it. "And if I am?" "It's mine, isn't it?" "And if it is?" "I demand to know the truth." "Stanton, you don't have the right to demand anything." "Not now, I don't. But after the baby is born, I will. I want custodial rights." Shit. "Can we talk about this somewhere else?" "Fine." He followed me out, and we walked to my car. We both got in, and rage rolled off him. "How could you not tell me?" You're the one who left. Don't you dare point a finger like that. He turned and faced me square on.
Listen to me. You're going to do as I say, or I'm going to ruin you.
Ruin me how?
You'll find out. I want 50% custody of this child.
50%? Are you crazy? I yelled.
Not at all.
His tone was steely.
I only want what's rightfully mine.
And you think 50% is? What about when the baby is a newborn and breastfeeding?
You can pump. That is a thing, you know.
I wasn't dealing with some stupid, simpering man. Stanton was smart and wouldn't be played a fool.
You're also going to live in the mansion, so that shouldn't really present a problem.
You can't tell me where I'm going to live.
Yes, I can and will. That's my baby you're carrying, and I will do everything in my power to see it and have it under my roof every single day. You can fight me if you want, but I have more money and more connections than you. Let's see who wins.
He got out of my car and slammed, and I mean slammed, the door. I was surprised the side mirror didn't fall off. He was totally serious. This was worse than I could ever have imagined.
Chapter 33. Stanton. If I could put my fist through the wall, I would. I didn't need any more broken bones or hospital visits, though. Pissed off didn't come close to the way I felt. Betrayed, yes. Left off the information list, that too. Why would she keep that from me? I had a right to know about my baby. I pulled out of the parking lot with wheels screeching. I didn't give a fuck if I completely stripped the tread off my tires. I was fucking pissed. How could she do that to me? Yes, I left, but damn it, I had good reason to. But to withhold information like being pregnant? It was totally wrong and uncalled for. I would never keep that from her had the situation been reversed. My next stop was the legal department in Baines Corporation. We had the best team anywhere, and if they couldn't help me, they'd know who could. When I entered their suite, which occupied an entire floor of our building, the receptionist greeted me cheerily.
"Hello, Mr. Baines," she chirped. "Who are you here to see?"
"Everyone. Gather all the lead attorneys in the conference room. Now."
Yes, sir."
She picked up the phone and mumbled something into it. Then she asked,
"May we get you something? Coffee? Water?"
"No. I'll be in the conference room waiting." I brushed past her as she gaped. I never stormed in unannounced like this, so it was a shocker that she was surprised by my rude behavior. The conference room was dark, but I flipped the lights on and the room came to life. I took a seat at the head of the table and waited. It wasn't long before the top lawyers who worked for Baines began trickling in.
"Stanton, what brings you in?"
John asked. "I prefer to wait until the entire team has arrived."
"Fine."
He sat, and a few minutes later we were ready. "Thanks for joining me," I began. "I need your advice and help. A little while ago I discovered I'm going to be a father. The mother of my child was attempting to keep that information from me. I want to know what my legal rights are. I want her to move into our house where I'll know she'll be looked after. I also want her to work here, even if I have to buy out her contract with her current law firm. Where do we start?" An awkward silence enveloped the room. "Anyone?"
Stanton, you can't force her to move into your house."
"Yes, I can. I'll buy the building she's living in now and end her lease if I have to."
"Okay. Where is she residing so we can get that information for you?"
I gave them the building's name. "It's the same place we put up our temporary employees who come in for 3 to 6 months."
"Got it."
John was the lead attorney and taking notes. Kenneth, another attorney on the team, piped up.
"As for custody, if I remember correctly, you should be able to get joint custody as long as she doesn't deny you're the father. You can request a DNA test for proof if necessary."
"I don't want joint custody. I want total custody," I growled. Every one of them ogled me as though I'd lost my mind. Let me be clear. I will use every resource available to me. This woman tried to hide the fact that she was carrying my baby. I want to ensure this baby knows I'm the father. That's why I want her here and at the house. But Stanton, you can't force her, John said. John, you're not listening. I don't care what I have to do to make it happen, including locking her into a room. Do you all understand? They glanced around at each other. Of course they understood, but they didn't act like they wanted to agree with this. Mr. Baines, one of the team whose name I didn't recall, said, "This is highly illegal." I slammed both palms on the table. I don't really care what you call it. I'm going to make it happen. What I need from you all, I gestured around the table, is to find out if she has a contract at work. If she does, buy it out. If not, pay her employers to fire her. Make that happen today, then give her an offer she can't refuse. Yes, sir. What's the name of her firm? I shared that information with them. I want an update as soon as you have one. I got up to leave when John asked if he could speak to me privately. Everyone left but the two of us. Stanton, are you sure about this? Do you really think I'd go to these lengths if I weren't? You're treading in water that could land you in serious trouble. Let me worry about that. I stood again and reminded him to keep me updated on their progress. If Stacy thought she could outsmart me, she was sorely mistaken. I went back to my office but made a stop in Landry's first. I can't believe you didn't call me to tell me about Stacy. Stanton, I already told you it wasn't my place. She tried to hide it from me. Do you blame her? You left her! Yes, I blame her, damn it! I would never have done that, and had she told me, I would have been on the first flight home. I didn't give him time to respond before I turned and left, slamming his door. Anger rippled through me every time I thought of her. The only thing that was my salvation was the way she'd responded to my kiss. I would fuck her senseless if I had to, but Stacy Copeland was not going to play these games with me. If she wanted to play dirty, I would hit her right back even dirtier. I had done hostile takeovers before, so this would be nothing for me.
Chapter 34. Stacy. My body remained in shock over Stanton's kiss for the rest of the night. I even had to use my vibrator to ease the tension between my thighs. Damn him. While I was doing that, I fantasized about him too. I thought I'd broken the hold he had over me, but I was wrong. It was as strong as it had ever been. What was I going to do? Walk around thinking about him constantly every day? This was insane. 2 days later, my bosses called me into one of their offices. I was sure it was for a promotion, after the case I'd won. I could not have been more wrong. Stacy, have a seat, please. I was grinning like a fool, until they explained why I was there. We hate to do this, especially after all the hard work you've put in. But we have to let you go. Excuse me? I was stunned and not sure I heard them correctly. We know it's a difficult blow, but our accountant notified us that we need to reduce our expenditures. This is as terrible for us as we know it is for you. I really don't understand. Flabbergasted didn't come close to what I felt. Yes, well, we received an offer to buy out the practice. It would alleviate all our debt, but we have to reduce numbers. We are so sorry. I had nothing to say. I was pregnant and now unemployed. We will be happy to give you stellar references. You've been an exemplary attorney. I stood and left. Tears bubbled past my lids as I walked to my office. I stared around at the place I'd spent so much time. Then I began the painstaking task of packing my things. It took 4 boxes, and my admin kindly assisted me in carrying them to my car. Then she hugged me. "I'm going to miss you." "Same here." I offered her the best imitation of a smile I could muster up. It was probably more of a grimace than anything else. I drove home and planned to sulk there all day. What would I do? Who'd want to hire a pregnant attorney? I did the only thing I knew and called English. "You busy?" I asked. "Just a little. How are you?" Then I burst into tears. "Oh, God, what's wrong?" "I just lost my job." "What? How is that even possible?" I explained the reason. "That's not fair. You've been busting your ass over there." "I know, but if they have to reduce numbers, there's nothing I can do." "What will you do?" The question brought another round of tears. "I don't know. Who'd want to hire a pregnant attorney?" Apparently, my best friend didn't have the answer to that either. "Shit, Stacy. Do you want me to come over?" "No, you have to work. I'll be fine." "You sure? I'll come home as soon as Tristan gets home from work." "Okay." I sniffed back another round of sobs. "I'll see you later." Why was all this terrible stuff happening to me? Was I such an awful person? Did I not deserve a little slice of happiness? It seemed as though every time I came close, it was ripped away from me. Ugh. There was no use in feeling sorry for myself. That never solved anything. I opened my laptop and began searching for jobs online. There were plenty of positions for attorneys with experience, but what I loved about mine was the fact that I was able to help victims of domestic abuse. There went my goal. Later that afternoon, I went to retrieve my mail. When I got back up to my apartment, I flipped through it and came across something from the building management. I read it, then reread it. This couldn't possibly be happening. The building was being purchased by a new corporation, and all leases would be ending early. I had 30 days to vacate the condo. Was this legal? I went through my files and pulled out my lease. Sure enough, there was a clause in it that stated if the building were sold, then the new owners could end the current leases at their discretion. Fuck my fucking fucked up life. How would I find a place to live without a job? No one would accept me as a tenant in this state. I'd have to move back to my house until it's sold, whenever that would be. My phone rang a little later. It was my realtor telling me they had someone from out of town who was interested in my house. She was asking if it was okay to show it. "Go ahead. The house is vacant, so you can go anytime." "Excellent. I'll let you know how it goes." She called me back to say they made an offer at the asking price. At least one thing was going my way today. I accepted, and they wanted to close within 30 days. They can close tomorrow if they want. I'm out, apart from the garage. We kept to the 30 days because of all the footwork that would be necessary. At least that would put some money into the bank for me. English showed up with dinner unexpectedly. I knew she was coming, but the dinner was a nice touch. She brought food from our favorite Asian restaurant. When she strolled through the door, I broke down again. "I'm sorry. These stupid hormones are making me overly emotional." She handed me some tissues. "I get it. They can really be a pain." After she doled out the food, we sat on the sofa and ate. Then she made me explain everything that was happening. When I was finished, she said, "On the bright side, you sold your house. I won't even go there until the money's in the bank. Why do I have such terrible luck? I don't know, but you do. All in one day, too. Do you think you'll buy something else now? I don't know. Maybe I'll rent until I get a job, but I'm really worried about that. Seriously, who would want to hire me in this condition? Gee, Stace, pregnancy isn't a condition. It's a passing state. It won't change how good of an attorney you are. You don't know that. I might want to be a better mom than a good attorney. True, but who says you can't be both? My phone rang, interrupting us. I checked the number, and it was one I didn't know. Answer it. It might have something to do with your house, English said. She was right, so I took the call. Ms. Copeland, this is John Coles. I'm an attorney with a local corporation, and we are in need of hiring someone for our legal department. Your former employers gave you a sterling recommendation, and I was wondering if we could meet tomorrow to discuss a possible position. Well, this is a surprise, but yes. What time? How about 10 at Coffee Blues? Do you know it? I do. I'll see you then. I stared at the phone in disbelief. Well? English prodded. It was a man named John Coles. He wants to interview me tomorrow for a position in the legal department of the company he works for. English grinned. Maybe your luck isn't so bad after all. Maybe not. But a weird feeling settled over me about this. Chapter 35. Stacy. Mr. Coles was waiting for me when I arrived, 5 minutes early. That told me something. He was more than prompt. Good morning, I said. After our introductions, we ordered coffees and sat. He wanted to know all about my experience and why I left my former job. They didn't tell you? No. They only told me what an excellent attorney you are. They let me go because they were bought out. I see. I may have an excellent opportunity for you then. This would involve corporate law, and not what you're used to doing in private practice. How do you feel about that? I shrugged. Honestly, right now I need something to bring in some income. My dream job is to represent victims of abuse, but I'm good with corporate law too. Excellent. Let me tell you a little of what we do. He described the business of takeovers and contracts. I'd be involved in those aspects to ensure everything was above board. We'd need someone to start immediately. Here's what your salary would be, and it would come with a complete package of benefits. He slid a piece of paper across the table, and when I checked it out, I nearly choked. It was 3 times what I had made at my other job. We realize this is fairly low, but after 3 months, you'll get a raise and a bonus, provided we are pleased with your work. A raise? After 3 months? This was hitting the jackpot. I have to be honest with you about a couple of things. 1, I'm pregnant. I waited for his expression of shock, but it never came, so I continued. And 2, I don't have much experience with corporate takeovers and contracts. The first isn't an issue. We don't discriminate against pregnancies. And the second, we'll train and teach you. Are you good with that? Sure. I was more than good. With this kind of money, I could buy something again and wouldn't have to rent. He pulled a contract out of his briefcase. Read over this and sign. If there's anything that needs changing, let me know. I began reading and got to the part where the contract stated it was between me and the Baines Corporation, and I stopped. The Baines Corporation? Yes, that's who you'll be working for. As in Stanton and Landry Baines. That's correct. I'm sorry, I can't take this job. I pushed the contract back across the table.
May I ask why?
You can, but I won't give you an answer.
I see. Ms. Copeland, can I say one thing? The Baines Corporation is an excellent company to work for. I promise, as one of my subordinates, you won't have to personally deal with the owners, if that's the issue.
You don't understand. It's more than that.
I doubt you'll find a more lucrative position anywhere in town.
You're right about that, but I still have to say no.
You're very determined.
I wouldn't call it that. He reached into the breast pocket of his suit coat and pulled out a card.
Call me, please, if you change your mind. We'd love to have you as a member of our team.
As I watched him leave, it all crashed down on me. This was all Stanton's doing. He was getting back at me for not telling him about the baby. The job, the apartment, it was him exerting his influence, as he said he would. That a-hole dickface. How difficult would it be for him to buy the building? I'm not sure how he got to my former bosses, but he did somehow. The first thing I did was call English. When she answered, I said, "It's Stanton." I'm not following. He's the one who's responsible for everything that's happened to me. The job, the condo, etc. How do you know that? Call it intuition. Besides, the interview today was for a position at Baines Corporation. Are you kidding me right now? I wouldn't kid about this. No, I guess you wouldn't. What are you going to do? I'm going to call him and tell him to take his job and shove it. Wait, don't do that yet. Let's think about this a moment. Why? Was she in the business of protecting Stanton? This wasn't like her. Hear me out. Maybe you should take the job and act like you didn't know it was him. What's the point in that? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, she said. That wasn't a bad idea. If I was around him, I'd have a better handle on what was going on. And you always said I was the wicked one. Oh, and listen to this. He offered me 3 times what I was making at my other job. English cackled. At least Stanton isn't cheap. Neither am I. So, what do you think? I have to give it some thought before I call Mr. Coles back. If I do take the job, it could be my undoing. How so? I think you know by now that Stanton has a powerful effect on me. And? What happens when I see him? Give him the cold shoulder. That was easier said than done. He was cunning, and I was damn certain he'd figure out a way to turn the tables on me. The last thing I needed was more of his heated kisses. You still there? English asked. Yeah. I was thinking about how difficult it would be seeing him and acting like I didn't care. Do you? Still care about him? I wish I didn't, but he's a difficult man to forget. I've tried to get him out of my system, but I haven't been very successful. Seems like you're a hard woman to forget, too. If he's willing to go to these lengths, I'm sure he still wants you. He does. He told me we weren't over yet. Ooh, I love the sound of this. Stop it. You're supposed to be on Team Stacy. I am, but I want Stacy to be happy, too. You and me both. Call me later and let me know what you decide. I'm voting for you taking the job. Thanks. You're making this harder on me, you know. That's what friends are for. The difficult decisions are the ones worth fighting for. If everything was easy in life, there'd be no fun in that. True. I'll talk to you later. I got home and made a list of pros and cons of taking the job. The only con was Stanton, and that was a huge con. However, I needed the income. If I were to be a single mother, not working wasn't going to bring me in any money. The phone stared at me, or so it felt like it did. I finally got the nerve to call Mr. Coles. He answered on the second ring.
John Coles?
Mr. Coles, it's Stacy Copeland. I've decided to accept the position you offered.
That's great news for us. Can you come in tomorrow to sign the paperwork, and then we can set up a start date?
That sounds perfect. What time and where do I go?
How about 9, and come to Baines headquarters. Register at the desk in the main lobby, and someone will come down to escort you up.
I'll see you tomorrow morning then. And thank you, Mr. Coles.
Stacy, you can call me John.
Okay, John. See you at 9. It occurred to me that I might be walking into a trap, but the way I saw it was at least it was a money-filled one. Once the employment contract was signed, I'd be very careful about my activities in the company, and it would be difficult for Stanton to get rid of me. A laugh burst out of me. He thought he had one-upped me, but he didn't know I'd figured him out. This could turn out to be fun.
Chapter 36. Stanton. Everything was falling into place. I'd bought Stacy's house, the condo building, and just got off the phone with John. After his meeting with her this morning, he'd called to tell me she hadn't accepted the position. However, this last call was to let me know she'd reconsidered and decided to take the job. I was nearly giddy with excitement. I was closing in the net on her. Only one more thing to do, and that was to get her to move into the house. My security team was following her. They'd put a trace on all her accounts and hacked into them, so when she tried to sign a lease somewhere, she would be denied. It was cruel, yes, but I was stopping at nothing to have full access to my baby. Tristan had called to say that Stacy might be moving in with them for a while. No, do not let that happen. What's wrong with you? English is trying to help her out. I have a plan, and I'm working on something. Tell English no. Yeah, you don't know my wife. She'd never be so cold-hearted to her best friend. I blew out a breath. Listen, I want that baby every bit as much as Stacy does. She will try to keep me from it, but I want to be by her side. You remember when English was pregnant with Jameson? How could I forget that? I want to be there for Stacy like you were for English. If she moves in with you, I won't be able to get near her. How do you propose to stop it? Don't let her. I have a plan that will land her in the house with me. Fuck! Don't tell me because I don't want to know. You're so underhanded, I can't imagine what's up your sleeve. Tell you what, I'll discourage it, but no promises. Fine. If that's all I can get, I'll take it. I would have to figure out a way to get her here faster than originally planned. I never thought she'd move in with my brother. The best thing happened, though, when I was at work. Gordon, a member of my security team, came in and gave me his latest report. She had applied for 3 leases and was turned down by all for her bad credit. I chuckled at that because her credit wasn't bad at all. My team had just managed to make it look that way by hacking her accounts. Then, to my surprise, John called to tell me she was coming in to sign all her contracts. It would take about an hour, so I planned to drop by there when they were finishing up. She would not be happy to see me, but whatever. At the appropriate time, I headed for John's office. His admin told me to go on in. I opened the door and John smiled while Stacy looked like she wanted to punch me. Mr. Baines, it's nice to see you. And you, John. Welcome aboard, Stacy. I hope you found the offer to your liking. Through gritted teeth, she said, Yes, thank you. I have to run down the hall a minute. I'll be right back. John left us alone. Stacy's eyes fired off a grenade or two as she stared at me. Why are you doing this? My job, the condo, the lease attempts? I told you, I want this baby every bit as much as you do. I have another offer for you. Free rent. All you have to do is move into my house. She sucked in a breath through her teeth, making a hissing sound. Is that a joke? Not at all. I'll cover all your expenses, including that of the baby. All you have to do is move in. Financially, you must admit you come out on top.
Financially, yes. But you'll destroy me.
I'm not trying to do that.
You have a funny way of showing it.
I stood in front of her, forcing her to look up. As she craned her neck, all I wanted to do was kiss it. Jesus, she had a potent effect on me. I'm trying to show you the good side of me. That was an oxymoron, considering all my underhanded behavior. I'm offering you a place to live. You can have your own suite of rooms, and so will our baby. I'll hire the best nanny to help you. If you want to continue to work, fine. If not, I'll support you.
If you think I'd ever be dependent on you, think again.
I never thought that, but I figured I'd offer it. She had a clipboard on her lap, so I took it away from her. Then I pulled her to her feet.
What are you doing?
This. My lips crashed down on hers, taking her breath away. I plunged my tongue into her mouth, leaving nothing untouched. She slowly began to kiss me back. It was telling. I walked her against the wall and pushed myself into her. She was intoxicating and smelled of vanilla and lavender. I wanted to fuck her more than breathe.
I could file a sexual harassment suit against you for this.
True, but I need you. I need to put my cock inside you. Besides, a suit will only result in a few bucks and you ending your lucrative career here. I grabbed her hand and pulled her behind me.
Where are we going?
She tried to pull her hand away, but I refused to let it go. I walked her to the elevator, and as soon as the doors closed, I kissed her again. The ding announcing we'd gotten to the executive floor forced me to release her, but I still held her hand. She followed me to my office as several of the women eyed us. I didn't give a shit. They could watch all they wanted. When we entered my office, I shut and locked the door. Take off that skirt or I'll do it for you.
Here? Now?
Yes, here. Now.
Absolutely not.
Stacy, take off that skirt or I'll rip it off.
No, you won't. I'll scream if you try.
Go ahead and scream. You'll probably scream anyway when I make you come. Her head moved back and forth as she stepped backward. Lucky for me, she backed herself up against the sofa, and when it hit her behind the knees, she fell onto it. I didn't waste a second swooping down on her. I put my hands on the waist of her skirt and pulled, tearing the thing off her. Then my hands did the same to her thong. When she was bare for me, my mouth landed on her slit where I began licking and sucking her sweet pussy. She pushed her mound against my face and tugged on my hair. My tongue was on her clit as my finger tunneled inside her. She cried out my name when she came. I was on my knees between her thighs, so it was easy to unzip and take out my cock. I plunged inside of her and began to fuck her. Her legs were still spread wide, so I only had to push them up high to get in deep. With each thrust, she rocked against me, grinding her hips on me.
Yeah, harder,
she urged. I complied by banging her faster and rougher. She shouted when she orgasmed, and I let myself go. She was limp as she lay panting on the couch, but I pulled her to her feet and walked her to my desk, bending her over it and nudging her thighs wide with my knee. Her pussy glistened with the evidence of her climax. I bent down and buried my face in her. She gasped and pushed against me as my tongue and fingers invaded her. As she moaned out another orgasm, I slid my semi-hard cock inside her slick vagina. Oh, fuck, Stacy. Her ass was hiked up and my hand grabbed her hip, pumping her back and forth against me. My fingers reached around and found her clit. She was dripping. When I rubbed a circle on her, she moaned again.
Oh yeah? Don't stop.
It wasn't long before I felt her pussy clench my dick, and I came right after her. After she milked every drop from me, I pulled out, spun her around, and lifted her onto my desk. Her thighs were spread, and I pointed to what was between them. That's mine. It was mine the first time I fucked you, and it'll be mine until I decide it's not. You're moving into my house. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. But Stacy, I'll win. I win every time.
You might win, but in the process, you'll lose me.
No, I'll never lose you. I won't let that happen. You're mine and have been from the start. Every single bit of you.
Chapter 37. Stacy. We'll see about that owning me crap. If he thinks that, then he can go straight back to his cave. I grabbed my things and went to his bathroom to tidy up. How could he do this to me? 1 minute I hated him, and the next I was letting him bang me senseless. No doubt, the man was a fucktastic sensation. But he was messing with my head. I checked out my clothing, and they weren't salvageable. The skirt was torn from top to bottom, and my underwear was useless. Holding both pieces of clothing, I walked out and said, "You're going to have to go to my place and bring me a skirt to wear. I can't wear this. You've ruined it." After staring hard at me, he picked up the phone on his desk. I listened to him as he said, "I need you to run over to Saks and pick up a skirt and a pair of underwear. Size 4 and small. Navy skirt, and I don't care what color for the others. Use the company credit card. And hurry." I was appalled. Are you kidding me right now? You just sent your admin to buy me new clothes? She's going to know. Yes, but not because of the clothes. You all but shouted every time you came. And don't worry, she's discreet. Did you bring all your cast-offs up here? I sneered. Not a single one. Only you, Stacy. That shut me up. I was the only one he brought here? Did that make me special? Because I didn't feel special. I felt more like a slut. Okay, I'd always felt like a slut with him, but in a good, slutty way. This time I'd felt dirty. 30 minutes passed and there was a knock on his door. I hid in the bathroom while he answered it. Then there was a knock on the bathroom door. "I have your things." He passed the bag to me. Inside was a gorgeous skirt and lovely thong. I slipped them both on and walked out. "Perfect. I'm going to buy you more things. I like dressing you." I rolled my eyes. He escorted me back to John's office, where I finished the paperwork, and Stanton said he wanted me at work the following day. John tried to say I'd start the next week, but Stanton stared him down. "Tomorrow. That's my final word." And he strode out. "I guess I'll see you in the morning," John said as he stood. He eyed my skirt, but I said nothing. "Yes, I'll be here." We walked to the elevator, where we shook hands. I left, and when I got to the lobby, Stanton was there. "I'll walk you to your car." "No need. I know where it is." "Of course you do. Tonight you'll pack your clothes, or I'll send over the moving company to do it tomorrow. Here's a key to the front door, and I'll text you the code for the front gate." I crossed my arms and said, "Stanton, I'm not moving in." "Where do you plan to live then?" "With English." "Not happening. As I said, pack your clothes, or I'll have the moving company do it." "You can't force me into that." "I don't want to force you. I'd prefer if you'd come willingly. However, I will if I have to." "Why are you doing this?" He caged me against my car. "I would have thought you knew the answer by now." Then he kissed me, stealing my breath away. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours, sweet buns." He gave me the wickedest smile I'd ever seen on a man. My nipples reacted instantly, betraying me. Damn you, nipples. His arms still imprisoned me against my car.
I'm waiting, Stacy.
His breath fanned across my neck, causing me to shiver. I do not want to live with you. I gritted my teeth when I spoke. He shrugged.
Doesn't matter. I want you there.
I'll be a prisoner. His deep, sexy laugh hit me below the waist. Fuck this. He was going to be my ruin, sexually and in every other way. What was I saying? I was already ruined.
If that's what you're worried about, then stop. You'll have the freedom to do whatever you want.
I shook my head. Except move away from you. His expression instantly darkened.
That will never happen until our child is an adult.
You'd make me stay with you for that long, even if I hated you.
Yes, because that's the only way I'll see my child.
Anger infused me. It was okay for you to walk away from us, but it's not okay for me to do the same.
Not anymore. As long as you carry a part of me inside you, and after our baby is born, I'll be in your life. If you choose to walk away, that's fine, but it'll be without my daughter or son.
What an asswipe. He knew damn well I'd never leave my child. You can't do that. It's illegal.
Not really. I'll make it so it isn't, anyway.
Stanton, why are you so bent on destroying me?
I'm doing nothing of the sort. I'm only trying to make you understand how much I want to be a part of my child's life.
You're destroying me in the process. He took my chin in his hand.
I don't see it that way. I'm making your life easier. Money, a free place to live, free childcare. What more could you want? I'll even pay you child support, though I'll be supporting him or her completely. Sounds more than reasonable to me.
When he put it like that, it did. However, it came with a steep price I was unwilling to pay. You are such a dick.
I've been called worse and survived. Go home and pack. I'll be over later.
I wanted to tell him not to bother, but I knew it would be useless. On the way home, I called English. She answered, asking, "How are you?" "Fine, I suppose." "What do you know about Stanton's plans for me?" "Not much. Only that Tristan told me it was best if you didn't live with us. I told him to shove it." "He's not going to stop, English." "What do you mean?" "I mean Stanton is not going to give up or stop his badgering until I move in over there." I heard her sigh into the phone. "It's because he wants to be close to the baby, right?" "Yeah." "Then do it. After you have it, let him take care of it during the night and see how joyous things are." I chuckled at her suggestion.
Ooh, I like that.
I'm serious. He has no idea of what having a baby entails.
Neither do I.
Yeah, but you have expectations. He probably thinks it's all shits and giggles. It's shits, all right. Make him do diaper duty, and he'll find out about that. Make him do middle-of-the-night feedings. He'll quickly realize how much work a baby is. Stop freaking me out. I have enough to worry about as it is. Sorry. I thought it was a good idea. Maybe moving in over there isn't such a bad one. I wouldn't be alone, and if I needed help, someone would be around. Good point. Hey, why don't you come over for dinner? We can talk about it more. I know Easton would love to see you too. You sure? Of course. Come around 6. That's when Jameson usually poops, so you can get some diaper-changing experience in too. Gee, thanks a lot. See you then. I went home and started packing my clothes. Then I stopped. I was not going to let him push me into anything. If I decided to take up his offer and move in with him. It would be my decision and not his. I chuckled. Stanton was coming over tonight, but I wouldn't be home. Ooh, was he going to be pissed off. This might be fun, figuring out things that would totally anger him. The afternoon had flown. It was time to go to English's. Easton met me at the door, hollering, "Aunt Stacy Bear!" Then she threw herself against my thighs, hugging me. "Look how tall you are! What in the world are you eating?"
"Lots of chocolate chip cookies and milk. Daddy says I eat too many of them, but he eats more."
You can't go wrong with a good chocolate chip cookie.
"Do they make bad ones, Aunt Stacy Bear?"
Not that I know of. Then she glanced down and stared at my bump.
"Do you got a baby in your tummy?"
Well, as a matter of fact, I do. Easton clapped her hands.
"What's her name?"
I'm not sure because I don't know if it's a boy or a girl.
"Ew, a boy. They have those penises that shoot pee in the air."
English was there, shaking her head. Easton, Jameson can't help it. When he gets older, he won't do that.
"Yeah, but why's he gotta have a penis anyway? It's yucky looking."
Remember, boys have penises and girls have vaginas.
"I'm glad I'm a girl, Mommy. I like having a vagina."
I'm glad you're glad.
"We're girls and we all have vaginas, don't we?"
Easton asked. Well, yes we do. Now why don't you run upstairs and make a unicorn for Aunt Stacy?
"Okay."
She skipped up the steps and disappeared. Wow. I'm glad she thinks penises are yucky, I laughed. Dear Lord, let's hope she never changes her attitude about them, English said. I hate to see Tristan when she starts dating. You have some time before that happens. But she has gotten more inquisitive. I was waiting for her to ask who my baby daddy was, I said. Don't even say that yet. She's too smart for her own good. We hugged and then went into the kitchen, where Tristan was cooking. What's this? I asked. I'm trying something new, so you're my guinea pig, he said. Thanks. As long as it's edible, you won't hear me complain. Then Tristan gave me a pointed look and asked, How's my brother treating you? Ugh, did you have to spoil my evening? That bad? He's trying to control me and doing one hell of a job. I figured as much. When Stanton sets his mind on something, he always gets it. I'm finding that out. The latest is he thinks I'm moving in with him tomorrow. What? Tristan appeared genuinely shocked. He didn't tell you? He said he wanted you to, but I thought you'd give him a run for his money on that, Tristan said. I laughed, and not a happy one. I'm trying, but sometimes there's no fighting him. I won't let him bully me on this, though. Good luck with that. I think Stanton sees our family and is secretly envious. Maybe he wants the same with you, Tristan explained. I shrugged. Then he's going about it in the wrong way. English was sipping on a glass of wine when Easton came back down with a picture of a unicorn for me.
Here, Aunt Stacy Bear, this is for you.
Oh my, this is gorgeous. The colors are perfect. She'd gotten so much better since the last time I was here. I can't believe how good this is. You're a real artist, Easton.
I love to make pictures.
Keep it up. Someday you may be famous. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and there was a loud banging on the door. English glanced at Tristan and asked, Are you expecting anyone? No, but will you get it? I want to check on this casserole. I sat where I could see down the hallway to the front door, and when English opened it, Stanton barged through, looking like a raging bull.
Chapter 38. Stanton. English opened the door and I saw Stacy in the kitchen, sitting there like she was having the time of her life. Steam gushed out of my nose. I marched through the hall that led to the kitchen and growled, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be packing."
No, that was your idea, not mine.
"Stacy, I'll carry you out of here over my shoulder if I have to." She glanced at Tristan.
You'd let your brother treat me that way?
"Don't put me in the middle of your issues, please." Stacy frowned and I grinned.
Uncle Stanton, are you mad at Aunt Stacy?
I looked down to see my niece, Easton, staring up at me. I'm not really mad at her. I'm trying to help her move, but she won't let me.
Why not?
You may want to ask her. Easton walked over to Stacy and patted her knee.
Aunt Stacy, why won't you let Uncle Stanton help you?
Stacy's eyes shot fire at me. It wasn't very nice that I threw her under the bus, but the time for pleasantries had passed.
Easton, I love for him to help me, but I didn't want to go with him tonight because I wanted to spend time with you.
Why, that little... If she wanted to play dirty, then game on.
Uncle Stanton, don't you want Aunt Stacy to see me?
I sure do, and guess what? If she lived at the big house with Uncle Landry and Aunt Ravina like I want her to, just think how much you could see her then. That did the trick. Easton lit up like an LED light and turned to Stacy.
Yay, Aunt Stacy Bear is moving to the big house where all the horses are. I'm so happy.
She skipped around the room as Stacy glared at me. Then Easton asked,
Aunt Stacy, will Uncle Stanton help you with the baby in your tummy?
I didn't give Stacy a chance to answer. Yes, I will. I'll help her take care of it after it's born. She turned to Stacy and said,
Aunt Stacy, I can even spend the night over there with you because I have my own room at the big house. And you know what? They have the best cinnamon muffins in the whole wide world.
Then it's settled. Stacy is moving in with all of us, I announced as she gaped at me. I think we need to go back to your place and start packing. Stacy was stunned. She rose and walked to the front door without even saying goodbye. You'd better follow her, Tristan said. No telling where she's headed. I flew out the door to find her sitting in her car.
Why are you persisting in this crazy game?
She asked. It's not a game to me. I'll follow you to your place so you can pack a couple of bags. It came as a surprise when she actually drove to her condo. I figured she'd give me the runaround, but maybe she was tired of arguing. We went inside where she put together 2 large suitcases full of clothing. Then she packed her cosmetics and toiletries. I carried it all down to my car and loaded it up. Then she followed me out to the house. Again, she surprised me by not driving someplace else. We pulled into the circular drive and I handed her the set of keys I had made for her. Her luggage was carried in and I had her take the room next to mine. I planned on it being a temporary thing, though, as I fully intended for her to be in my bed soon. She went to unpack, but I told her it would be handled for her. Then I escorted her back downstairs and into the kitchen where there was a variety of food for dinner waiting. What would you like?
I'll take the grilled chicken and salad, please.
I fixed her a plate and poured her a glass of milk, too. We sat at the table in the kitchen and ate. I sat back and observed her, making sure she ate and drank everything. She had half a glass of milk left when I said, You have to finish that milk.
God, is there anything left that you won't try to boss me around over? You really are a bully, you know.
Well, milk is important for the baby. Her expression told me what a dumbass I was.
Gee, I didn't realize that. I'm not the one who went to the doctor and got the list of what I should and shouldn't eat and how much. Stop treating me like I'm a stupid child.
Is that what I'd done? I only wanted her to drink the milk. Then stop acting like one. She leaned back and crossed her arms.
I am not acting like one. You're pushing me around and it won't win you any brownie points.
I stuck my shoe around the leg of her chair and pulled it toward me. The slate floor tiles made moving the chair easier, a trick I'd learned a long time ago. When she was up close and personal, I said, Let's get something straight. Everything I do it for your own good, and that of the babies. I'm not trying to bully you into anything.
Really? What about moving in here?
If you would stop and consider the conveniences of living here, you'd know I was doing it to make your life easier.
Stanton, have you ever thought that I am capable of making good decisions, even the ones that affect the baby?
Of course. One thing I want is for things to be easier for you. Living on your own with a baby is everything but easy. Here you'll have an entire team at your disposal. She didn't comment, but it wasn't difficult to tell she still wasn't happy.
May I be excused?
She asked. I stood and helped her up. She reached for her plate and glass, but I stopped her. We have a staff that takes care of that.
I'm not helpless.
I know, but it's what they're paid for. Come. I drew her out of the kitchen and into the living area, hoping to catch Ravina or Landry, but the room was empty. Would you like to watch TV?
Yes, but I'd prefer to watch it in my room.
I knew when I was being dismissed. I walked her up the stairs until we stood in front of her door. Is this good night, then?
Yes. I guess I'll see you in the morning.
A driver will take you to work.
That's not necessary. I prefer to drive myself.
Ignoring her, I said, "Be ready at 8. Then I pushed her up against the wall and kissed her cheek, neck, and then her lips. Her hands grabbed my shirt by the waist, but the kiss was brief, intentionally so. I wanted her to go to bed, thinking about what she was missing alone in there. I left her breathing hard, leaning on the wall.
Chapter 39. Stacy. That man would be the death of me, sexually and otherwise, before this was over. He lit fires within me I hadn't known existed, and now I was left alone to fan those flames on my own. I went to take a shower, a cold one, something I thought only men did. How would I ever survive being this close to him without experiencing the benefits? The following morning, I went to the kitchen to grab some coffee, only you-know-who was there. He handed me a cup of decaf, telling me no more caffeine until after I was done breastfeeding. Wait. I can have up to 200 milligrams of caffeine daily, which is the equivalent of a 12-ounce cup. You can't control everything in my life. He growled out something unintelligible and took the coffee in my hand away. Then he made me another tall cup and added my favorite ingredients. I won't cave on that fake sugar crap you love so much. It's the real thing or nothing. He handed me the tall cup and asked, You ready? Thank you, and yes, real sugar is fine, by the way. A quick nod later and we were walking out the front door. A limo waited out front, and the driver opened the back door. I slid inside, expecting him to close it behind me. Only Stanton got in too. You're riding with me? Of course. Why wouldn't I? I didn't have an answer to that. Won't people talk? Stacy, I don't give a damn what people say. If they have an issue with us, they can quit. He unfolded the Wall Street Journal and began to read. I was a bit miffed he wasn't paying me any attention, so I asked, Are you going to ignore me the entire ride there? A half grin appeared. Does that mean you actually want to have a conversation with me? I'd rather do that than just sit here in silence. Fine. What would you like to talk about? Sex, and more sex. Oh, I don't know. I have a doctor's appointment coming up. I know. I'm planning on going with you. Would you stop that? The smile vanished and was replaced with a puzzled expression. Stop what? Being so fucking nosy with everything going on in my life. If you want to know something, then ask. It's not your life I'm being nosy with. It's the baby's. Still, you should ask me instead of assuming you can take over my calendar. I didn't take over your calendar. I only peeked at it. Come to think of it, how in the hell had he done that? Did you hack into my computer? No, I am incapable of doing such a thing. Then how? I snapped my fingers. You had someone else do it, didn't you?
Maybe just a little.
You should have been a lawyer. His booming laugh filled the car.
Why's that?
You have creative ways of avoiding my questions. There is no little bit of hacking into a computer. Either you did, or you didn't.
I didn't do anything.
He waggled those brows of his. Okay, then who did?
I can't say.
You can't, or won't? He only waggled his fucking brows again. He was so infuriating. Oh, come on. You know who did it. You had them do it.
I didn't say I didn't know. I just said I couldn't say.
That little fucker. Okay, little wasn't correct. He was mighty large in every way. Damn him. And I missed a certain largeness about him. Another play on words, then. See? You should have been a lawyer. Why did you have them do it?
Simple. I wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything from me.
My mouth tried to form words as that thought percolated in my head. Then I got pissed. What in the hell would I be hiding?
I don't know, but it turned out you weren't hiding anything, so all's good.
Maybe for you. How would you feel if I hacked into your computer? He reached into his bag, pulled out a laptop, and handed it to me.
My password is H, have a nice day, 30, exclamation point. You won't have to hack into anything.
God, was he ever irritating. That's not the same. I don't want to check your computer.
The point is, I've nothing to hide from you. I'll never hide anything from you.
I should have taken satisfaction in that, but didn't. I wanted him to tell me romantic things, like how much I meant to him. I wanted him to tell me that even though I felt like a fat lump, I still looked okay. I wanted him to treat me as though I meant something to him, not just the baby.
What's wrong? Wasn't that enough?
No, it was fine. My sparky attitude had vanished and was replaced by a sullen mood.
Then why are you pouting?
Pouting? I'm not pouting. Of all the nerve.
Yes, you are.
I scowled, and I'm certain it wasn't pretty. Maybe you should try being pregnant for a day. Then you wouldn't have to ask. He took my hand in his.
Have I told you how amazing you look now that you're pregnant?
No.
I'm telling you now. You look better now than ever.
Then he kissed my hand. It was a kind gesture, but I didn't want kind. I wanted sexy, loving, hot, and steamy. I wanted him to rip off my skirt and fuck me silly. Wait, what the hell was I thinking?
Are you hot? Your face is red.
Fuck, yes, I'm hot. And horny. It's the damn hormones. Then I did the worst thing ever. I broke down and cried. Now, what was wrong with me? I was going from horny to sad in 0.2 seconds.
Hey, it's fine. Everything will be fine.
How can you say that? My life isn't even my own anymore. And I'm going to have a baby. I bawled like a crazy woman. The bad thing was, I couldn't stop. I vaguely heard Stanton open the window between us and the driver and give him instructions to take us the scenic route, whatever that meant. Then the window went back up, and he pulled me onto his lap.
I promise, everything will be fine. Your life is your own. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want.
I snorted and said, No, I can't. You won't let me. He took my face in his hands.
Stacy, look at me.
His eyes were earnest when I did.
I promise to do my best in giving you everything you need. The baby will never want for a single thing.
Then I burst into tears again. You're going to spoil her, and she won't want to come to me at all. Stanton's body rumbled with laughter.
No, I won't. The baby is going to fall in love in an instant with his gorgeous mother, and he won't want me near him.
You think so?
I sniffed back another round of tears. Of course I do, or I wouldn't have said it.
You really think I'm gorgeous?
Absolutely. I never say anything I don't mean. You've always been gorgeous, but are even more so now.
You're not just saying that to get me to stop crying, are you? I snorted back another round of tears, waiting for his response.
Not in the least. Why can't you believe that?
Because I feel like a swollen marshmallow.
I can't possibly know how you feel, but my eyes tell me the truth. And you're perfect, just the way you are.
I rested my head on his shoulder. Thank you. He ran a hand through my hair, and we sat together like that for a while.
I like you on my lap. You fit here perfectly.
I like it here too.
Stacy, can we call a truce?
It was awfully exhausting arguing with him all the time. As long as you don't try to boss me around.
I'll do my best. I want to make sure you're safe.
His hand rubbed circles on my back. Then please ask me first, and don't force your ideas on me.
I promise to try, as long as you listen too.
Okay. I sat up straight and offered him my hand. He shook it, and then kissed me. On the lips. It was soft, yet sexy. However, I didn't need that before work. I wanted him, there was no doubt. My pregnant hormonal body was ripe for the picking. Only doing it before work wasn't the best plan. I didn't have to worry, though, because he shortened the kiss and released me. It was a bit awkward with me still on his lap, so I scooted off it.
You didn't have to leave like that.
I figured you were getting smashed by my big butt. My joke didn't make him laugh.
You don't have a big butt, and you could never smash me. I outweigh you by at least 60 pounds.
That won't last. I patted my growing belly.
Seriously, you think you'll compete with me?
Shrugging, I answered. It's anyone's guess, but I hope not.
You're what, 5 months along now? You've barely gained anything.
5 pounds. An image came to mind of me waddling around in my final month.
You have 55 to go.
I grimaced. Don't say that. I already feel like a blimp. He slid the window down and told the driver to head to work. It was sort of sad. Our nice conversation was over for now. We pulled up in front of the Baines building, and the door opened as soon as the car came to a stop. Stanton exited, and then offered me his hand.
I'll walk you up.
First, we stopped at the security desk, where I got my badge and key fob. Then we entered the elevator.
You need that fob to get to your floor and mine.
I passed it over the little doohickey and then pushed the correct button. The elevator rose, and when we got to my floor, we walked out. I didn't notice yesterday how the women ogled Stanton, but they sure were doing it now. I also noticed that all of them were very attractive. Don't you ever hire any normal-looking people?
What do you mean?
Everyone here is beautiful.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
He continued walking. They're all staring at you, I whispered.
No, it's you they're staring at.
I didn't agree, but kept quiet on the subject. Why would they stare at me anyway? I was a nobody. John's office was at the end of the long hall, and we finally made it there. His admin told us he wasn't in yet, and that he had an appointment. He'll be in about 10.
Did he make any arrangements for Stacy's training this morning?
Not that I'm aware. Her office is prepared, though. She stood and walked us back down the hall until we came to a door with my nameplate on it. They sure worked fast around here. Here you are, Miss Copeland. You share an admin with Dexter, and her name is Mariana. She's not in yet either.
Exactly what time does everyone show up to work here?
Stanton asked. I had the same question. Oh, they're usually here, but Mariana had to drop her kids off at daycare as her husband is ill today. Dexter is at the dentist this morning. You happened to hit a bad day.
I see.
Stanton turned to me and said,
Stacy, come with me.
Then to John's admin, he added,
Tell John to ring my office when he gets in.
We went back to the elevator and rode up another 2 floors until we hit the executive level. When we got out, the receptionist was sitting there. Good morning, Mr. Baines. He nodded, but didn't respond, and she frowned. We kept on until we got to his office. His admin greeted us.
I'll bring your coffee right in. Decaf for Stacy, please, with cream and sugar.
Yes, sir. A few minutes later, she returned with a tray bearing 2 coffee pots and 2 mugs with all the extras. She showed us which one was the decaf. Stanton pointed to the couch, saying,
Have a seat. I'll go over everything the company does and how your role with legal will work.
2 hours later, he was still talking. John had called, but Stanton told him I'd be down when he was done briefing me. His admin showed up with breakfast. Fruit, yogurt, and eggs were piled on a tray. It was delicious as I gobbled it down. When I finished, I glanced at him to see him smiling.
You were hungry,
he said. I was. Thanks for the food.
I promise to feed you. Don't want you starving.
I doubt that'll happen.
So, do you have any questions for me about the company?
Not right now, but I may later.
Good. I'll walk you down to your boss.
I can go it alone.
You can, but I want a few words with him.
Back down we went, and damn if the women didn't stare at us again. How could he not notice? It was bothersome to me. Then again, Stanton was something to stare at. I really couldn't blame them, and the man was a fool if he thought they were staring at me. Then an idea struck me. I have a question for you. Are you telling everyone you're my baby daddy?
Chapter 40. Stanton. Stacy's question threw me. Telling people about the baby hadn't occurred to me. Was I proud of the fact I was going to be a father? Hell yes. A part of me wished we were married, though. It didn't matter regarding my feelings toward the baby. I'd love our child no matter what. It did make me feel more of a provider when I thought of us being a married couple. I doubted she'd go for that, though. Stacy was super independent, and getting tied down in marriage didn't seem to be at the top of her list. I haven't told anyone yet, but I will. We were coming up to her office, so I took her hand, opened the door, and pulled her inside. This is completely spur of the moment, but will you marry me? Was I insane? The woman didn't want to be near me. We'd just called a truce between us, and now I was asking her to marry me.
Say what?
I know, it sounds insane, but will you be my wife?
We've been fighting like cats and dogs.
No, you've been fighting me. If we get married, we can be a joint team for our baby. She smiled for a second, and then her index finger circled the air.
I get it. You feel sorry for me. A single mom isn't the easiest thing to be in this world, but it's okay. I'll be fine.
I don't feel sorry for you, and would never ask you to marry me for that reason. I happen to love you. I'm in love with you. It may be hard for you to believe, but I am. It's why I left and went to Asia. I had to figure things out. When I did, I came home and started therapy. So much was fucked up in my life that it impacted the way I handled things. You know about some of them, but I'm still learning about things from my childhood.
You really are serious, aren't you?
I've never been more serious in my life.
Jesus, Stanton.
She blew out a long breath.
There are things about me you don't know.
I know enough to see what a great person you are.
I'm not. Not really. I worry about whether or not I'll be a good mother.
Her face had lost some of its color. Was she that frightened by motherhood? Or was it something else? You're going to be an awesome mom. I've seen your interactions with Easton, and you're fabulous with her.
It's not the same.
She twisted her hands together. What is it, then? What's frightening you so much?
Can we sit?
She walked over to the 2 chairs that were across from her desk. I followed. I took her hands in mine. Tell me so I can help. A short laugh escaped from her.
You can't help. It's done.
What's done? Then she began by saying,
I killed a man. He was my father.
For a moment, all I could do was stare at her. But when the story unraveled, I wanted to kill the man all over again. Stacy, you did the right thing, the only thing possible. It was what your mother should have done but didn't have the strength or courage. You did it for her, and it's a tragedy that burden was placed on you. But don't you see? You didn't have a choice. Her hands shook as she rubbed her eyes.
No, don't you see? I have his DNA. What if I turn out to be like him as a parent?
You won't. First, you're not a mean and vile drunk. Second, you wouldn't hurt a flea. I've seen you. Even when David was such a jerk, you didn't act like your father. You refused to press charges. You are not like him in any way.
What about my mom? I don't want to be weak like her.
You're not. You're one of the strongest people I know. Want to know what I think? She nodded, so I continued. I think you got the best qualities of both your parents. You got the capability to love from your mother, and you got strength from your father. Even though he used his in the wrong way, he still possessed it. You have that feature, but you'd never use it the way he did. I see only positive things coming from you.
You're being honest with me?
I am. I couldn't see Stacy ever doing something mean and vicious in her life. Why don't we do this? I'll make an appointment with my therapist for you. You can talk all this out with him. You'll love him.
Yeah, okay. That's a good idea.
It'll help you understand yourself better. And now I get why you hate people who are controlling. I grinned at her.
Yeah, I don't do well in that environment.
Duly noted. In many ways, I believe it was destiny for us to be together.
Why?
You're teaching me how not to be so authoritarian. We are also responsible for our father's deaths. Kind of ironic when you think about it.
I hadn't looked at it that way, but your situation is totally different.
It doesn't matter, because I still feel it was my fault. My therapist said instead of trying to shift that focus, learn how to deal with it. For instance, I can accept I was driving the car. Maybe I was going a bit too fast. The bottom line, though, is I wouldn't have been able to change the outcome. Had I gone 30 miles an hour, I still would have lost control of the car. Shifting my focus away from why I didn't do this or that to facing what happened has made me realize that no matter what, the outcome ended up the same. I hope I'm explaining this correctly.
I understand. Instead of saying what if, you're accepting the facts and dealing with them.
Exactly. You can do the same. Instead of saying what if my dad had been different, accept the fact that he wasn't. He was a nasty drunk. Or what if your mom had shot him? She didn't, and you ended up saving your own life. Those are the facts that you have to stick to. Stacy nodded.
I'd like to talk to that therapist. It's long overdue. And then there were the foster homes. That was another story.
Again, it's why I believe you'll be a great mom. It's also why I want to have hands-on with the baby. My dad was gone so much I would never want to do that to a child of mine.
Yes. I'll marry you,
she said. Her answer came out of the blue. Really?
You understand things much better than I thought.
If I'd known telling you about my therapist would have changed things between us, I would have done it long ago. Then I kissed her.
Chapter 41. Stacy. Holy hell! We were getting married. I didn't want to enter this marriage with any doubts between us, so Stanton scheduled my first therapy session. It was fabulous. I talked about everything from fearing motherhood and marriage to shooting my father. The therapist said he needed to see me twice a week for 2 hours each session. Our time together flew. He asked me pointed questions, which allowed me to figure out how wrong I'd been about myself. It was as Stanton explained. Stick to the facts. The what-ifs weren't worth a damn, because it was the past and nothing could be changed. Since my impending motherhood was a huge issue for me, we worked on that. One of the best things he told me was, "Nobody can predict what kind of mother they'll be. You'll be impacted by so many different things, including your baby. Will he cry a lot, sleep a lot, eat okay? We don't know how we'll react until we are actually faced with those things. The only thing we can do is be the best version of ourselves each day. Will some days be better than others? Yes. Will we question our ability to parent? Of course. Will we wish we had answers for every little thing we worry about? Damn right. Just do your best, and everything will work out." I cast aside the role of supermom and pulled on the normal mom hat, if there was such a thing. Not being perfect in every single way was going to be good enough for me. I didn't have to be the best in the world. I only had to be the best for my child and me. And, of course, Stanton. The limo was waiting on me after my appointment and drove me home. Funny how I considered that massive house to be home now. I walked in, and Stanton greeted me. "I love seeing that smile on your face." "I love smiling. That therapist is amazing. He puts everything into perspective and shows you ways to view things that aren't so damaging to your psyche." "I'm so glad you're finding him helpful." We went into my favorite room, which was the den. It had a super large screen TV, but the best thing about it was the cozy furnishings. The sectional sofa was the most comfortable piece of furniture I'd ever sat on. It had a chaise at one end, which I adored. I always sat there and put my feet up. "I wanted to ask you something. When would you like to get married?" His question stunned me. I don't really know. I haven't thought about the date." "I have. My biggest question for you is, do you want to be married before or after the baby arrives?" I knew he'd rather get married before. "I have no preference, so I'll defer to you." "How do you feel about eloping?" I'd always dreamed about the perfect wedding and wearing the beautiful gown, but had given up that idea after my first broken engagement. "What did you have in mind?" He raised his brows. "I'm not sure yet, but if you'd rather have a wedding, that works too." The more I thought about eloping, the better I liked it, because wearing a wedding dress with a large baby bump didn't really suit me. Anywhere but Vegas works for me.
I have an idea. Want to know what it is, or do you want to be surprised?
Surprise me. He liked my answer because he beamed. When Stanton smiled, it was breathtaking.
Okay, but we'll be gone for at least 10 days.
10 days? What the heck was he planning? Wait, I'm not sure I can take that much time off.
I'll put in a word with your boss, so don't worry about it.
He winked. That brought me to a different topic. Let's be honest here. You told John to hire me so I'd have a job. You wanted me in your line of sight. How about I fill in part-time, since the company really didn't need another attorney on the payroll? I can go through whatever training is necessary, since corporate law isn't my forte, but after that, I can be on retainer. He nodded.
My sole purpose is for you to be happy, Stacy.
Do you know why I went to work at the other firm? It was because they handled so many domestic abuse cases. That made me happy. Corporate law could never light me up like that. I want to help women who face issues like my mom did. They often feel as though they have nowhere to go. That's my calling, Stanton. It's where my heart is. He took my hand.
You can open up your own practice if you want. Do pro bono work. Obviously, we don't need the money. If that's where you want to focus your efforts, I'm fine with that. You don't have to work at Baines.
I do want to help, though.
As you said, John can put you on retainer. But I want you to do your thing. Help others, since that's what drives you. We can look at places for your office. Or you can set an office up in the Baines building. Lord knows we have enough space.
Really?
Yes. But I only ask one thing. Wait until after the baby comes. You may want to take a few months off, and if you have cases, you won't be able to do that.
He was right. I couldn't just run off for several months with court dates scheduled. It made more sense to wait until afterward. You're very smart, you know. I winked at him. By the way, my doctor's appointment is tomorrow.
It's on my calendar.
When we went, the doctor was surprised to see Stanton. I introduced them and told her we were getting married.
How exciting!
It's okay if I travel, right?
As long as you don't go to a third world country, I'm fine with it. No third world countries for her, Stanton answered.
Excellent. Let's review all your test results. Everything looks perfect. She went over the multitude of exams I'd had. They sure tested for a ton of things I'd never even heard of.
We'll also do another ultrasound today.
Stanton was comical as he watched the screen. The baby was moving, and you could even see his feet.
Ah, would you like to know the sex? The doctor asked.
Now? I asked.
Yes, I can tell you, if you want.
Stanton, what do you think?
I'd love to know, but only if you do too.
He still hadn't pulled his eyes away from the ultrasound screen. Why not? What are we having, Doc?
It's a boy. See right there?
A boy. I was so sure it was a girl. I'd planned to buy lots of pink, but now I'd have to switch to blue.
Maybe next time,
she chuckled. I don't know a thing about little boys. Stanton took hold of my hand.
No worries. I got that part covered.
That troubled me more than anything. Knowing him, he'd teach our child more mischief than I could ever imagine.
Chapter 42. Stanton.
What should I pack?
Stacy asked. Nothing. I'll have one of the staff handle it. If you know what to put in your suitcase, you'll figure out where we're going. She stuck her lower lip out. I went to her and kissed it. Every time you pout, I plan to kiss it away.
Good, because I love kissing you.
I took her in my arms and said, "And I love you, Stacy soon-to-be Baines."
You love me?
Of course. Why would you think I didn't?
It's my damn insecurities.
I held her face in my hands. I didn't grow up hearing those words much, so they don't come easy for me. But I plan on telling you every single day from now on.
Promise me something. Tell our child you love him every day, too.
I touched my forehead to hers. I plan on doing that and more than once a day. He'll never grow up the way I did. I want our children to feel very loved.
Children?
I want several, and hope you do too. A smile lit up her beautiful face.
I'd like that. A house full of boisterous little mites.
I kissed her again, only this time I didn't stop. I have wanted to fuck you every night since you moved in here. Do you have any idea how many cold showers I've taken jacking off to the image of you in my head? You have ruined me, Stacy.
Then it's time for you to ruin me, hot sauce.
We were in her bedroom, which was going to change today. You will not be spending one more night in this bed, but I'm not opposed to a bit of banging in here.
A bit? I want more than just a bit.
As you wish. I ripped off the top she wore, literally. Don't say a word. I'll buy you another. Next were her pants and then her underwear. For some reason, I've become very attached to these flowered bloomers you insist on wearing, but after the baby, you'll be in silk and satin again.
Bloomers?
Her tone was filled with indignation.
I want you to know those are my favorite fruit of the loomers bloomers.
Then she cackled. Okay, you poetic genius, turn around and bend over.
Why?
I should have known she would ask. Because I'm the boss of you in the bedroom. I've given up controlling you everywhere else but not in here. Now bend over. She did, and I slapped her on the bare ass.
Oof.
That's for teasing me endlessly these past weeks. Then I slapped her again.
What was that for?
Because I want to see your gorgeous ass turn pink. I did it again and again, and then I picked her up and deposited her naked body on the bed. She was soaked and ready, but I'd give her an orgasm first. My mouth latched on to her clit and I tongued her until she writhed. She came with a loud moan, and that's when I pushed my cock inside of her. I felt the remnants of her orgasm against me, so I pumped in and out, hoping to give her another. The rhythm was merciless as I rammed into her repeatedly. When she groaned again, I allowed myself to release. Christ, woman, you drive me out of my mind. I pulled her up and walked her into the bathroom where I ran us a bath. When the large tub was filled, we got in, and I sat her between my thighs. I was already getting hard again, so I spread her legs and rubbed her still swollen nub. My middle finger slowly slid into her. Her hands white-knuckled the sides of the tub. When she squirmed and begged for more, I lifted her onto my cock and fucked her. Water splashed everywhere, but I didn't give a damn. She met each of my thrusts and was as into it as much as I was. Suddenly she kneeled and then turned around to face me. Then we were back at it as she kissed my neck and mouth. I tweaked her hardened nipples and then gripped her hips. All too soon we both came. Spasms milked my dick until I was empty. Her body collapsed on top of mine, and I listened to her breathing slow. I like fucking you in this tub, I said. She pinched one of my nipples and I jerked. Her laughter brought a smile to my face. If you keep that up, I'm going to paddle your ass again.
Promise?
She leaned back and sucked in her lower lip. Promise. I may even paddle some other things.
Like what?
You'll find out. A knock came at the bathroom door and she bolted out of the tub. It was the funniest picture as I'd never seen her move so fast.
Ma'am, I'm here to help you pack. Can you come back in 30 minutes? Yes, ma'am.
Hold up, I said. Give us 30 and we'll be out of here, and then you can pack without Miss Copeland. I've given you the list of what she'll need. The maid cleared her throat. I guess she wasn't expecting my voice to come from behind the bathroom door.
Yes, Mr. Baines.
Stacy checked me out as I stood.
You gave her a list?
Yes, I told you. Remember? I want the trip to be a total surprise.
Right. I guess you fucked the sense right out of me.
Maybe I need to fuck it back in. My tongue poked the inside of my cheek.
I'm ready whenever you are.
She stuck out her tongue. We have to go to my room then. Yours will be occupied with them packing. She began to dress, but I stopped her. No need for that. Put your robe on, and we'll go to my room. Her brows fluttered as she slipped into her silky robe. Then we traipsed next door to my room, where I bent her over the bed and took her from behind. You have a perfect ass. I grabbed it for emphasis.
You say that now, but wait until I'm 40 weeks pregnant.
The bigger the better. It gives me more to hold on to. We had dinner in the sitting area, and as we ate, a knock came on the door. Enter, I called out. It was the maid who had packed for Stacy.
All finished. The bags have been taken downstairs. Thank you,
Stacy said, and I added my thanks as well.
What time is our flight?
Stacy asked. Whenever we get to the airport.
That sounds nice.
We had replaced the jet that crashed with a different model. When all the flight data came back, there had been an issue with the flight computer that caused the crash. I wanted to make sure we didn't have to go through that ever again. The flight from the airport to our destination took about 3 hours. We would be heading to the Caribbean, where a yacht awaited us. We'd be married on board and then spend the next 9 days cruising around the islands. A car met us at the airport in St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands and drove us to the yacht. When Stacy saw our destination, I said, "Welcome to your honeymoon." We were given a tour of the yacht, which was incredible. It had everything one might want and exceeded my expectations. I planned to take her snorkeling, and I also intended to spend plenty of time in our stateroom. I had taken care of getting the marriage license, and once we were in international waters, the captain of the yacht performed the ceremony. It was brief, but we did it at sunset, which made for a stunning setting. Stacy looked exquisite in her white silk dress. She'd gone back and forth over what to wear and even asked me. What did I know about wedding dresses? I told her to go naked if she wanted. That didn't get a very good response. Then I told her to ask Ravina to take her shopping. Ravina was a clothing expert and wore the finest money could buy. They ended up with this dress that showed off Stacy's lush breasts, but hid her bump under layers of white silk. She looked like an angel standing on the deck with the sunset as the backdrop. I couldn't have asked for a more beautiful bride. The chef prepared a fabulous fresh seafood dinner which included shrimp, lobster, and all sorts of fresh fruit and vegetables. It was delicious, and we ate until we could barely walk. She rubbed her belly.
If I weren't pregnant, I would have eaten more, but I'm afraid of getting heartburn. That food was amazing.
I thought so too.
Stanton, I can't believe we're here. I never dreamed of anything like this. I figured we'd go to some nice hotel.
We did, except this one floats and can go to different places.
I love it.
She did a little pirouette in the room. Tomorrow we'll be near St. Kitts and Nevis where we'll snorkel. I can't wait for you to see it and experience it. The water is beautiful there.
I've never been. This is so exciting. Thank you for bringing me on this beautiful trip.
Her kiss began our wedding night, which was more than I could ever have wanted.
Chapter 43. Stacy. In the morning, after we ate breakfast, we called English and Tristan to announce our news.
What?
English shouted into the phone. I had it on speaker so Stanton could hear. We glanced at each other and cracked up.
Yeah,
we eloped, I said.
Where are you?
English asked.
On a yacht in the Caribbean?
I snickered. Shut up. Tristan, we need to do that.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Tristan added his salty reply to Stanton. I giggled again.
My pleasure. Your wife would enjoy it.
No doubt, Tristan said sourly. How long are you two going to be gone? English asked. Stanton answered.
10 days.
Wow, that's a dream trip for sure. A private cruise for 2.
I know,
I said. We have to go because we're going snorkeling. Give Easton a big smooch for me. We will. Next, we called Landry and Ravina. They both knew we were tying the knot, as Ravina had helped me with purchasing my dress. The call wasn't a surprise, but they offered up their congratulations. Landry had finally come to terms with his anger over what Stanton had done. He told us both if I could forgive him, there was no reason why he shouldn't. The captain had anchored the yacht, and we prepared to gear up for our snorkeling adventure. The chef was also going to see if he could catch any fresh fish for tonight. Apparently he was an expert at spearfishing. We jumped into the refreshing turquoise water, and I followed Stanton along as we checked out a new world beneath the sea. It was fascinating, to say the least. Fish in too many colors to describe swam by, and we even got a few glimpses of a couple of sharks in the distance. Initially they frightened me, but seeing the wonderland they occupied filled me with too much awe to be afraid for long. Snorkeling put the scuba diving bug in me, but I didn't want to do it while pregnant. I wasn't sure if there were any risks associated with it, so we both decided we'd come back after the baby. It would be a trip for me to get certified, since Stanton already had his certification. Are you sure you don't want to dive? I'm perfectly happy snorkeling, I questioned him.
I'd rather spend our time together. We can come back and do this again.
I hoped he wasn't disappointed, but I had given him the out, and he didn't take it. We toured each island we visited, and he took me shopping, buying me whatever I wanted. You're too generous.
Never. I'd give you the world if I could, he answered. When we get home, I'd love to take you to the lake house. I think you'll love it.
Lake house? I had no idea he had a lake house. What else do you have that I'm not aware of? I pinched his side.
Let's have lunch and I'll tell you, he said.
I learned all about the various properties the Baines family owned. They had a vineyard in California, a lake house not far from their home, a house on Defusky Island, which was on the coast of South Carolina, and another house in Charleston, South Carolina. And then they had a home in Highlands, North Carolina, a small town in the Blue Ridge Mountains that I loved to visit.
Is that all?
I asked, tongue-in-cheek.
Not exactly. We have a couple other properties, one out west that we sometimes use for skiing.
How do you keep track of all this? My head swam with the enormity of it all.
Easy. We hire excellent people and pay them well to manage everything for us.
I patted his hand. I'm glad you have it under control. I'm freaking out with all the things I'll have to do after the baby comes, and here you have all this stuff to keep track of. You must have superb organizational skills.
Hey, I don't want you freaking out over anything. The baby will be a wonderful addition to our family. And don't forget, you'll have a nanny to help. I want you to have time to enjoy him. I don't want our son to work you to death like so many new mothers have to deal with.
I know, but I also want to do it all, too. It means everything to me. And I want him to know us as his parents, and not some nanny.
He will. He'll have the best mother in the world.
My heart overflowed with joy at his words. My mother was kind and loved me, but didn't have the backbone to stand up to my dad. I would never be weak like her. I wanted to be strong and do anything in my power for my son. Thank you. That means a lot to me. He held out his hand.
Come. I have something for you.
We went to our stateroom, where he handed me a black velvet box. I opened it, and inside was a beautiful diamond pendant necklace. It was simple, but perfect.
I thought this would be a memento from our honeymoon.
This is perfect. Thank you. I was stunned he'd thought of this. He took the necklace and put it on me.
I'd love to add a stone to it for each child we have.
I fingered the diamond pendant lovingly and thought how beautiful it would look with added stones. That's a lovely idea. Thank you for being so thoughtful. No one had ever gifted me with jewelry before. This was on top of the diamond eternity band he'd given me for my wedding ring.
It was unreal,
holding countless perfect round diamonds that sparkled every time the light caught it. It was by far the most beautiful ring I'd ever seen, much less owned. It had made me think back to the engagement ring my former fiancé gave me. We'd been college sweethearts, and I'd been so excited to get it, until I'd caught him having an affair. After we broke up, I took it to a jeweler and found out it wasn't even real. Stanton took my hand and said,
Stacy, I may not be the perfect husband, but I promise to love you with all my heart until the day I die. And I will do my best to be the greatest father I can possibly be. You and I had it rough, in different ways. I don't ever want our children to feel what we did. Ever.
His lips found mine as he kissed me gently.
Stanton. 5 months later. Stanton Edward Baines was born in the middle of the night, at 3:18 in the morning to be precise. Stacy had gone into labor 12 hours earlier, and those were the longest hours of my life. When our son finally emerged, screaming and red-faced, it was then I relaxed. Seeing my wife holding that tiny child on her breast was the most incredible sight I'd ever experienced. She gazed at me over his tuft of fuzzy hair and grinned.
"We did pretty well, didn't we?"
she asked. "We nothing. This was all you. I could never have pushed him out the way you did." In truth, I almost passed out, but I'd never let her know. She was the strongest person alive. I had a new respect for what women went through. An intense feeling of love poured through me. This baby would have the best of everything growing up, but most of all, he'd have our love and protection.
Hold on a second, dude. I did not create this child alone, so it was us.
True. I just hope he looks like his gorgeous mom.
He doesn't. He looks exactly like his daddy.
I squinted. How can you tell?
Look at his hair and nose,
she insisted. Truth be told, he was kind of squished, and I couldn't tell who he took after. But I would never tell her that, so I just agreed to keep things simple. Oh, right, I nodded.
Besides, I was a blonde when I was born. He's going to be tall, dark, and deadly when he grows up.
Tall, dark, and deadly?
Yep, just like his daddy.
For a second I wondered when we could have sex again, but that thought disappeared when Edward started to wail. "What's wrong?" I asked, a bit too loudly.
Calm down, dude. He just lost my nipple.
He likes it then? Your nipple? That sounded ridiculous to me, but breastfeeding was as foreign as the moon to me.
He must. He's slurping away.
A nurse came back into the room and told us they were moving us back to the regular room from the birthing room. They wheeled the bed down the hall after covering up Stacy and the baby, and once in the room, they took the baby from her and swaddled him. The nurse came back and they discussed feeding times and such. I held my son and didn't want to let him go. He fell asleep as I gazed down at him, smiling.
Stacy, 6 months later. People filled the courtyard, which was decorated with colorful blooms and white lights. The scent of those luscious blossoms filled the evening air, giving the setting that special bonus. When Stanton asked about a wedding reception, at first I'd balked. I was extremely happy and didn't need one. Only he was the one who needed it. Work colleagues, clients, and friends kept asking him, making it difficult on him and awkward. We decided to copy Tristan and English and do a repeat of what they had done. Bars were scattered everywhere, along with tables heavily laden with food. A band played our favorite tunes as people danced. I observed everything quietly in the corner and thought back to the last time I had come here with David and how he'd thrown up in the hedges. A giggle erupted out of me, and Stanton asked,
"What's so funny?"
"I didn't hear you come over here," I answered with a laugh. I was remembering when that mental case David threw up at English and Tristan's reception. Stanton's deep chuckle accompanied his response.
"Yeah, and that was his loss and my gain. At the time, I never knew what a favor that idiot was doing for me."
He leaned over and kissed my cheek.
"I got the most beautiful wife in that deal, along with a perfect son."
"Ah, you're just trying to get in my good graces."
"I thought I already was there."
He appeared shocked. "You are. You're the best husband a woman could ask for, but you spoil me too much."
"You ain't seen nothing yet. Just wait until you see the surprise I have waiting for you."
"Wait, what? You have a surprise for me?" He did that little zipper motion over his lips, letting me know he wasn't going to tell me. "No fair. You're such a tease."
"Not as much as you. I've been dying to lick your breasts all night long, the way you're showing them off in that dress."
"Is that right?" I was pleased the dress did the trick.
"Yes, and you know it. My tongue has been hanging out every time I look at you."
Easton ran up to us then, so we were forced to tidy up our conversation.
"Aunt Stacy Bear, Uncle Stanton, come on and dance with me."
"I thought you and Ravina were dancing all night together,"
Stanton said.
"Nah, she's more interested in that silly guitar player."
At that, Stanton's head whipped around to the direction of the band, and on the side, Ravina stood and ogled said guitar player. Geez, I'd never seen her like that before. Stanton's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized her. Then he grabbed Easton's hand and said,
"Come on."
"What about Aunt Stacy Bear?"
I hurried to catch up with them. He situated us on the dance floor close to where Ravina stood, and then stared her down.
"Uncle Stanton, are you mad at Aunt Ravina?"
"No."
I didn't think that was quite true. I thought he was shocked and angry that she would be so blatant about her attraction toward the man. I whisper-yelled to him, "You don't need to get involved in this. Ravina is a grown woman and can date whoever she wants." When his brows arched, I knew he disagreed.
"We'll discuss this later."
Stanton was a very decisive man, but I'd learned how to persuade him over to my point of view. I'd have to work on that later. One look at the guitar player, and I understood why Ravina was so smitten. He was an overload of sex appeal with his broody look. That's what had attracted me to Stanton at the beginning. The half-lidded gaze, coupled with his sexy mouth, had me before hello. The three of us danced until a fine sheen of perspiration broke out between my breasts. "Guys, I need a break and a drink."
"How about a Smurf cocktail, Aunt Stacy Bear?"
"Okay, let's do it." Easton grabbed my hand and dragged me to the closest bar, with Stanton trailing behind.
"Uncle Stanton, you want one too?"
"Sure, why not?"
I couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he tasted the blue concoction. I eyed him with eagerness and exploded with a laugh at his grimace. "Yummy, isn't it?" I nudged him with an elbow.
Not quite the descriptor I'd use.
I couldn't stop laughing.
Aunt Stacy Bear, what's so funny?
Nothing, honey. Easton downed her drink and said,
I'm gonna go get Mommy to see if she'll dance some more.
She skipped off, and Stanton and I handed our drinks to the bartender and asked for something different. Then we wandered around to talk to our guests. Hours later, we departed the party, but unlike English and Tristan, we left in the Ferrari and headed for the airport. We were going away for a few days because I didn't want to leave Edward for long. We'd had that delicious honeymoon aboard the yacht, so we didn't see the need for an extended vacation. Instead, we headed for the mountain house, which was only a short flight away. On the way there, Stanton once again expressed his concerns about Ravina. Babe, I'm pretty sure if she's waited this long for the right man, she won't be making any serious mistakes. Maybe she liked the way he looked, and I can't blame her for that.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means he reminds me of you, with your sexy looks. That's all. You don't have to worry about me and other men. I have everything I need in you. His smile lit up the inside of the plane.
I feel the same. And hang on, I have something for you.
He opened the carry-on he brought and pulled out a square box.
Here.
I took the box and unwrapped it. Inside was a velvet box, telling me it was jewelry. When I opened it, I gasped. There sat a pair of huge, solitaire diamond earrings, along with a stunning sapphire ring. The stone in the center was gigantic, and it was flanked by a diamond on each side. I was speechless.
Don't you like them?
Well, yes. Of course I do. I'm just surprised by such an extravagant gift. They're beautiful.
I want to adorn your fingers with rings. Your hands are so elegant, they should be shown off. And I noticed you didn't have many earrings, so I figured you could wear these every day.
Stanton, these are very expensive diamonds. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable wearing them every day.
Yes, you will. They're insured so you don't have to worry. Nothing is worthy of you anyway. There isn't a piece of jewelry that could outshine your beauty.
You always know exactly what to say. Thank you. I flung my arms around his neck and kissed him. You're the best husband a woman could ask for.
And you're the best wife a man could ask for. Now and forever. You're mine.
Utterly and forever. My tall, dark, and bossy husband. The end. For now. This has been Tall, Dark, and Bossy by A.M. Hargrove. Narrated by Sarah Sampino and Gregory Salinas. Copyright 2021 by A.M. Hargrove. Production copyright by A.M. Hargrove.